Chapter 552. Yi Xingqian broke through to the peak of Wuzhong. To be able to improve so quickly, the various resources and spirit-gathering array were only secondary. The most important thing was the Taishian Sutra, because he had already comprehended to the 5th level. The mental cultivation method created by the old man of Taishian was indeed valiant. Every time he comprehended a level, his cultivation would increase and even speed up. Of course, there was another heaven-defying aspect, which was that it could improve the spirit root. Yi Xingqian relied on the aptitude modification liquid to advance to the best grade first, so it did not show. If I can break through to the 7th level, my spirit root aptitude will enter the sacred grade. If I comprehend to the 9th level, my spirit root will return to the divine grade. Yi Xingqian's eyes were burning with passion. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had reached the peak of Wuzhong, and his spirit root had reached the best grade. Such speed was something he did not dare to imagine when he had just been reborn. Among the disciples, Knight Emperor was undoubtedly the strongest, but he was not the fastest, because, in terms of growth speed, Wudi was faster. After all, he had transcended the divine grade aptitude, and was not something a mortal realm martial cultivator could compare to. Yi Xingqian would not care if someone improved faster than him. What he cared about was to become stronger in a limited time and then take revenge. The hatred from his previous life. It was the motivation that supported his continuous cultivation. Sect Master. The next day, Yi Xingqian said, "Disciple wants to participate in the qualification battle of the Gathering of Heroes." Qualification battle. Jun Changshao was confused. The system explained, every youth of the right age can apply to participate in the qualification battle of the Gathering of Heroes, and the champion and runner-up will have the qualifications. What qualifications? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. The Gathering of Heroes, the heaven, earth, and mortal lists were not constant. Those who were stronger or had higher cultivation could be replaced at any time. The list would be reviewed once a year, and the ranking would be based on the collected information of the people on the list. The faster way to improve was to challenge from the bottom and slowly climb up. However, without the qualifications, even if he beat up the first place of the heaven list, the officials would not recognize him. Yi Xingqian wanted to fulfill the regret of his previous life, so he had to obtain the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the list. During the Tao discussion on Mount Hua, if he had the qualifications, he would replace Jiang Shenxi and become the 89th place on the list. Where is the qualification battle? Jun Changshao asked. Yi Xingqian said, any 6th grade county is eligible to enter the arena. You can sign up every month. Approved, Jun Changshao said. As the sect master, even if he couldn't enter the Gathering of Heroes role, he could still let his disciples participate and obtain higher ranking. That way, he could still obtain glory for the Iron Bone sect. Sect master, I, said Wuzong Changshao said Yi Xingxiu. The list of heroes was an authoritative list of geniuses. Every young man with a dream in his heart hoped to be on the list. Ding. Quest triggered the quest. A receive? Lord Changshao opened the system panel. The content was, Disciple has obtained the qualification to challenge 5 people on the Gathering of Heroes list. All right, Jun Changshao said, my Iron Bones inner disciples must all participate in the qualification battle and obtain the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the Gathering of Heroes list. The next day, Li Qingyang and the other 20 inner disciples left the sect one after another after eating Lu Wancher's meal. Because there was only one qualification arena in a 6th grade county after leaving the mountain, they split up into groups of 2. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian went to Jinyang County. Li Qingyang and Tian Qi went to Huaiyang County, while Su Xiaoma and Li Fei went to Dingyang County. Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxue went to Longyang City. Not only the 6th grade and above counties had the qualifications to compete, but some of the stronger cities also had them. The time of the qualification battle every month was determined by the city, so it was not the same. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian went to Jinyang County. It would start at the beginning of the month, so many martial cultivators had already signed up. Some people did not go for the qualifications, but treated it as a rare practical experience. Even if some people obtained the qualifications, they might not challenge the geniuses on the gathering of heroes list. It was like the driver's license on Earth. They would get it first and put it aside. Yi Xingqian was different. As long as he obtained the qualifications, he would definitely challenge the geniuses on the list to increase his ranking, from the man list to the Earth list, and then from the Earth list to the Heaven list. Whoosh! In the wilderness, a green grassland aura filled the air. A middle second grade dire beast was engulfed and turned into skin and bones. The energy given is getting less and less. Dai Lu retracted the devouring power reluctantly and shook his head. I have to go to some dangerous places to look for high-ranked dire beasts. The energy given by the martial cultivators would be more, but he was trying his best to restrain himself and not act recklessly. After all, if he offended too many people, he would be in big trouble sooner or later. High-ranked dire beasts. Undoubtedly, they were the best targets for devouring. Brother Hao, do you have the confidence to get a place in the qualification battle this time? A voice came from the mountain path in the distance. 2 young people were walking among them. The young man called Brother Hao grinned and said, "Getting first or second place is definitely not a problem." Wow. If Brother Hao can obtain the qualifications, you can challenge the geniuses on the gathering of heroes list. Becoming famous is just around the corner, the young man said with admiration. The gathering of heroes list? Dai Lu touched his chin and said, "That seems to be the most authoritative genius list. With my age, I can participate. If I can get a place on the list, it will be an honor to my ancestors." It was decided he would participate in the qualification battle. Only the 6th grade counties have the qualifications to participate. Dai Lu murmured, "The closest county is Jinyang County. I can participate there." Jinyang County, Jinyang City. When Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian walked in, they immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists. Someone said in a low voice, "These 2 are the disciples of Iron Bone." Iron Bone's reputation was great, and their school uniforms were very advanced and fashionable. Therefore, walking in southwest Jiangzhou, they would definitely be recognized very quickly. I just found out from the city gate guards that these 2 are Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian, the inner disciples of Iron Bone. Strange, why did the city gate guards let them in? Did they forget that Iron Bone Sect leader caused trouble in the Spirit Origin Sect? They are here to participate in the qualification battle. Even if the guards are unwilling, they will definitely let them in. This is the right of every martial cultivator. It can't be. I heard that these 2 inner disciples are very strong. If they come to participate in the qualification battle, wouldn't they have no chance? Everyone was discussing at once. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian ignored them. They found Nin and booked 2 rooms, then went to the qualification arena. At this moment, at the registration point of the qualification arena, there were many youths around. Some had high and some had low cultivation. It's the disciples of Iron Bone. It's over, it's over. They are really going to participate in the qualification battle. The disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were all defeated by them. If we meet them, we definitely won't have any chance. Sigh, we can only wait for next month. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian signed up according to the procedures and only waited for the battle to start in 3 days. However, when the 2 were about to leave, they saw a man in a black robe standing at the entrance of the street in front of them. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a smile. Who? Dai Lu. His pair of grassland green eyes stared at Yi Xingqian. I didn't expect this guy to also participate in the qualification battle. Very good, very good. I must let him experience a life worse than death. Shua. At this moment, Yi Xingqin and Xiao Ziji brushed past him without even looking at him. Damn it. Did they think he was invisible? Stop! Dai Lu shouted. Xiao Ziji stopped and said, What's the matter? Dai Lu ignored him and pointed at Yi Xingqin, saying in a cold voice, Yi Xingqin, in the qualification battle in 3 days, you better pray that you don't meet me. Junior brother, do you know him? I don't know him. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked far away. Dai Lu stood alone on the street. A gust of wind blew, making him look rather desolate. Chapter 553. Dai Lu was annoyed that Yi Xingqin didn't recognize him. After all, he had been humiliated by him in public in the Holy Spring Sect. Sorry, Knight Emperor really didn't know him. It wasn't that he had a bad memory, but that he didn't take trash seriously. Just you wait. Dai Lu clenched his fists and said angrily, I will trample on your dignity with my strength in 3 days. Why was he so confident? Because, according to his judgment, Yi Xingqin and the other Iron-Bone disciple were only at the peak of the martial master level. With his level of 8th grade Wuzong, he could definitely defeat them. In the Holy Spring Sect, I had just become a martial master and was not as strong as you. Now I am far ahead of you. This is the gap between us. Dai Lu was very proud. In fact, Yi Xingqin and Xiao Ziji used the Taishan Sutra to hide their cultivation, and Xiao Ziji used the hidden cultivation technique to hide their cultivation. They always gave people the impression that they were only at the peak of the martial master level. When outside, they had to keep a low profile. Junior brother. Back at the inn, Xiao Ziji was still thinking about the black-robed man he had met on the street. He said, That man looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Just trash, Yi Xingqin said lightly. Okay. Xiao Ziji didn't think about it anymore. He returned to his room to cultivate and wait for the qualification battle to begin. 3 days later, the qualification battle began. The periphery of the qualification arena was packed with people. Everyone was used to the qualification battle every month. Why were there so many people today? This was because many people wanted to take a look at the recently famous Iron-Bone sect. They wanted to see how powerful their disciples were. They're here, they're here. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqin walked into the qualification arena and immediately became the center of attention. The participants who entered the arena first all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had prepared for a long time before they mustered up the courage to participate in the qualification battle. In the end, they met Iron-Bone disciples. It was a tragedy. Junior brother, Xiao Ziji said, the cultivation of these people doesn't seem to be very high. The highest is only a peak martial master. Trash, Yi Xingqin said. The strength of the participants in the qualification battle was not high. The main reason was that it was held every month. The true geniuses might not be gathered in a certain month. About 50 to 60 contestants entered the venue one after another. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqin were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. When Dai Lu walked in, he was completely ignored by everyone. Humph! He stood in the corner and said gloomily, I didn't expect that a qualification battle would attract so many people. This is good too. I can beat up the Iron-Bone disciples in front of so many people and take revenge for what happened back then. Contestants, please take your positions. The deacon in charge of the qualification battle said loudly. 64 martial cultivators entered the center of the martial arts practice field. After listening to the rules, each of them drew a number plate and began a one-on-one duel. According to the number of people and the algorithm, at least 6 matches would be needed to determine who the champion would be. The author could happily write another 6 chapters. But after the match began, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqin went out separately and cleanly defeated their opponents in a mere minute. Even Dai Lu used his absolute strength to blast his opponent out of the arena. The strongest martial cultivators in the qualification battle were only peak martial masters. With the strength of the three of them, it was impossible for them to not be able to kill their opponents in an instant. Soon, the first round ended. 32 people advanced to the next round. The second round began. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji went out one after another. They defeated their opponents in the shortest time possible. They did not give their opponents any time to think. They also did not give me any chance. The third round began. Bang, bang. The two of them continued to fight and defeated their opponents. So strong. Those contestants did not have the strength to fight back at all. If there are no surprises, the first two places will definitely belong to the Ironbone disciples. The martial cultivators who were watching the show discussed. Dai Lu sneered. The two of you can show off for a while. When you meet me, it will be the beginning of your nightmare. Bang! He defeated his opponent in an instant with a punch. Hey, this black-robed man seems to be very strong too. Everyone noticed Dai LV, and he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. However, when he looked at Yi Xingqian, he realized that the guy did not look at him directly. He said angrily, "Despicable guy. When you meet me, I will torture you until you cry for your parents." The match continued. Perhaps it was fate. After a few rounds, Dai Lu did not meet Xiao Ziji or Yi Xingqian. It was not until he entered the top 8 and chose his waist token that he was confirmed. As long as he and I both defeat our opponents, we will meet. Dai Lu's eyes suddenly burned. Bang! Xiao Ziji went out first and defeated his opponent quickly. He successfully advanced to the top 4. After another round of fighting, Yi Xingqian went out and defeated his opponent. Bang! Dai LV, who was the last to fight, sent his opponent flying. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Yi Xingqian, your next opponent is me." Yi Xingqian frowned. This black-robed man had been staring at him like a fly ever since he entered the venue. It was really annoying. The battle for the top 4. Xiao Ziji went out first and won the match as expected. He successfully advanced to the finals. Junior brother. He walked down the stage and said with a smile, "I've completed my task. It's up to you now." According to the rules of the qualification battle, as long as he advanced to the top 2, he would be qualified to challenge. Therefore, the championship did not mean much to him. Yi Xingqian went up the stage. Dai Lu, who came up early, shook his head and said with a grin, "If I were you, I would definitely not come up." Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched. Is this guy sick in the head? From their accidental encounter 3 days ago to the qualification battle, he had been provoking Yi Xingqian. Did he think that his junior brother was easy to bully? Yes. Dai Lu believed that he could easily trample on Yi Xingqian and all the disciples of Iron Bone. When his cultivation reached a higher level, he would ruthlessly trample on Jun Changshao. "Match, begin," the referee shouted. Dai Lu's eyes were cold. "Today I will repay the humiliation I suffered at the Holy Spring Sect 100-fold. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian appeared in front of him and said, "Trash should scram back to the garbage dump. Don't stand in front of me and spout nonsense." Boom! A strong gust of wind blew and waves of air spread out. However, Dai Lu easily caught Yi Xingqian's fist with his arm. He grinned and said, "Is this all you've got?" Whoosh, whoosh, his cultivation base erupted. "Wuzong! This guy is Wuzong!" Everyone was shocked. Dai Lu was enjoying this moment very much. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian raised his fist again and filled it with spiritual energy before he smashed it brutally. Boom! This group of attacks was very explosive. Dai Lu was directly blasted away by 3 to 5 steps. Surprise appeared on his face. "You're also Wuzong." Yi Xingqian used his earth-shattering fist. His spiritual energy was maximized and he attacked again. Boom! Second stage Wuzong. Boom! Third stage Wuzong. Boom, boom, boom. Peak Wuzong. Thump, thump, thump. Dai Lu was forced to retreat again and again. His expression became more and more interesting as Yi Xingqian's strength increased. Impossible. Impossible. How long had it been? How could he enter peak Wuzong from 6th stage or 7th stage martial master? How could he improve faster than him? Chapter 554. Dai Lu with the devouring power and Yi Xingqian with the reincarnation of the great emperor. The two of them were undoubtedly the most common protagonists in fantasy novels. In terms of ability, they were definitely not ordinary. Once they fought, it would depend on who had more opportunities and resources. In this aspect, Night Emperor was undoubtedly in the lead, because not only did he cultivate the Taishan Sutra, he also had various martial arts resources provided by Sect leader Jun Shuai. Yi Xingqian took a large step forward. Psionic energy poured into his meridians. The peak of Wuzong cultivation erupted. His fists seemed to have turned into big hammers as he mercilessly smashed them towards Dai Lu. A piece of trash actually dared to provoke him. This emperor would like to ask who gave him the courage to do so. Bang, bang, bang. Psionic energy rampaged and the wind howled. After a series of crazy attacks, Dai Lu was beaten until he staggered back. His expression became more and more ugly. During this period of time, he relied on the devouring power to quickly increase his strength. When he met Yi Xingqian in the qualification battle, he thought that he could avenge his previous humiliation. Who would have thought that, boom, an earth-shattering fist blasted towards him again. Thump, thump, thump. Dai Lu retreated again and spat out blood. Night Emperor only used the simplest and most violent method to attack, but he could not withstand it at all. However, there was still a big change. If it was before, he would have been beaten to the ground by Yi Xingqian. Now he was obviously more resistant to beatings. Beaten up? This was not what he wanted. Today, I will take my revenge no matter what. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Dai Lu suddenly opened his arms and said angrily, "Have a taste of hell!" Who? A gurgling grassland green attribute instantly erupted from his body. He used his trump card, using the devouring power. Bang! Yi Xingqian's fist directly hit Dai Lu's face. Teeth and blood splattered. Half of his face was tilted to the side. The grassland green attribute that spread out might have realized that the opponent was a super ruthless person. It was so scared that it hurriedly drilled into its master's body and did not dare to appear. Plop! Dai Lu fell to the edge of the stage. The left side of his face caved in with a fist imprint. It could be said to be extremely tragic. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This was just a qualifying battle, not a battle of life and death. The Iron Bone disciples were too ruthless. Xiao Ziji shook his head. That fellow had been hostile and provoking junior brother Yi since the beginning, so it was normal for him to be beaten up now. Ta! Yi Xingqian walked over like a high and mighty king. He looked down at Dai Lu and said, "Who gave you the courage to stand in front of me?" Dai Lu's entire body was racked with pain. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion rang out from the stage, and every stone slab seemed to tremble. The spectating cultivators couldn't bear to watch any longer, and all of them turned their heads away. It was said that the Iron Bone disciples were very strong. Today they had witnessed it for themselves, and even more so, how domineering! Yi Xingqian threw a total of 70 punches before he stopped. Because of the explosion of power, the surrounding stone slabs not only crumbled, but also caved in. Dai Lu lay on the ground in a V shape. Every inch of his body was taken care of. That unbearable pain finally invaded his sea of consciousness, causing him to pass out gloriously. In his second battle with Yi Xingqian, he was still completely defeated. If one had to summarize one advantage, it would be that Dai Lu lasted longer than he did in the Sacred Spring Sect. In just a short while, if Yi Xingqian had exploded with power, he would definitely have been defeated in a second. Bang! With a kick, the unconscious Dai Lu flew out and crashed into a trash can in the distance. Yi Xingqian wins and advances to the finals. The referee shouted. The spectating cultivators weren't surprised by this result. Instead, they were looking forward to it. How exciting would the final battle between the two Iron Bone disciples be? However, what made them collapse was Yi Xingqian walked down from the stage and left without looking back, saying, "I only want the qualifications. The championship is yours." The referee was dumbfounded. He left without even fighting in the finals. Wasn't this too much of a joke? The corner of Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "Don't tell me he's going to give me another championship for free." Yes, because of Yi Xingqian's forfeit, Xiao Ziji won the championship again and returned to the inn with his junior brother's qualification card. That's it. They're too casual. I'm still waiting for a fierce battle. Everyone broke down and left. No one cared about Dai Lu, who was lying in the trash. In a world where martial arts were respected, the winner was always the most dazzling. No one would care about the loser. After Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji obtained the qualifications, they didn't stay any longer and left Truyang City. The sun was setting. Dai Lu, who had just woken up, limped out of the city gate, and his sorry figure was stretched very long. "Yi Xingqian," he roared unwillingly in his heart, "I will take my revenge sooner or later." Jun Changshao, who was an Iron Bone, obtained the qualifications from Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian, and the number of side quests also changed from 5/5 to 25. This was only the beginning. Li Qingyang and the others also arrived at the cities where the qualification battle was held and registered one after another. This wasn't it. In Longyang City, when Long Xiang represented Iron Bone and stood on the qualification stage, he immediately attracted the attention of all the warriors. This direct descendant of the Long family, whom his grandmother didn't dote on and his grandfather didn't love, had won first place in the family competition previously. Now that he was participating in the qualification battle, they could see how strong he was. Long Patian also came to watch the battle. Iron Bone was evaluated as a potential top 3, which made him excited for a long time. "Son, you chose to leave the family and continue to cultivate with Sect leader Jun. This was undoubtedly the wisest choice." Many direct descendants of the Long family also came. Long Xiang's fame in the family competition made them unhappy, but when they learned that Iron Bone was in the top 3, they all looked at him with envy. "Cousin," someone shouted, "good luck." In an instant, the direct descendants of the Long family all cheered for Long Xiang. In front of his own family, Long Xiang was full of fighting spirit, and he won one battle after another, successfully entering the finals. Ling Yuanxue, who came with him, was a woman, but she also successfully defeated her opponent and entered the finals. "Junior sister," Long Xiang said, "the championship is yours." As a man, he was gracious enough to directly forfeit. This caused the spectating martial artists to immediately collapse. You defeated your opponent in seconds as soon as you appeared. It wasn't easy to reach the finals, so what was the point of not putting on an exciting battle? After Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxue obtained the qualifications, Jun Changxiao's side quest increased by 2 more. Ding! Side quest completed. Host has received 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 642010000. When Li Qingyang and Tian Qi obtained the qualifications, the side quest was completed. Very simple. Jun Changxiao could only shrug at the fact that he had earned 2,000 contribution points without even leaving the house. The completion of the side quest didn't mean that the qualification battle was over, because Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others had also signed up. About 6 or 7 days passed. The 20 inner disciples of Iron Bone all participated in the qualification battle and won the first and second place, obtaining the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the list of heroes, abbreviated as the List of Heroes. The 10 qualification battles in the 10 high-level cities of southwest Yangzhou were all booked by the Ironbone disciples, and the news spread like wildfire. It was bound to become a hot topic of discussion. Chapter 555. The qualified disciples returned to the sect one after another and continued to cultivate or do missions as usual. Yi Xingqian began to think about when he should challenge the geniuses on the list of heroes and aim for a higher ranking as soon as possible. He decided he would break through to Martial King first. In his opinion, this strength was more reliable. If Yi Xingqian really wanted to start his challenge journey as a Martial King, it would definitely be a nightmare for the geniuses on the list of heroes, because Jiang Shenxi, who was ranked 89th, was only a peak martial master after the martial arts symposium on Mount Hua. A reincarnated Martial King, not to mention challenging him. Even if he challenged a genius with a higher ranking, it would be a crushing defeat that was unbearable to watch. Ding! Ding! The disciples completed the sect's missions, and the reward notification rang every day. At first, Jun Changxiao had already saved enough contribution points, but he earned another 2,000 points after completing the side mission and could only buy the aptitude modification liquid. He had already saved up a lot of aptitude modification liquid, but the sect only had 10,000 disciples, which seemed like a drop in the bucket. In sect leader Jun's mind, one day, any disciple in the sect would have a superior grade spirit root. It was a big dream, but it was still far from it. After the disciples returned, Ironbone entered a quiet period again. Every day they would cultivate complete missions and hit Daodu. Just like that, a month passed unknowingly. During this period, sect leader Jun had been cultivating with various resources and a middle grade spirit gathering array. His cultivation speed was quite fast. Unfortunately, he was still a distance away from breaking through to 3rd grade. The Sword and Martial Kings were very strong, but their cultivation speed was very slow. There was nothing they could do about it. Unless they completed missions and were rewarded with experience talismans, it would be difficult to break through in a short period of time if they cultivated step by step, even with the supply of natural spirit stones. On the other hand, the Ironbone disciples had a great improvement in their cultivation. After the new students of the academy gradually adapted to life and consumed various medicinal pills, their strength would undergo tremendous changes. Especially after taking the molding pill and the experience tower, the improvement of their physical bodies was very significant. Unfortunately, the muscle tendon changing scripture had to be cultivated at the meridian opening stage. After this stage, one could no longer comprehend it. Chu Xianan, Hualing, and the others were very satisfied. At that moment, they finally understood why their senior brothers were so strong. Ha ha ha! Hualing stood in the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field with his hands on his waist and laughed. I've improved again. I'm now a 5th grade martial master. TSK, Chu Xianan pursed his lips. In the past month, he had also broken through 2 grades. If this were the Heavenly Mandate Academy, not to mention 30 days, even 300 days might not be enough. Of course, they didn't cultivate for nothing. After gradually integrating into the life of the sect, they would also do missions and work as miners to dig for natural spirit stones. Oh my God! Hualing, who entered the mine for the first time, looked at the spirit stones inlaid on the stone walls and exclaimed, "So our sect has its own spirit stone mine." Chu Xianan was also shocked. Even the wealthy Chu clan didn't have a spirit stone vein like this. Spirit stones. He had seen many disciples with extraordinary backgrounds. However, being in a mine filled with so many spirit stones and having to dig with his own hands was definitely a mess. It was definitely a new and exciting experience. Listen up, all of you. Li Luoqiu transformed into the discipline hall's hallmaster. Standing in the cave, she said, "No one is allowed to hide spirit stones. Otherwise, they will suffer the cruelest punishment." Yes, everyone shouted in unison. In the past month, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner sect disciples relied on a large number of natural spirit stones to break through to the peak of Wuzong. Martial King was the watershed of martial arts. If they wanted to reach this level, they had to comprehend more. The one who improved the fastest was still the last disciple, Hiwudi. Previously, he was a 9th grade martial master. Now he had successfully broken through Wuzong and entered the 5th grade. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. However, in the Iron Bone, with all kinds of resources, the impossible became possible. Hiwudi was quite low-key. His cultivation level was only a 9th grade martial master. However, he couldn't hide from Sect leader Jun's dazzling sunglasses. Wuzong broke through to the 5th grade in a little more than a month. You are indeed the last disciple of the Iron Bone. Accepting Hiwudi as his last disciple was just a matter of being cheeky. Now, it seemed that he had done the right thing. Jun Changshao had reason to believe that if he was given time to cultivate, he would definitely be the strongest person in the Iron Bone in the future. Sect leader, Elder Wei, came to see him and said, "The new herbs that were given earlier have matured." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao hurried to the medicine hall and put all the herbs he harvested into the interspatial ring. He opened the alchemy pavilion and could refine 1,000 spirit tempering pills. He maximized the pills and began refining. A few days later, the 1,000 spirit tempering pills were all out. Because he couldn't give everyone one, Jun Changshao only distributed them to the inner sect disciples. The rest would be rewarded from the strength test every month. Ding! Li Tiantian has completed a sect mission. He has received 30 contribution points and 30 achievement points. Ding! Contribution points 100 001 0000. Ding! Achievement points 122 001 0000. When all the sect missions were completed, all the points were maxed out. Look, Sect leader Jun was so professional when it came to calculating contribution points. After the mission was completed, there was not a single bit less, not a single bit more, just right. Schwa. Opening the data panel, the Sect construction level up button appeared. Click. Ding. Sect construction level up to level 7. Ding. Sect members' contribution points and achievement points have increased. Ding. Sect technique pavilion opened. After the notification ended, the system panel changed again. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Jun Changshao. Sect level, 6th rate. Sect construction, level 7. Sect functions, medicine refining pavilion, smithing pavilion, talisman pavilion, spirit beast pavilion, spirit essence pavilion, technique pavilion. Sect cultivation technique, Yi Jin Jing divine grade, early level, cloud steps, high grade, early level, sound transmission, middle grade, high grade, sect members, 100 002 0000. Sect contribution points, 100 002 0000. Sect achievement points, 22002 0000. Sect main mission, within 100 years, only from 10,000 to 20,000? Jun Changshao was disappointed. From his point of view, he should have at least raised it to 50,000. But that was fine. When he had saved up 20,000, he could finally muster the courage to buy items from the high-grade store. When he thought about the 9 transformation marrow cleansing pill, dragon elephant prajna palm, 1,000-year ice armor, and other items in the high-grade store, Sect leader Jun's eyes lit up. The system said the high-grade store requires the sect to be at least a 5th-rate sect for the host to have the qualifications to buy. Damn! Every time he was at his most enthusiastic, he would be doused with cold water. Are you here to help me become stronger? Or are you sent by the heavens to purposely attack me? 5th rate. Jun Changshao shrugged. Isn't that simple? With enough people and enough cultivation, Ironbone clan would have no problem going from a sixth-rate sect to a fifth-rate sect. The most important thing now wasn't to level up the sect, but to open the Technique Pavilion. Schwa. Sect leader June's mind clicked, and an independent panel appeared. His expression froze, and his mouth slowly opened. He said in disbelief, "Oh my God!" Chapter 556. What exactly did Sect leader June see that caused his mouth to open so wide after opening the Cultivation Method Pavilion? He saw a row of items, 5 on the top and 6 on the bottom, a total of 30 boxes. The top was filled with pictures of Cultivation Method manuals, and their names were extremely domineering. The first box was called 9 Seals of the Universe. The second box was called Shocking Thundersword Art. The third box was called Demonic Flame Saint Slash. The fourth box was called, there were many others, but I won't describe them one by one, lest you all make a mistake. Of course, I won't admit that I can't remember or can't make it up. In short, the function of building a level 7 Cultivation Method Pavilion was just like its name. It was filled with all kinds of cultivation methods. Then, was it strong or not? Sect leader June suppressed his excitement and tapped on the 9 seals of the universe. Once again, a small panel popped up. The first thing that caught his eye was the introduction. This was a palm technique created by an expert from a high-level plane. There were a total of 9 palms. Comprehending the first 3 palms could shake the rivers and mountains. Comprehending the middle 3 palms could shake the heavens and earth. And comprehending the last 3 palms could reverse the universe. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise. Is it that strong? He continued to read. Requirements. 0999 Palm Technique, Secret Manuals. Jun Changshao said, Does this mean that I want to collect 999 secret manuals related to palm techniques? That's right, the system said. Jun Changshao laughed. Isn't that simple? Can't I just copy 999 mountain splitting palm secret manuals? The system said. It cannot be repeated. 999 palm technique secret manuals that cannot be repeated. Where the hell am I going to find them? Moreover, the system said, the secret manuals in the system do not count. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Do you think that there will be 999 palm technique secret manuals in the falling star continent? The system said, if there isn't, you can create it. As long as it matches the palm technique, no matter what level it is, you can exchange it for 999. F*CK. Was it that easy to create a palm technique? Besides, it wasn't just one book, but close to 1,000. Even a professional palm master would be exhausted to death after creating so many. Jun Changshao tapped on the shocking thundersword art again. The introduction said that this was a sword art created in the Thunder Pool, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. He looked down. His heart turned cold again. Requirement 0/199 swordsmanship manuals. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't 999 books. However, sword techniques were definitely harder to find on the market than palm techniques. How difficult would it be to gather 199 books? Jun Changshao then clicked on a few more secret manuals. Without exception, the introduction was either Heaven Destroyer or Earth Destroyer. They were so awesome that they had no friends. As for the purchase conditions, it would naturally require a large number of corresponding secret manuals to exchange, especially the Devil Flame, Holy Slash. He also needed 399 Evil Sect martial arts manuals. He couldn't even gather all the secret manuals of the Orthodox sects. So where could he find so many secret manuals related to the evil sects? F*CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, I was happy for nothing. Initially, he thought that the manuals in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion were similar to those in the Alchemy Pavilion and Smithing Pavilion. requiring some special materials. But in the end, he used a large pile of martial arts to exchange for them. This sect function feels flashy, but not practical. Jun Changshao did not completely reject the cultivation technique pavilion. After all, there was still a long way to go. Perhaps he could really collect 999 palm techniques to exchange for the 9 palms of the universe. Oh, right. He patted his head and said, I helped others guide their martial arts and learned a lot of martial arts. I can copy them down. Qingyang, go and get some rice paper. The more the better. Yes. After a while, Li Qingyang carried a small pile and said, Sect leader, this is all. Buy more tomorrow. Yes. Jun Changshao began to write down all the martial arts incantations and circulation diagrams that he had memorized. A night passed. He wrote down more than 30 types of martial arts, which were full of fist techniques, palm techniques, and mental cultivation methods. After storing them in the space ring, the various handwritten copies automatically matched. For example, the 9 palms of the universe changed from 0 to 4, one step closer to 999. The 9-style wave stacking sword was also written down. The purchase quantity changed from 0 to 1. Someone once asked why the protagonist relied on the insight talisman to secretly learn a lot of martial arts from others. Why didn't he use them? Yes, he used them now. Of course, he didn't use them to cultivate or use them. He used them to make up the numbers. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, we can also get the members of the procurement hall to go down the mountain and buy some cheap secret manuals. Sect leader. Right then, Zhan Dejuan walked into the main hall unsteadily. Then he slumped onto the chair and said with a broken expression, Can I kick that Shangguan lass out of the array formation hall? For the past few days, Shangguan Xinyao had been learning array formations and kept asking questions. The grade 9 array king's head was about to explode, and he was about to go crazy. Jun Changshao expressed his understanding. Suddenly, he thought of something and slapped his head. Xinyao can create a palm technique. He remembered clearly that when he went to celebrate old Master Shangguan's birthday, she asked him to modify a soft palm technique. That was created by Shangguan Xinyao. I forgot. There's still someone in my iron bone who has the potential to become a martial arts master. Shangguan Xinyao walked into the main hall and said very politely, Disciple greets sect leader. Xinyao. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and said, How's your cultivation recently? Shangguan Xinyao said, Under the patient guidance of the 3 elders, Disciple has benefited a lot. I also have a new understanding of martial arts and arrays. If the Ning brothers and Elder Zhen heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. You've benefited a lot. We're about to collapse from the questions. Very good, very good. Jun Changshao said, Have you been studying martial arts recently? Shangguan Xinyao smiled. Disciple has been studying every day. I've never stopped. Is that so? Jun Changshao was delighted. Take it out and let me, he paused for a moment and said with a serious face, Take it out and let me give you some pointers. Shameless, the system said. Shangguan Xinyao said, Disciple's understanding of martial arts is only the tip of the iceberg. I'm afraid sect leader will laugh at me if I take it out. Xinyao, Jun Changshao said seriously, No matter what, you must have a confident heart. Because if you look down on yourself, who will look up to you? Shangguan Xinyao was deeply moved. Sect leader, Disciple's martial arts are all in the room. I'll go get it now. Go. Jun Changshao said, Take as much as you have. Pa. Shangguan Xinyao came back and put the martial arts she had been studying on the floor. Why didn't she put it on the table? Because this woman had studied too many martial arts. There were so many that the table couldn't fit all of them. She could only put them on the floor. They hadn't been made into secret manuals yet. They were all scattered on the floor. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. At that moment, he finally understood why there weren't many Xian paper left in the sect. It was all taken by this woman to study martial arts. He casually picked up a piece. On it was a diagram of moves and meridians, as well as a small annotation. Xiniao, Jun Changshao said, "How many martial arts are there?" Shangguan Xiniao thought for a moment and said, "Sect leader, some are studied at home. Some were studied in the sect. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 kinds." Two to 3,000 kinds? Jun Changxiao's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 557. 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques? How many brain cells would that take? Even if she created one technique a day, it would take at least 7 to 8 years, right? Could it be that this woman started studying martial arts when she was 11 or 12 years old? That was a bit exaggerated. However, Shangguan Xiniao was rather disappointed. Most of them are half-finished. When she studied martial arts, she didn't stubbornly dwell on it. If she couldn't figure out something, she would put it aside first and then continue to study it based on new ideas. Over time, there were so many different martial arts techniques. Of course, during the research process, she would also be inspired to improve the previous martial arts techniques. This method consumed the most brain cells. She could create 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques and remember them all. It was quite terrifying. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao understood. This was still considered normal. Otherwise, it would be a bit shocking for a young girl who wasn't high in martial arts to create 2,000 to 3,000 martial arts techniques. Shangguan Xiniao said, "Sect Master has such high attainments in martial arts. Can you help me improve these half-finished martial arts techniques?" "No problem," Jun Changshao said. Even if this woman didn't ask, he would take the initiative to improve them, because it was related to exchanging for secret manuals. Shangguan Xiniao hurriedly tidied up the scattered rice paper. Sect Master Jun crushed the insight talisman and began to improve them one by one. It was impossible for him to create martial arts techniques by himself. If someone provided him with ideas, he could rely on system items to make up for the flaws. Shangguan Xiniao was very good at creating ideas, but her ability was limited and she couldn't continue. The two of them worked together, golden partners. One day later, Jun Changshao used the insight talisman to improve hundreds of martial arts techniques. He was amazed at Shangguan Xiniao's strange ideas. For example, a kind of elegant palm technique. Under her ideas, several different techniques evolved. Although the quality wasn't high, the principle was different and could be used to make up the numbers. Moreover, Shangguan Xiniao was still very young. As her age and experience increased, the martial arts techniques she created would definitely become stronger and more perfect. In the future, she would definitely be a martial arts master. My iron bone has such a potential stock. That's really good. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples, looking a little tired. Even if he cheated with the insight talisman, it was still very taxing on his brain. Yes, Shangguan Xiniao left happily. The sect leader had helped her improve her martial arts, allowing her to understand a lot, which would be of great help to her future creation of martial arts. Shua, storing the improved martial arts into his spatial ring, Zhang Xian opened the cultivation technique pavilion. There were all sorts of martial arts that were compatible with it. Just the number of palm techniques alone had increased to 60. There were also fist techniques and finger techniques, but they were few in number. This was because the martial arts created by Shangguan Xiniao were more inclined towards palm techniques. As for the swordsmanship and the evil sect's mental cultivation method, those were not within the scope of her understanding. Jun Changshao was already very satisfied. If he could improve all of the half-finished products that Shangguan Xiniao had researched, even if he couldn't gather 999 types of palm techniques, he would at least reach the standard. If he could buy some cheap martial arts, he would be able to exchange for the 9 seals of heaven and earth palms. Bang! In the training room, Li Qingyang and the others tested their strength after taking the spirit-tempering pills. The sect leader's pills are too awesome. Su Xiaoma said excitedly, "My cultivation base did increase, but my strength increased by 60,000 to 70,000 kilograms." The spirit-tempering pills had similar effects to the body-shaping pills. The upper limit of the increase in strength was determined by the user's cultivation base. The Iron Bone disciples who took the spirit-tempering pills had their spiritual energy intensity and purity reached a whole new level. The martial arts cultivators outside could not compare at all. Yi Xingqin was also quite shocked after the test. He was even more convinced that Jun Changshao came from the upper realm. Otherwise, how could he have so many miraculous pills? The spirit-tempering pills were limited, so many disciples did not take them. However, there was no rush. Elder Wei was leading the people in the medicine hall to plant them. In a few months, it would be normal for everyone to have a spirit-tempering pill. As the higher-ups of the sect, Jiang Ya and the Ning brothers, also took the spirit-tempering pills. After testing their strength, they were also deeply shocked. Previously, they took the body-shaping pills, and their physical bodies and strength improved. Now that they took the spirit-tempering pills, they felt that they had achieved the most comprehensive sublimation. This was especially true for Jiang Xia. His gratitude towards the big branch leader was like an endless stream of water. Without him, how could he join the Iron Bone sect? The Ning brothers were very glad that they had made the decision to join sect leader Jun Hall masterly. The next day, Jun Changshao said, "Inform manager Zhao to come to the sect for certification." Eventually, the sect would have to be upgraded to a sect. Okay. Li Luoqiu made the arrangements. After a while, manager Zhao, who was at the certification center in Qingyang City, received the news. He stood up with a swoosh and said with a shocked expression, "Another certification!" He was so excited because the Iron Bone sect was going to be upgraded from 6th rate to 5th rate, from a sect to a sect. As the manager of the certification center's branch, Zhao Xingming didn't have this authority. Thus, he hurriedly wrote a letter and contacted the headquarters. After receiving the news, Yi Tianxing gathered the 4 elders to discuss this matter. In the end, they decided to let Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen personally go to the Iron Bone sect for certification. Sect leader Li Luoqiu said, "Manager Zhao said that the headquarters will send 2 elders to do the certification 3 days later." Understood. Jun Changshao continued to focus on improving his martial arts. In 2 days, he obtained more than 200 martial arts. The members of the purchasing hall also began to wander around the cities of Qingyang County. As long as it was a martial art, they would buy it regardless of its quality. Unfortunately, although there were many martial arts in each city's martial arts shops, most of them were repetitive. Thus, after some filtering, only 50 to 60 books were usable. If it weren't for the fact that Shangguan Xinyao created so many martial arts, I would have to travel through at least half of the Falling Star continent to collect 999 palm techniques. Jun Changshao muttered. The next day, the people from the headquarters arrived. Elder Zhou and Elder Jin looked at the Iron Bone disciples and felt puzzled. Why didn't their aura and cultivation levels change from the last time they came? Aya. Jun Changshao strode into the hall and cupped his fists. 2 elders have come from afar. This Jun has failed to welcome you. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Elder Zhou smiled. It's our honor to be able to witness the promotion of a top 3 sect. Sect leader Jun. Elder Zhen returned to the topic. Have you thought of a name change for the promotion of a sect? These words were usually said only after the certification of a 6th-rate sect. Since he asked in advance, it meant that there shouldn't be any problems with the promotion of the Iron Bone sect. Jun Changshao said, "Let's get the certification first." That's good too. The 2 quickly got to work and placed all kinds of certification props on the martial arts field. Sect leader Jun, when all the disciples were gathered, Elder Zhou said in a low voice, "The aura of your disciples doesn't seem to have changed. This doesn't meet the requirements. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Show your auras and let the two elders see." Whoosh whoosh, the martial arts aura on the martial arts field exploded and gathered into a monstrous wave. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, They're all martial masters! Chapter 558. When the Ironbone disciples no longer deliberately used the hidden cultivation technique to hide their cultivation, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen immediately widened their eyes. The aura that erupted and the power formed were definitely all martial masters. The most valiant thing was that any one of the disciples was no lower than the 5th or 6th rank. Super shocking, super shocking. Sect Master Jun. Elder Zhou suppressed his fluctuating state of mind and said, "Your disciples are really strong. It's a pity that our certification hall has the highest potential of being in the top 3. Otherwise, this old man would not hesitate to evaluate them as being in the top 4. Elder Zhen deeply agreed. A 6th-rate sect with 10,000 disciples who were all high-ranked martial masters. Not to mention in the Falling Star continent, even in ancient times, this had never happened before. Jun Changshao said modestly, "You're exaggerating." "No." Elder Zhou said, "Sect Master Jun's Ironbone will definitely be recorded in the annals of history forever." This praise was really high. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Elders, when will the certification begin?" In fact, he was more proud than anyone else. He was just short of dancing. Now, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen gradually calmed down and began the most professional certification. Bang! Bang! The Ironbone disciples were first certified. In the end, whether it was strength or explosive aura, they all met the requirements. As for the 10 Wuzong, they would definitely exceed the standard. As for the strongest standard, Martial King, if it weren't for the rules, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen would be too lazy to verify it. Because Sect Master Jun was not only a Martial King, but also a Sword King. Then, the only thing to consider was the 10,000 disciples. Sect Master Jun. After Elder Zhou counted again and again, he said, "Including you, the Ironbone sect only has 9,999 members now." This, Jun Changshao said, "Our eldest disciple is out training and can't return for the time being." I see. According to the normal procedure, it was difficult for the certification hall to give certification without confirming the most accurate number of people. However, Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen lowered their heads and talked for a while before saying, "Sect Master Jun, your sect meets the requirements and can be promoted from a 6th-rate sect to a sect." Rules were dead, people were alive. For such a promising new force, the certification hall would definitely not reject it because of a lack of one person. Their relationship was still strong enough. If it were any other faction, not to mention having one less person, even if one person's cultivation base was not up to standard, it would still be very difficult for them to obtain the certification. Sect Master Jun. Elder Zhou asked, "Is there a need to change the name of the sect to become a sect?" "Change it," Jun Changshao said. As for the name of the sect, he had thought about it for a long time. At first, he wanted to continue to call it the Ironbone Clan, but later he gave up. This sect was created by sect leader Wang, and Jun Changshao was just the successor. After working tirelessly to develop into a sect, he would definitely have to come up with a new name and establish a sect that truly belonged to him. Elder Zhou said, "Jun Zhang. Oh no, you should be called Jun Patriarch now. Please state your sect's name." Sect Master Patriarch. However, some forces that didn't use the word sect would continue to use the term sect leader. Elder Zhou just said that Jun's sect will definitely be recorded in the annals of history and will be passed down through the ages. Let's call it the strongest sect of all ages, meaning the strongest sect since ancient times. Jun Changshao said, "The strongest sect of all ages?" Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. The words all ages were already very coquettish, but he still added the strongest. If this was really used as the name of the sect, once word got out, it would definitely cause intense dissatisfaction from the various large factions. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. To claim to be the strongest sect since ancient times, he was definitely asking for a beating. June Patriarch. Elder Zhou said seriously, "The name of the sect is incomparably sacred. Please think twice before you act. Don't treat it as child's play." I'm sure. Jun Changshao said firmly, "From now on, my Ironbone clan will change its name to the strongest sect of all ages." In the beginning, there were two choices in the name he thought of. One was the Ironbone clan, which was nothing more than changing the name of a sect. The other was the Huaxia Divine Sect, which could be considered as blooming and promoting Chinese culture. But he felt that it was a little lacking. Just now, Elder Zhou's eternal history instantly inspired Sect Master Jun. He thought to himself, why not call it the sect of all times? No, it was still lacking. Combined with the mission given by the main storyline, which asked him to create the strongest sect in 100 years, Sect Master Jun's, but was enlightened. He immediately decided to think of the strongest sect since ancient times. Jun Patriarch. The corner of Elder Zhou's mouth twitched. The word strongest isn't suitable, right? Then let's call it the #1 sect since ancient times. The corners of the two elders' mouths twitched. What was the difference between the #1 sect and the strongest sect? Still not enough? Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "Let's just call it the Eternal God Sect." Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen almost fell over. In the falling star continent, the top sects only called themselves saint. If he directly called himself God, it would definitely arouse the disgust and hostility of more forces. This won't do, that won't do. Jun Changshao said, "Let's call it the strongest sect since ancient times." Jun Patriarch, are you sure? Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen said with serious faces. That meant that once the name was confirmed, there was no chance to change it. I'm sure. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's call it the strongest sect since ancient times." Okay. Elder Zhou glanced at Elder Zhen, then took out a token that represented the sect's identity. He used the strength of his finger to engrave the words "strongest sect since ancient times" on it. This was only the first step. Next, the two of them would return to the certification center to record the name and officially announce it to the public. By then, the Ironbone clan on the potential list would also be renamed as the strongest sect since ancient times. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen could also imagine that when the whole continent knew the name of this new sect, it would definitely set off a storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to a 5th-rate sect. You are rewarded with 5,000 contribution points, 5,000 achievement points, Experience Talisman X1, Middle Grade Sword Dao Aptitude X1, Saint Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X2, High Grade Sect Leader Sphere X1. Ding! The system has been automatically upgraded to version 2.0 and renamed as the strongest sect system. Ding! Sect contribution points 150,002,0000. Ding! Sect achievement points 72,002,0000. At the same time, the system panel changed. Even the interface changed, becoming more high-end and classy. Jun Changshao opened it skillfully. Sect name: the strongest sect since ancient times. Sect leader: Jun Changshao. Sect level: 5th rate. Sect construction: level 7. Jun Changshao didn't care about the name change. He cared about the upgrade to a sect. He actually received so many good things. He was going to be rich. Jun Patriarch. Elder Zhou cupped his hands and said, "We'll take our leave first." Jun Changshao personally sent them out of the sect. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After watching the two of them leave, he waved his sleeves and said loudly, Qingyang, change the plaque outside the sect. Yes, sect leader. Sect your ass. Jun Changshao channeled his energy and shouted, From today onwards, call me Patriarch. Yes, the disciples shouted, Patriarch. On this day, the plaque hanging on the gate was replaced by a plaque with the words, the strongest sect since ancient times. However, the plaque with the words, unyielding and unyielding, was still hanging in the main hall because it represented a spirit that would never be extinguished. What is the #1 motto of the strongest sect since ancient times? Outside the hall, Jun Changshao said proudly. The disciples stood with their hands behind their backs. Looking at the patriarch, looking at the plaque, they said with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, do things with iron bones, and be the strongest person since ancient times. Their voices echoed in the air, not fading away for a long time. Chapter 559. 3 days later, the entire southwestern Yangzhou was in an uproar. This was because in the morning, the certification headquarters had announced to the public that the Ironbone clan had been promoted to a sect and had changed its name to the Sect of All Times. Impossible. Ironbone hasn't been promoted to level 6 for long. How can it be promoted to sect so quickly? Is someone spreading rumors? Just as the warriors were doubting, the certification hall released a new issue of the potential rankings. The first place was Sect of All Times, formerly Ironbone Clan. It was written clearly in black and white. He had no choice but to believe it. From a non-rated sect to a 5th-rated sect, such a speed of improvement was absolutely unprecedented. Wait a minute. Wasn't it a little too arrogant to use Eternal as its name? Everyone's reaction time was quite long, and they finally realized the words Sect of All Times. Little did they know, Yi Tianxing almost fell off his chair when he heard the name Jun Changshao. The strongest sect of all time? The first 4 words each contained an extremely powerful aura of courting death. If this was released, he would definitely become the public enemy of the entire continent. As the hall master of the main branch, Yi Tianxing knew very well that the name of a sect could be domineering, but it couldn't be too overboard. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. Several hundred years ago, a group of youngsters created the heaven-defying faction, but in the end, they were not able to defy the heavens. The strongest sect of all time. It was tantamount to directly negating the other sects and becoming the most superior one. If other forces found out about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. After careful consideration, Yi Tianxing purposely erased the word strongest and announced it to the world under the name Sect of All Times. This was definitely a form of protection for Jun Changshao's sect. Even so, the name of the Sect of All Times had spread far and wide. When the various factions found out about it, they were somewhat dissatisfied. Named after the ancient times. How arrogant and egotistical. If he had known that there was also the word strongest, he would have definitely picked up his weapon and fought with Jun Changshao. Academy building. Situ Haoyun retracted his spiritual sense and smiled. That kid wants the sect to exist for eternity? AI. The vice president shook his head and said, how arrogant. The demonic fiend sect and the God-slaying Hall division had also received the news. They felt a strong sense of disdain towards the Sect of All Times. There was no denying it. This new sect had a lot of potential, but that was nothing more than potential. Only by truly developing, surviving, and gaining a foothold on the continent could one be considered to have true ability. The Demon Fiend Sect's branch leader said, Jun Changshao is someone who likes to stir up trouble. Who knows if he offends a first-rate sect one day, his sect will be destroyed. Sect of All Times? Jun Changshao, who was in the sect, knew about the potential rankings. He shook his head and said, just treat it as a short form. In the beginning, he had also thought of this name. Adding the strongest would only make it more imposing. From today onwards, Ironbone disciples would also be changed to Sect of All Times disciples. Jun Changshao's spiritual senses entered the space ring and he held the experienced talisman in his hand. This is the biggest gain. Pa. He gently crushed it. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, the spiritual energy in Jun Changxiao's body crazily surged. His strength also continued to rise, finally becoming a grade 3 sword warrior king. This feeling, great. After breaking through, he didn't test his strength. Instead, he took out the sword path aptitude fluid and muttered, I've already used 1 bottle. Who should I give this to? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji Yi Xingchen? No. They didn't have sword path aptitude. Using the aptitude fluid would definitely be useless. The system said you can give it to Zhou Hong. His sword path aptitude is still lacking compared to the host. He should be able to use the aptitude fluid. Then I'll give it to him. Jun Changxiao made his decision. After being promoted to a sect, he was also rewarded with 2 bottles of Saint Rank and Saint Rank aptitude fluid. Qingyang has already used it. Let's give it to Xinji and Xingchen first. Jun Changxiao said. Among the inner sect disciples, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen were undoubtedly the 2 main battle generals. Giving them the Saint Rank aptitude fluid was a good choice. Thus, only the high-rank sect leader spear was left. Jun Patriarch still had a medium-rank aptitude fluid in his ring, so he muttered, I'll find a time to go to a dangerous place and catch 2 good spirit beasts to guard the house. Other martial artists would be extremely excited if they could catch ferocious beasts, but he directly went to catch spirit beasts. How pretentious was that? Pa. Patriarch! Xiao Ziji, who had just entered the main hall, hurriedly changed his words. Don't talk about him. I feel awkward writing Sect Leader Jun every day. I need time to get used to it. Where's Xingchen? Junior brother is training in the training tower. He'll be here soon. Jun Changxiao waved casually and said, There's a bottle of aptitude fluid here. Take it first. Xiao Ziji hurriedly caught it, his eyes filled with excitement. After drinking it so many times, he definitely understood that after consuming it, his aptitude would definitely rise from top grade to Saint Rank. Thank you, Patriarch, for your reward. Xiao Ziji hurriedly opened the bottle and drank the aptitude-modifying fluid without hesitation. His spirit root immediately rose from top grade to Saint Rank, and his realm also rose from 8th stage Wuzong to 9th stage. Patriarch. Zhou Hong also walked in. Jun Changxiao threw the medium-rank sword Dao aptitude-modifying fluid over and said, Take it, it can increase your aptitude in the way of the sword. Zhou Hong was startled. He had never taken the modification fluid before, so he did not know that the sect leader would have such a miraculous item. Patriarch, don't waste time. Hurry up and drink it. Puzzled, Zhou Hong opened the cork and drank the modification liquid. There was a mellow aroma of malt. His whole face immediately turned red. One look and one could tell that he was a person who couldn't handle alcohol. However, when his aptitude was raised, his eyes immediately flashed with a sharp sword light, and he stood there dumbstruck. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt that his understanding of the way of the sword was much stronger than before, and his realm had also risen from 6th grade Sword Great Master to 7th grade Sword Great Master. In the past, he was the strongest among the Iron-Bone disciples. Because he cultivated the way of the sword, he was unable to enjoy the various resources of the sect and was gradually surpassed by others. Zhou Hong did not care. As usual, he comprehended the way of the sword and the Ling Jian God technique. Although his realm did not rise quickly, his understanding of the way of the sword increased day by day. Thank you, Patriarch. Zhou Hong cupped his hands and said, as his aptitude increased, the sharpness in his words became even stronger. Jun Changxiao said, When you have time, go and participate in the qualification battle and obtain the qualifications to challenge other geniuses, so as to win honor for our sect of all times. He had a bold idea that did not need to be legally responsible. until one day the heaven, earth, and man list of the gathering of heroes would be filled with disciples of his sect. Zhou Hong said, "Disciple will go down the mountain now. Wait for next month." Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang and Zhou Hong left, and Yi Xingqian, who had just come out of the training tower, walked into the main hall. This guy was still cold and aloof as usual, but when Jun Patriarch threw over the aptitude-changing liquid, his eyes suddenly flashed with passion. It was impossible to tell that he was once a martial emperor. After all the potions were distributed, Jun Changshao sat down and whispered, "These 2 sect leader balls can't be idle. I'll find time to go to the famous danger zones to play." Patriarch, Li Qingyang reported, Song Mountain Sect's Elder Ma, Qingyang City's 8 city lords and many family heads have come to congratulate you. Invite them in. At the mountain gate, Ma Yunting, Xie Guangquan, and the others stared with their eyes wide open, because the plaque actually wrote, "The strongest sect of all times." Jun Patriarch. Everyone was invited inside. Just as they were about to talk about the matter, they heard Jun Chang say with a smile, "Our sect has been promoted to a sect. This is a joyous occasion. Today, I will hold a banquet and invite all of you to come. Serve the wine and dishes." Soon, the martial arts practice field was filled with tables. Wine and delicacies were served, and the disciples sat down one after another. Ma Yunting and the others swallowed back the words on the tip of their tongue, raised their wine glasses and said in unison, "Congratulations to Jun Patriarch, and hope that the sect of all times will be even more glorious and powerful in the future." P.S. The 4th update is here. The sect has officially changed its name to the Sect of All Times. If the Ironbone clan can withstand such a serious name, the readers will definitely be able to adapt to it. In fact, I'm also quite optimistic about the Ancient God Sect, but I can only temporarily abandon it because the sect's current strength is not enough to deal with such a powerful name. Finally, Jun Patriarch's literary and martial virtues, benefiting the common people, lasting through the ages, unifying the Jianghu. Chapter 560. The promotion of a sect to sect of all times was a joyous occasion. Jun Changshao had already planned to hold a big banquet a few days ago. Now that Ma Yunting and the others had come to congratulate him, he decided to set it today. The disciples of the sect of all times rarely had time to cultivate, so they ate and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei blushed as they played rock, paper, scissors. Because they were beginners and didn't know the rules, they quarreled for a long time and didn't even drink a bowl of wine. Li Tiantian was the most direct. He didn't play rock, paper, scissors. He held a jar of wine and drank with whoever he didn't like. In the end, he and Cui Bujin started to fight. "Come, come. You think I'm scared of you." The 2 of them rested their legs on the chairs, rolled up their sleeves, grabbed a full jar of wine, and began to drink. The disciples beside them followed and had a lot of fun. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were more reserved. However, every time a junior brother came with wine, they didn't refuse. During this time, the disciples of the sect of all times had been focused on cultivation. It was rare for them to have a chance to relax, so they didn't use spiritual energy to dissolve the alcohol. If they drank because of celebration, if they stayed sober, it would lose its meaning. Jun Patriarch. Looking at the disciples of the sect of all times having fun, Ma Yunting raised his wine and said with a smile, "Your disciples are very happy." Jun Changshao raised his wine and said with a smile, "I'm also very happy." He had been working hard to create a warm family. So far, the disciples didn't cheat or scheme against each other, so it was undoubtedly a success. Junior sister, Lu Wansher, took the wine and said, "You can't drink." Senior sister, Yao Menjing, begged, "I'll just drink 1 sip, okay?" The little girl had awakened her innate demon body, and the senior brothers and sisters took good care of her as usual. She was like the pearl of the sect of all times. Everyone was having fun, and she also wanted to join in, so she had the idea of drinking. No. Lu Wanshur said, "You are still young." As he spoke, he picked up the bowl of wine, but before he could move it to his mouth, it was taken back by Li Luochio, who was sitting next to him, and said, "You're not old either." Therefore, Lu Wanshur and Yao Menjing both placed their chins on the table. Their eyes were filled with envy as they stared at their senior brothers and sisters who were drinking. June Patriarch. Outside the mountain gate, Mayunting, Sieguankoin, and the others, whose faces were red from drinking, cupped their hands and said, "Farewell. Have a safe journey." Jun Changshao said. Everyone walked down the stairs. From beginning to end, no one mentioned the strongest sect of all time written on the plaque. It wasn't that he didn't want to mention it, but when he thought about it carefully while drinking, June Patriarch's arrogance and strength, and the fact that he considered himself to be the strongest sect, seemed to be the most normal. The food made by the sect of all times is really delicious. Isn't that so? One of Sect Master June's disciples won the championship in the culinary competition. Oh, right, don't you think that Elder Zhen looks a little familiar? I have the same feeling. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I remember now. 20 years ago, the Southwest Yangzhou organized a formation competition. The one who was treated as a guest of honor by the King City's city lord seemed to be him. Zhen Dijuan. He's Zhen Dijuan. Heavens, that's a formation king. How did he become an elder of the sect of all times? The city, lords, and family heads who went down the mountain were fighting over each other. After the banquet ended, the disciples of the sect of all times didn't cultivate because Jun Changshao specially allowed them to rest for a day. Everyone was still a little unused to suddenly not cultivating, so they all helped Black One and Two Black clean up the tableware and chairs. Su Xiaomo called his junior brothers over while he was still drunk. He stood on the training ground and began to boast vividly. Jun Changshao stood alone on the roof of the main hall. A cool breeze blew over, and he instantly felt comfortable. 10,000 disciples, a fifth-rate sect. They were undoubtedly one step closer to becoming the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and said, "This is just the beginning. The sect still has a long way to go." Creak! Whoosh! In an inn, the door was pushed open. A cold wind rushed in like a knife, bringing with it heavy snow. The martial cultivators who were drinking and having fun inside stopped abruptly and turned to look outside. They saw a fairy-like lady in white walk in. "Big brother, this lady is so beautiful." A martial artist's eyes lit up. The martial artist who called him Big Brother hit his head and said softly, "Keep your eyes open when you're outside." "Yes, yes." The martial artist who was hit hurriedly retracted his gaze. The others turned their heads and continued to drink and chat. They only occasionally looked over and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts that there was such a beautiful lady in this world. In the Falling Star continent, except for the occasional hedonistic disciples of the big families, most of the ordinary martial cultivators lived very cautiously. They wouldn't dare to flirt with beauties when they saw them. Not to mention, this was the ice wasteland, and there was only one in within a radius of several hundred miles. For a woman to dare to come here alone, she was definitely not an ordinary person. "Mississippi," the waiter greeted her with a smile and said, "Do you want a meal or a room?" "A meal." The lady in white found a seat near the window and sat down. Her tone was even colder than the whistling north wind outside. "Miss, what do you want to eat?" "Anything." The waiter had seen many customers, after all. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." Since the lady in white sat down, her bright eyes had been looking out of the window. It was a world of ice and snow. The whole world was only silver white. "Have you heard of the Ironbone clan in the southwest Yangzhou?" Someone drank a bowl of wine and said with a grin, "Not only have I heard of it, I also know that this clan has been promoted to a sect." The lady in white heard this, and her eyebrows frowned slightly. "It can't be. This Ironbone clan hasn't been famous for long. How could it be promoted to a sect so quickly? I heard that they changed their name to something like 10. Yes, Sect of all times. Someone said, Sect of all times? The lady in white frowned slightly and thought, is he serious? A newly promoted, fifth-rate clan dares to use 10,000 ages as its name. How arrogant. This is a remote place like the southwest Yangzhou. That's why a small clan can be so glorious. If it was in our northeast Luyangzhou, it would have been destroyed long ago. That person said as he raised his bowl. Xiao! Suddenly, a sword light flashed past. That martial artist was stunned because the hand holding the bowl was separated from his eyes and fell on the table. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. Many martial artists in the inn all looked at the seat near the window in shock. The lady in white gently put the unsheathed sword on the table and said, If you talk nonsense again, you won't be able to keep your head. These simple words contained endless coldness, causing everyone present to feel a chill down their spine. This lady, she was indeed not simple. Chapter 561. Whoosh, whoosh! The north wind howled, and the ground was frozen. Lu Qianqian, dressed in white, walked alone in the snow. Because she did not use her spiritual power, the feather-like snowflakes fell on her black hair and shoulders. She seemed to be one with the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, dozens of martial artists on snowfield wolves caught up from behind. Big brother! A martial artist with gauze wrapped around his right wrist said angrily, It's this woman! He was the guy who spoke at the inn earlier. Because of a casual remark, his right hand was cut off by Lu Qianqian. Hey! The leader rushed over and blocked her path. He shouted, Why did you cut my brother? He said something he shouldn't have said. Lu Qianqian said calmly, What did I say? The martial artist with the broken hand said angrily and sadly, Didn't I say that if Ironbone was in northeast Luzhou, as long as he dared to be arrogant, his entire sect would be destroyed? Whoosh! A sword flashed, and a head flew out. Plop! That cultivator's body directly fell to the ground. Blood sprayed onto the snowy ground, dyeing it red. Finally, there was a slight difference in the vast expanse of whiteness. Brother! The leader's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Qianqian withdrew her sword and said calmly, He seems to have forgotten my reminder. Yes. He had forgotten. He spoke carelessly again, and his head was lost. Although Lu Qianqian was not in the sect, she was still the eldest disciple of the sect of all times. If someone dared to talk about destroying a sect in front of her, she would definitely punish him severely. Damn it! The leader said angrily, You killed my brother. I won't rest until you're dead. Brothers! He drew his sword angrily and said, Cut this woman into pieces. Clang! Clang! Everyone took out all kinds of weapons. They stepped on the snowfield wolves' backs and charged forward angrily. You're courting death. Lu Qianqian's eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, the area was filled with cold air. Even the snowflakes, falling from the sky, were frozen. What's going on ahead? The scattered martial cultivators, walking on the ice field, felt an extremely cold chi appear in the distance, and their gazes were all filled with astonishment. Go! Someone said, Let's go and take a look. Shwa! 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 Everyone moved forward, but the deeper they went, the colder they felt the temperature drop. It was so cold that it made their hair stand on end. Very soon, when they arrived at the area where the cold air was the most intense, their eyes immediately widened. In his field of vision, there were dozens of lifelike ice sculptures of warriors riding snowy wolves in various postures. Strange! Someone was puzzled. Who would be so bored as to carve such an ice sculpture here? No, it's not an ice sculpture. It's a Taoist master and the snowy plains wolf. They've all been sealed in ice. A martial cultivator said in horror. What? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. to be able to freeze a living person, as well as the snowy plains wolf, which was the most resistant to cold. This was definitely something that only a profound ice martial cultivator could do. Look! Someone pointed at the frozen corpse on the ground and said in shock, "It's the guy whose hand was cut off. How did he die here?" Could it be that this person found helpers to intercept the lady in white and was killed by her? His helpers were all frozen as well. That lady is extremely cold. Perhaps she's an ice martial cultivator. Although the Snow Track Valley strength is not strong, they have the 4th tier Extreme Cold Palace as their backer. Daring to kill their people is tantamount to getting into big trouble. There were not many passers-by in the ice field, but the news that a martial cultivator had been frozen was definitely a big deal. Therefore, it quickly spread to the cities further away. Although there were no witnesses, everyone was certain that the lady in white was the culprit. When the news reached the Snow Track Valley, the Valley Master was furious. He immediately sent thousands of disciples riding snowy wolves to conduct a carpet search in the ice field. Extreme Cold City. The colossal Extreme Cold Palace also received the news. Palace Master. In the main hall, a white-haired elder cupped his hands and said, "To be able to freeze the people of the Snow Track Valley, that girl is definitely not an ordinary ice martial cultivator. I think we should find her as soon as possible. She might be a very good seedling." Second elder's words make sense. Another elder agreed. The palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He sat at the head of the table and thought for a while before saying, "Tell the Snow Track Valley to capture that girl and send her to the Extreme Cold Palace immediately." Yes, the second elder was about to leave. One of his subordinates reported. Reporting to the palace lord, the Snow Track Valley has sent news that the woman who committed the crime has been found on the icy Plains Hill. In the end, the hundreds of disciples that were sent out, along with 5 peak martial arts grandmasters, were all frozen. What? The palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace was stunned. Freezing a normal martial cultivator was still understandable. However, to be able to freeze 5 peak stage Wuzong, this was not simple at all. "Palace Master," the second elder said excitedly, "this girl's cultivation is either extremely high or she has a special ice attribute physique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to freeze so many people and 5 peak stage Wuzong so easily." The Palace Master of the Extreme Cold Palace thought for a while and said, "Second elder, third elder, the 2 of you go to the Snow Track Valley and help them capture that girl." Yes, the 2 elders accepted the order and headed to the Snow Track Valley without stopping. The Valley Master, who was still worrying, heard that 2 Martial King experts had been sent from behind the scenes. He hurriedly went out to welcome them personally. "Cut the crap," the second elder said bluntly. "Is there any news about that girl?" Reporting to Elder Sun, the Valley Master of the Snow Track Valley hurriedly said, "According to the culprit's route, I guess that she might be heading to the Endless Ice Sea." The Endless Ice Sea is the coldest place in the northeast Lu province. It is said that there is also the extreme mysterious ice pool. If this girl doesn't have a special physique, she definitely wouldn't go there. "Let's go," Elder Sun said. "We will intercept her at the entrance of the Endless Ice Sea." With Lu Qianshan's successive ice seals, the northeast Lu province, which was originally quite peaceful, was instantly abuzz with the news. Many people were discussing who exactly this woman was. Unfortunately, from the limited information, no one knew who she was or which sect she came from. Snow Track Valley's backer is the Extreme Cold Palace. This sect's strength is not inferior to Miaohua Palace at all. "I seem to have gotten into trouble," Lu Qianshan thought as she walked on the road. Although she thought so, there was no trace of worry on her face. It seemed that if she got into trouble, then so be it, as expected of the eldest disciple of the sect of all times. She had the demeanor of June Patriarch, who was calm and collected in the face of trouble. Southwest Yangzhou, Iron Bone Mountain. The disciples were cultivating as usual. Jun Changshao would occasionally think of Lu Qianqian and thought to himself, she should have already reached the northeast Lu province. I hope that she can return smoothly from her training and not encounter any danger outside. The system said, your eldest disciple has a cold personality and is not good at socializing with others. She seems to be incompatible with the whole world. Who knows what kind of trouble she will get into? Shut your crow's mouth, Jun Changshao scolded. However, he was also worried. He did not have cell phones or WeChat to contact his disciple. If she encountered danger outside, what should he do? It's easy. The system said, as long as the host's cultivation increases, the distance of the telepathic technique will increase. At that time, covering the entire falling star continent will not be a problem. Jun Changshao immediately rolled his eyes. Wasn't this nonsense? I also want to increase my cultivation, but the key is that I can't increase it. No. I have to quickly develop an intelligence agency and spread to other provinces to form a larger network of communication. The telepathic technique's distance was determined by one's cultivation. However, if it was like a signal tower, there would be one at a certain distance, and it could also cover all areas. Not to mention, after the sect was promoted to a sect, there would be more things to face in the future. They had to pursue faster, more accurate, and more comprehensive information acquisition. Chapter 562. Jun Changshao called Li Luoqiu over and told her about his idea of expanding the intelligence network. Patriarch, Li Luoqiu said, according to what you said, it's a big project to cover the whole continent. We don't have enough manpower in the Drizzle Hall, so we can't do it in a short time. If it doesn't work, Jun Changshao said, then think of a way to extend the intelligence network to Luzhou in the northeast. Li Luoqiu understood and smiled meaningfully. So Patriarch is worried about Lu Qianqian. Yes. Jun Changshao, who was destined to be alone, naturally did not hear the hidden meaning. He did not deny it. After all, she's the eldest disciple of my sect. I'm a little worried about her training outside. It was definitely not an emotional factor. Even if it were Xiao Ziji or Yi Xingqian, if they went to Luzhou in the northeast, he would also be worried. Both his palms and the back of his hands were his flesh. Jun Patriarch would protect anyone who was bullied or in trouble. Li Luoqiu said, I can transfer people from Yangzhou in the southwest and pull the intelligence network to Luzhou in the northeast. However, because we don't have enough people, we may not be able to send any news immediately. As long as the news can be sent, it doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 hours late. Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu shook her head. It may be 1 or 2 days late. The distance was too far and there were not many people. It was really not easy to pull the network signal from Yangzhou in the southwest to Luzhou in the northeast. However, since the Patriarch was worried about Lu Qianqian, Li Luoqiu would definitely comply. On the same day, she contacted all the intelligence stations in Yangzhou in the southwest and selected people to go to Luzhou in the northeast. With the current strength of the members of the Drizzle Hall, they could communicate with each other from 300 to 500 miles away. Therefore, there would be people stationed in the nearby towns every once in a while. Of course, they could not be idle. The intelligence personnel would ask the higher-ups whether to open a beast material store according to the local situation. Jun Changshao's reply was permission. Therefore, in the long distance from Yangzhou in the southwest to Luzhou in the northeast, many animal material stores opened one after another. Because their reputation had been established early on, the daily profits were very good. Right now, the Eternal Sect had all the money and spirit stones they needed. Only in terms of strength, they could not be compared to the sects that had been around for hundreds and thousands of years. However, it would be soon. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were about to break through to the peak of Wuzong. When they reached this level and became martial kings, the fighting strength of the sect would definitely increase tremendously. Wu Huang was one of the fourth-rate sections. Was he very strong? I'm sorry, but although our sect of all times doesn't have Wu Huang, we have a lot of martial kings. 10 of us against you. No. Then let's add another 90. There were many inner and outer sanctum disciples in the sect of all times who had the talent and resources to break through to martial king. The only thing they lacked was time to grow. Phew! In the study, when the effect of the talisman of insight passed, Jun Changshao put the paper with the secret manual on the table and rubbed his temples tiredly. Shangguan Exanyao carefully sorted them out, her bright eyes filled with admiration. She said, "Sovereign, you're too amazing. In just half a month, you've improved all these half-finished products that I've researched." Pa. She put another thick piece of paper on the table and said, "These are more than 10 martial techniques that Disciple has been researching recently. I hope Patriarch can help improve them." Plop! Jun Changshao fell to the ground. He grabbed the table with difficulty and propped himself up. He collapsed. Take it away. Take it away. I feel like vomiting when I see the incantations and meridian diagram. Half a month. Improving 2,000 to 3,000 half-finished martial techniques was definitely a painful torture. It was to the extent that Jun Patriarch dreamed of walking incantations every night when he slept. Of course, it was painful and happy, because the number of martial techniques that could be exchanged for the universe 9 seals palms increased from 0 to more than 600. The other martial techniques also had their own gains. Relying on buying outside, not to mention the price, it was a big problem whether he could gather so many in such a short time. Patriarch Li Qingyang came to see him. Disciple has realized a problem. Speak. Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang said, although our sect has all kinds of resources for our fellow disciples to cultivate, we still don't have any high-level mental cultivation techniques. That's true. Jun Changshao held his chin. The sect of all times had a lot of martial techniques, but in terms of mental cultivation techniques, there was only the I Jin Jing and the clear heart technique. Although the I Jin Jing was strong, it could only be cultivated from the beginning of the channel opening stage. The disciples who entered later could not learn it at all because of their high level. The clear heart technique could calm the heart and stabilize it, but it was only a support. It could not be compared to the real mental cultivation technique. This is a problem, Jun Changshao murmured. He could rely on all kinds of resources to let his disciples break through faster, but resources were limited, especially when breaking through a big realm. Mental cultivation techniques were especially important. Our sect of all times wants to be established in the falling star continent and become the strongest sect. We must also have high-quality mental cultivation techniques. Jun Changshao opened the technique pavilion and began to read all kinds of martial techniques, hoping to find a suitable mental cultivation technique for his disciples. Got it. 5 elements. Heaven reflection technique. According to the introduction, this was a very profound 5 elements mental cultivation technique. It was divided into 5 parts: metal, wood, water, and fire. One could cultivate all of them or only one of them. If one cultivated any one of them to the extreme, one could even create a corresponding 5 elements physique. The introduction of the martial techniques in the technique pavilion was all about how awesome it was. This should be good. Jun Changshao looked down and the corner of his mouth twitched, because the number of mental cultivation techniques that he wanted to exchange was not 3,000 to 4,000, not 1,000 to 2,000, just 998. Just 998. 5 elements, heaven reflection technique. Xinyao, Jun Changshao said, "Can you create a mental cultivation technique?" "This," Shengguan Xinyao said, "I don't have as profound martial arts as the Patriarch. Creating a mental cultivation technique, maybe," it's decided. Jun Changshao said, "Put the palm technique and fist technique aside first. Focus on researching mental cultivation techniques. As long as you have a little idea, immediately research it. The more, the better." Oh, okay. Shangguan Xinyao was puzzled. Patriarch, why don't you create a mental cultivation technique? This question stumped Jun Changshao. I want to create one too, but I don't have as strong brain cells as you. Cough, cough. Jun Changshao said with his hands behind his back, I want to nurture you to become a master faster. Shangguan Xinyao's eyes lit up. She said seriously, I will not let the patriarch down. I will work hard to research more mental cultivation techniques. Sigh. The system sighed and said, Poor girl, you were tricked by this shameless guy again. Whoosh! On the training field, Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade and slashed in the air frequently, dragging out flaming blade energy. Ka ka ka! The friction between the scorching flames and the air seemed to tear the space apart. Shua! Jun Changshao communicated with the Guan Yu statue in his mind. He saw flames erupting in the sky and gradually condensing into a majestic and strong body. Oh my God! Su Xiaoma and the others opened their eyes wide. Guan Yu suddenly opened his eyes. His body was filled with even more violent flames. Splitting Mount Hua. Pangu splitting heaven. Uproar in heaven. Shua! 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 Jun Changshao soared into the air and abruptly brandished his saber. The martial sage's soul, which was covered in flames, did the same. Violent flaming saber, Qi, tore through the air and chopped down. Boom! 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 Blade marks appeared and the stone floor exploded. Shua! Jun Changshao floated down and stroked his beard. He said with satisfaction, after the green dragon crescent blade is embedded with the fire element, it's even more powerful than before. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked over and looked at the shattered stones on the ground. He said with heartache, the stone floor of the training field is very expensive. After 3 slashes, you will need to spend at least 200,000 to 300,000 taels to repair it. Damn! Jun Changshao almost dropped the blade. He stared and said, so expensive. Chapter 563. As a special effect weapon, the green dragon crescent blade could also be embedded with attributes in the spirit accumulation hall, and the number of spirit accumulations could be 5. Jun Changshao had already accumulated the fire spirit before, and today he finally had the chance to test it out. Needless to say, combined with his own fire attribute, it stimulated the soul of Wu Sheng and his fighting strength soared. How much did it increase? Jun Changshao guessed that if he faced a peak martial king, he should be able to kill him directly. Facing Wu Huang, even if he couldn't defeat him, at least, he wouldn't be too weak. The system said, the host can gather the other 4 types of spirit energy. In this way, the green dragon crescent blade will have all 5 elements, and its power might even increase. That's exactly what I was thinking. Jun Changshao kept the green dragon crescent blade, confirmed all the 4 types of spirit of the 5 elements that he could choose, and began to refine. He needed some time. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma rubbed his hands and walked over and laughed. When will we have such an awesome weapon? What's wrong? Jun Changshao said. You don't like the cold ray sword. I like it. Su Xiaoma grinned. If there is a stronger weapon to replace it, I will only have more hope for the future. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao said, hurry up and kick your ball. Su Xiaoma left quickly. However, what he said made Jun Patriarch very concerned. He held his chin and said, the new disciples don't have any weapons yet. It's time for them to all be equipped with cold ray sword. No, at the very least, they have to start with cold ray sword. With the forging hall, it was easy to forge a large number of weapons in a short period of time, but the key was that there were no materials. I have to go outside and take a look. Jun Changshao muttered. The procurement hall had been purchasing ores, but it was still difficult to supply them in large quantities. If the disciples wanted to get all kinds of equipment, they had to go to dangerous places where materials were everywhere. Elder Jiang. Jun Changshao said, "Is there any dangerous forbidden area in southwest Yangzhou?" "Yes," Jianya said, "there is a forbidden place in Dingyang County called the Demon Ridge Valley. It is said to be very dangerous. It is normal for martial kings to die there." "Really?" Jun Changshao became interested. Even martial kings were in danger. This Demon Ridge Valley must be extremely terrifying. The more dangerous it was, the less people dared to go in. After accumulating for a long time, it must be a natural treasure trove. "Let's go there and play." Jun Changshao made a decision. Jianya was dumbfounded. "Go there and have fun? My dear Sect Master, are you going for a walk in the spring?" After Jun Changshao had an idea, he settled the matter and left Ironbone Mountain. This time he left peacefully because Li Luochio had a shared bracelet with him. If something unexpected happened, they could activate the Sect protecting array in time. According to Jianya, the Demon Ridge Valley was one of the famous forbidden areas in the southwest Yangzhou. There were many demonic beasts living there. The so-called magical beasts were actually ferocious beasts. They were called demonic beasts because legend had it that there was a demonic sect in the valley 10,000 years ago. The mental cultivation method of demonic cultivators was very evil. They would also release demonic chi. Over time, it would infect the ferocious beasts and make them more irritable and ferocious. In Jun Changshao's opinion, it must be a genetic change that caused the offspring to mutate. Can we find rare spirit beasts? Going to the Demon Ridge Valley to find resources was only one of the reasons. The other was to use the 2 sect leader balls and catch 2 contract beasts. Little Long Long also followed. Because its body had grown bigger, it did not lie on its master's shoulder. Instead, it sat on the head of the Hurricane Wolf King. Its 4 limbs clutched the fur so tightly that the Wolf King, who was running wildly, grimaced in pain. "Big Wolf," Jun Changshao said, "go full speed." "Roar!" The Hurricane Wolf King raised its head and waved. The skill of wind riding was activated. The blue vortex under its feet suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a blue light that rushed out. Little Long Long was unlucky. The blade-like wind whistled and blew so hard that it could not open its eyes. The fiery red fur on its body was fluttering behind. Jun Patriarch was very calm. He faced the wind and sang a song in his heart. His hair was not messed up at all in the wind. Dingyang County was a 6th-class county that was comparable to Jinyang County. It was very vast and had a large population. Martial masters and Wuzong experts could be seen everywhere. A few days later, Jun Patriarch rode the Hurricane Wolf King into the boundary of Dingyang County. He chose a small path and arrived at the Demon Ridge Valley in the afternoon. The entrance of the valley was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious that few people had set foot there. On the mountain wall, there were 3 bloody words, Demon Ridge Valley. Below it, there was a line of small words, Forbidden Area of the Demonic Sect, Death to Trespassers. Perhaps it was too long ago. The words were covered with moss, but still emitted a gloomy aura. Could this be left behind by the demonic sect? Jun Changshao guessed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, in the slightly dark valley, a group of crows seemed to be alarmed. They flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Roar! The Hurricane Wolf King growled. Its eyes were filled with fear. A beast's sense of danger was definitely stronger than a human's. Tisk! Little Long Long rolled its eyes and said, so timid. Rustle! A little bug crawled out from the grass. It jumped onto its master's shoulder and said in shock, "Oh my God, you scared this baby to death!" Jun Changshao wished he could throw it down and stomp on it. Big Wolf. Wait outside. Little Long Long and I will go in and check it out. Roar. The Hurricane Wolf King responded. Jun Changshao took Little Long Long and walked into the Demon Ridge Valley that no one had set foot in all year round. However, when he stepped in, faint ripples appeared at the entrance of the valley, as if he had triggered some kind of restriction. The Hurricane Wolf King outside noticed it. It wanted to howl to remind them, but it saw its master and little Long Long disappear into thin air at the entrance of the valley. Buzz. At the same time, the words Demon Gates, Forbidden Land, Trespassers Die, engraved on the wall suddenly flashed. The moss on it fell off one after another, and the gloomy aura it emitted became even stronger. Demon Ridge Valley inside. Jun Changshao had just walked in when he heard a series of angry roars, giving people the feeling that they had lost their rationality. Damn it, he was a little nervous. There won't be zombies here, right? The system said the host has read too many doomsday novels. Shwa, shwa. At this moment, a huge black shadow jumped down from the tree. Judging from its shape, it was obviously some kind of leopard beast. However, the scars on its face and body were completely rotten, and it emitted a disgusting stench. If Jun Changshao didn't hold his breath in time, he was afraid that he would vomit the food he ate a few days ago. Wah! Little Long Long vomited. Damn it! Jun Changshao pinched his nose and pointed at the leopard beast with a ferocious face and flashing red eyes. There was no trace of life in it. And you said it's not a zombie. System. Why am I always being slapped in the face? Not allowed. Not allowed. The system argued. This is not a zombie, this is a zombie beast. F*CK. Jun Changshao said, is there a difference? Roar! The disgusting leopard beast raised its head and roared, then pounced over with a stench. Little Long Long, I'll leave it to you. Jun Changshao said, okay. Little Long Long jumped down. However, when he smelled the disgusting stench that assaulted his face, he vomited again with a wah sound. Chapter 564. Huff, huff! Scorching flames suddenly rose in the dark forest, and the zombie-like leopard beast was instantly engulfed and burned to ashes. Master! Little Long Long retracted the flames and vomited. This is disgusting! Jun Changshao glanced at the situation in the valley and muttered, I'm afraid this place isn't simple. Shwa, shwa. At this time, another 6 or 7 leopard beasts jumped out from the dark. Their bodies were full of rotten scars, and their faces were abnormally ferocious. They looked like soulless zombies. Get rid of them. Jun Changshao said, Huff, huff. Little Long Long opened its mouth and spewed out scorching flames, killing all the leopard beasts. These disgusting beasts weren't too strong, but after being burned, there were still crystal cores scattered among them. Shwa! Jun Changshao waved his hand and pulled the crystal cores over. The crystal cores were dark inside, as if they were occupied by some kind of evil force. Is it demonic energy that's sealed here? Jun Changshao guessed. The system said, it's not a normal energy anyway. Jun Changshao kept it in the space ring and looked into the depths of the forest, saying, let's go in and take a look. It didn't matter at first glance, because in the complex forest there were disgusting beasts that seemed to be soulless wandering around, and some were even killing each other with red eyes. If he wasn't sure that he was in a fantasy world, Jun Changshao would have suspected that he had transmigrated to a zombie-filled apocalypse. Master, Little Long Long said, what the hell is this place? The disgusting stench of decay in the air made it not dare to breathe too much. Most of the time, it could only hold its breath. Jun Changshao didn't say anything and continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a small stream. Water. It was also black. It stinks. Little Long Long hurriedly moved away and said, this water isn't clean either. Jun Changshao said, the entire valley seems to be controlled by some kind of virus. Is it natural or man-made? Thinking that there was once a demonic sect here, he was more inclined to believe that it was man-made. Shwa! He took out a ladle from the space ring and filled it with water. As a result, the water boiled crazily. Poison, the system said. Jun Changshao said, could it be that the ferocious beasts drank the water here and turned into zombies? Who? At this moment, a huge, rotting bear beast pounced from behind. Its body was much bigger than the mountainback bear. Jun Changshao raised his hand. His spiritual energy was condensed and spurted out in midair, blowing away the big guy that was charging at him. Its head even exploded on the spot. As a king of sword and martial arts, he was very adept at using spiritual energy. He didn't need to perform any martial arts at all. He could rely on spiritual energy to form shock waves in the void. This Demon Ridge Valley seems to be hiding some unknown secrets. Jun Changshao stood up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Decryption was the most interesting thing. However, what made Jun Patriarch speechless was that the beasts here had no thoughts of their own, and their bodies were rotten. They couldn't be used as contract beasts at all. This fellow had a requirement for contracted beasts. They had to be good-looking. The dark inner part of the Demon Ridge Valley was very deep. Those disgusting, ferocious beasts were like ghosts that had lost their minds, wandering back and forth in the woods. Occasionally, they would find humans and charge at them ferociously. Unfortunately, their strength was too low. Before they could get close, they were engulfed by little Longlong's flames. As they went deeper and deeper, the number of disgusting, ferocious beasts decreased. However, their strength increased layer by layer. When they entered 5 to 6 miles, there were even beasts that were one rank higher. Boom! Cold spiritual energy burst out and directly killed a high-ranked, ferocious beast that looked like a lion. Jun Changshao took out the black crystal core and shook his head. If it's in its normal form, it's suitable to be my contract beast. Master. At this moment, little Longlong stared ahead and said, "What's that?" Jun Changshao looked up. There were many damaged buildings in front of him. They were covered with moss and vines, emitting a gloomy and ancient aura. The only wall that wasn't eroded had words that seemed to be written with blood. The content was, "As long as heaven and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever." There should be a demonic sect force here. Jun Changshao walked over and looked at these damaged buildings. It felt more like a sentry post. He spread his spiritual senses. There were scattered human skeletons on the grass. They were all black and very similar to the stream he saw earlier. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Could it be that these skeletons drank the poisonous water when they were alive?" "Master." Little Longlong jumped to a damaged building and stared down. "There's a weapon here." Jun Changshao walked over. A corpse leaned against the corner of the wall. There was a sword stuck in the ribs. It seemed to be very old and was already rusted. Jun Changshao closed his eyes. He seemed to have returned to 10,000 years ago in an instant. As a bystander, he witnessed a group of martial artists attacking and killing the stronghold. Swoosh! He opened his eyes and said, "Could it be people from the decent sects who joined forces to attack the Demon Ridge Valley?" The sky gradually darkened. Jun Changshao didn't continue on his journey. Instead, he temporarily settled down in the damaged ruins. At night, the cold wind whistled, and the gloomy atmosphere became stronger. Little Longlong was a little scared and subconsciously leaned toward its master. Jun Changshao wrapped the sword with his spiritual energy. Judging from the casting style and the outline of the patterns, he said, "This can be considered an antique." Roar! Roar! At this moment, a series of crazy roars came from the depths of the forest, shaking the surrounding leaves. Jun Changshao looked up and found that in the starry sky in front of him, there was a flash of a formation boundary. "Let's go." He grabbed little Longlong and walked toward the dark forest. Soon, Jun Changshao came to a larger ruin. There were even more human skeletons scattered around. There were even 50 to 60 skeletons in one area. The wall also had the words, "As long as heaven and earth exist, the demonic path will exist forever." The light rose from here. Jun Changshao fully opened his spiritual senses and covered the surrounding 5 to 6 miles. He didn't see anything strange. Wait, At this moment, he found that the empty space in front of him was engraved with strange and complicated lines. There was also a skull symbol in the central area. Jun Changshao walked over and squatted in front of the lines. He whispered, "It should have just been drawn." "Here." He looked around and said with certainty, "There's someone else." Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew over from the darkness. Pa! Jun Changshao raised his hand and caught the hidden weapon. He sneered, "You think you can hurt me like this? You're too naive." He opened his palm and found that his skin had turned purple-black and was constantly expanding. The hidden weapon was poisonous. Ha ha ha! A shadow shrouded in a black robe walked out from behind the ruined building and laughed eerily. "Didn't anyone tell you that you can't casually catch hidden weapons with your hands?" Damn it! Jun Changshao's face suddenly became ferocious. His entire right palm had turned purple-black, showing that the poison was quite strong. "Friend," the black-robed man laughed strangely, "don't try to use spiritual energy to force the poison out. Otherwise, you'll only die faster." Plop! Jun Changshao directly collapsed on the ground, cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. The black-robed man walked over and laughed eerily. "You dare to enter the Demon Ridge Valley. You're quite brave." Just in time, he stopped in front of Jun Changshao and gently took off his black robe, revealing a ferocious face. He said, "I still lack blood for sacrifice. I'll use yours." Swoosh! Jun Changshao stood up and clasped his poisoned right hand on the man's neck. The ferocious expression on his face relaxed. He laughed. "Didn't anyone tell you not to get close to your opponent?" "You." The black-robed man was shocked. You're not poisoned." "P.S. I caught a cold and my head is muddled. Let's see if I can write the third chapter." Chapter 565. Jun Changshao was poisoned. However, the purple-black palm gradually returned to normal, as if it had been dissolved by some kind of power. What kind of power? The detoxification power of the detoxification pill. After entering the Demon Ridge Valley and seeing the black stream, Jun Changshao was afraid that there would be poisonous miasma in the forest, so he took a pill very cautiously. He didn't encounter any miasma, but he was plotted against by others, so the effect of the detoxification pill was reflected. It was very strong. The poison was directly dissolved as soon as it spread. Therefore, the pain Jun Changshao showed and the paralysis on the ground was nothing more than an act. What a bastard! The black-robed man who was bound opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The poison smeared on the hidden weapon was so strong that even a martial king couldn't dissolve it. How could he not be poisoned? Boy! Jun Changshao pulled him over and directly sealed his meridians. He smiled and said, "The pattern on the ground should be drawn by you, right?" The black-robed man didn't speak. Swish! Jun Changshao directly threw him to the ground, raised his fist, and said, "You must answer my question." Boom! Boom! After a round of crazy bombardment, the black-robed man was immediately beaten to a pulp, but he didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a persevering young man. Still not speaking, Jun Changshao raised his fist again. The black-robed man endured the pain and still didn't say a word. Bang! Jun Changshao threw a punch and directly knocked him out. "Master." Little Long Long jumped over from afar and said, "I'll burn him to ashes." Jun Changshao said, "This boy must have a secret." As he spoke, he took the black-robed man's space ring and used his spiritual thoughts to forcibly break the mark left by the other party and merge into it. This was an ordinary space ring. The space capacity was not large, but there were many historical records and secret books in it. Evil Sect's mental cultivation method. Jun Changshao took out a book and looked at it. It seems a little different. Is it a demonic sect's mental cultivation method? He flipped through the historical records and found that the contents were all related to the demonic sect. So he said with certainty, This boy is definitely a demonic cultivator. Why did he set up a strange pattern here? What do you mean by sacrifice? Jun Changshao felt a little confused. The only explanation he could think of was the black-robed man. However, he seemed to have a backbone. Violence might not be able to make him confess. Got it. Jun Changshao opened the purchase door, selected the surrender order, and spent 200 contribution points to purchase it. This item was refreshed together with the surrender token. The former could only be purchased once, while the surrender token could be purchased once every 3 months. However, there was a limit of 5 times in total. Brat. Jun Changxiao's shoulders shook as he let out a strange laugh. I'd like to see how much backbone you have. My head hurts. The black-robed man woke up from his coma. Pain instantly spread from his whole body to his sea of consciousness. His face suddenly became ferocious. He wanted to move, but found that his whole body was entangled by the vines and he couldn't move at all. He's awake. Jun Changshao sat on a rock nearby with one leg resting on top of it. Because his hair was never messed up, he looked even more handsome. The black-robed man said angrily, If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me, then cut me. Why torture me? Jun Changshao jumped down, squatted in front of him, and said, As long as you answer my questions honestly, there is still hope for you to live. I don't know anything, and I won't say anything. The black-robed man's tone was firm, as if he could kill or cut him up as he pleased. He had a lot of backbone. Jun Changshao shook his head, raised the surrender order, and said, Surrender. Surrender? The black-robed man laughed coldly. Was this guy testing his determination? Did he think that he would admit defeat with just a few words? Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light flew out from the token and directly poured into the black-robed man's forehead. The sound of surrender, surrender, echoed in his ears, and an irresistible force forcefully occupied his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the black-robed man felt as if his soul had been forcefully stripped away. Although his thoughts were still there, his entire body seemed to be out of control as he said with difficulty, Servant Emo Shang greets Master. What's going on? Why can't I control myself? Jun Changshao sat on the rock and said, You are a demonic cultivator? Emo Shang said, Reporting to Master, I am half a demonic cultivator. Half? Jun Changshao said, What do you mean? Under the control of the power of surrender. Although Emo Shang did not want to say it, he could only tell him everything. This person was originally a very ordinary martial cultivator. He was unwilling to cultivate step by step, and always thought about how to break through his cultivation as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, it was just that he liked to daydream. Later on, when Emo Shang heard about the evil cultivators, he resolutely stepped onto a path of no return. His luck was good. He was valued by a 9 Paths evil sect and accepted as a disciple. In the end, after just half a year of entering the sect had a conflict with other forces and ended up being completely annihilated. Emo Shang was lucky enough to survive and then turned to another evil sect. Before he could settle down, the sect was destroyed by an irresistible force. In 3 years, he went to the east and west, but none of the evil sects could last long. They were either destroyed by their enemies or disintegrated. You're still a jinx. Jun Changshao said. Emo Shang said, In the last evil sect, I accidentally found a piece of metal that had a lot of history. After studying it, I found that there was a big secret hidden inside. Jun Changshao listened quietly. Emo Shang paused for a moment and said, It turns out that the strange symbols recorded on the metal piece are actually a type of demonic language and also a special chant. Then I began to try to cultivate. You succeeded? Half of it. Why are you here, setting up a special pattern? This question was very important. Emo Shang did not want to say it at all, but he could not control his mouth and blurted it all out. The words on the metal piece had been verified and deciphered by him. There was a very important matter recorded inside. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Ridge Valley was besieged by the 10 great, third-rate sections. The Valley Master knew that he could not escape this calamity, so he joined forces with his disciples and used his blood essence as a guide to execute the supreme secret technique of the demonic sect. He forcefully opened up a space and sealed the demonic sect's cultivation techniques and treasures inside. The pattern you set up is used to unlock the seal? Jun Changshao said. Yes. Mo Shang said. Can it be unlocked? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The demonic sect from 10,000 years ago had to be besieged by the 10 great, third-rate sections. They must be very powerful. If they could unlock the seal, there would be countless treasures and martial arts techniques inside. Mo Shang shook his head and said, I tried many times, but I did not succeed. I guess that I might need blood essence as a guide to unlock the seal. Take out the metal piece. Jun Changshao said. Mo Shang's face was ferocious, as if he was fighting against the power of summoning. In the end, he still failed. He took out the metal piece from the most hidden place. After handing it over, Jun Changshao's spiritual sense could clearly detect his presence. He suddenly realized, so this thing has the function of blocking spiritual sense. No wonder I didn't notice you just now. Spiritual sense? Mo Shang's face changed, and he said in shock, Master is a martial king. P.S. I wrote a few hundred words yesterday. I feel like I'm floating. Once I had a fever, I immediately went to the hospital for a drip. The clinic is full of patients with colds, fevers, and coughs. Everyone, drink more water and pay attention to hygiene to avoid catching a cold. Chapter 566. The iron piece was the size of a palm, and there were many strange symbols on it. There was also a complicated pattern that was very similar to the one on the ground. The rough object exuded an ancient and gloomy aura. It must have a long history. Because of the similar aura and environment, the spiritual senses could not capture Mo Shang's existence. Therefore, if it was in a normal area, it would be difficult to avoid the spiritual senses. Only in the Demon Ridge Valley could it be hidden well. Can you break the seal with blood essence? Jun Changshao asked. Mo Shang said, This is my guess. As for whether it will work or not, I'm not sure. After obtaining the iron piece and deciphering the words on it, he came to the Demon Ridge Valley many times and tried many times, but he did not succeed. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Demon Ridge Valley Master and his disciples used their blood essence to open up the space. Would they also need blood essence to unlock the seal? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. This time he planned to try it with his blood essence. However, as soon as he finished setting up the pattern, someone appeared and he had to stop temporarily. What are you waiting for? Jun Changshao urged. Quickly use your blood essence to unlock the seal. Lord, whose blood should I use? Of course it's yours. Do you still need to ask? The corners of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. Blood essence determined a martial cultivator's health and lifespan. It was difficult to make up for any consumption. Shush! Jun Changshao directly dragged him to the pattern just now and said, Hurry up and force the blood essence out. Mo Shang could not resist his master's order. He could only take out a dagger, cut his finger, and force the blood essence out. Blood essence was a little thicker than normal blood. It contained the aura of lifespan. 1 drop less would reduce one's lifespan by several years. Mo Shang's heart ached. Drip! A drop of blood essence fell and splashed on the outline pattern. Buzz! The moment the blood essence came into contact with the pattern, it began to flicker and a light barrier rose into the sky. It felt as if a signal gun was fired on the battlefield. As expected, Mo Shang said excitedly, Blood essence is needed to unlock the seal. Roar! Roar! At this moment, there was a burst of angry roars outside the ruins. The zombie beasts wandering in the forest seemed to be controlled by some force, and they rushed toward the red light. How many? A lot. The ruins were surrounded by zombie beasts. There were low-leveled ones and high-level ones. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 of them, and there were even more roaring ones coming from further away. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled violently as a sinister aura swept over. Mo Shang was so scared that his face turned green. The only reason why he was able to enter the Demon Ridge Valley and reach this place was due to the metal plate's concealment ability. Now that it had been taken away and there were so many frenzied beasts charging toward him, he was definitely in danger. What was worse was, after his blood essence fused with the pattern, his body seemed to be controlled by some kind of power, rendering him unable to move at all. Mo Shang knew that he must have touched the sealed space and was in the process of breaking it. He broke down and said, "Master, I am using my body as a medium for the sealed space. I must not be disturbed by external forces. Otherwise, all my efforts will be for naught. Be at ease as your medium." Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the green dragon crescent blade appeared out of thin air. Like a god of war, he said, "Leave this to me." "Hoo-hoo!" Little Long Long breathed out flames from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, looking down from the sky, 2 people and 1 beast could be seen in the ruins. They were surrounded by frenzied zombie beasts, charging toward them like a surging flood. Ding! Side mission triggered. Pulling open the interface, the mission was protect Mo Shang and successfully open the independent space that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Elite mission. June Patriarch's eyes lit up instantly. It was not difficult to tell from the mission that activating the blood essence could really open the sealed space. The system muttered, "This mission is a complete spoiler." Shush! Shush! At this moment, dozens of rotting wolf beasts were the first to pounce on them. The stench they brought with them was nauseating. Spirit armor. Jun Changxiao's entire body was instantly covered by a thick armor. It was a real armored warrior. He activated this defensive technique not because he was worried that he could not kill the zombie beasts, but because he was afraid that he would be splashed with dirt. Shush! The green dragon crescent blade suddenly cut through the void, forming a flaming blade aura that directly split the attacking wolf beast into 2. The black blood that spilled out was also instantly evaporated. Awu! Awu! At this moment, another large group of wolf beasts rushed over from the other side. There were at least a few hundred of them. Some ran on the ground, while some jumped over the walls. Fire rain. Little Long Long's crimson fur stood on end like a porcupine. Immediately after, streaks of fiery light shot toward the pack of wolves like missiles. Boom! Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and heat waves whistled. The hundreds of zombie beasts that rushed over were instantly blasted into a bloody mess. "Oh my God!" Mo Shang, who was breaking the seal, widened his eyes. He did not expect that this lizard-like little fellow's strength would be so terrifying. Moreover, it could actually speak. It was definitely a spirit beast comparable to a martial king. Whoosh! At this moment, the flaming blade aura once again appeared in his field of vision, and the dozen or so zombie beasts that rushed towards Mo Shang from behind were directly obliterated. Shwa! Little Long Long jumped to a high point and locked onto a large number of zombie beasts that were attacking from a certain direction. Its hair stood up again as it continuously released the beginner-level fire rain technique. He had just used the beast technique and was already exhausted after using it 3 times. Now that he had awakened for the 2nd time, he could still use it with ease after using it many times. The flaming blade aura and fiery bullets were frequently released in the ruins, and the irrational zombie beasts came to their deaths like moths to a flame. However, the red flowing light barrier that was similar to a signal flare was still in midair, and more zombie beasts were still rushing over. In just over 10 minutes, Jun Changxiao and Little Long Long killed 5,000 to 6,000 zombie beasts. But the zombie beasts that came from all directions were still endless like a tide. "Master, I'm a little tired." Little Long Long showed signs of fatigue after using the fearless fire rain technique. Shwa! Jun Chang Shao waved his blade and killed dozens of zombie beasts that rushed over, frowning. You haven't broken the seal yet! Soon, Mo Shang's face was slightly ferocious. At this moment, his soul seemed to have merged into the void and was fiercely colliding with an invisible door. This was extremely exhausting, and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. Roar! Roar! More and more zombie beasts were still rushing over. In the ruins, those that died from the bombardment of fireballs and blades were almost piled up into a small mountain. Jun Chang Shao retracted the green dragon crescent blade and held up the 2 AK-47s, saying, I don't believe that we can't kill them all. Tut, 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 tut. Bullets shot out wildly and the muzzles shot out flames. The zombie beasts that rushed over from all directions were either pierced in the head or the chest. They fell to the ground one after another, unable to get close to the area of the pattern. Caw-caw! The bullets ran out and quickly reloaded. Tut, tut, tut. Another round of wildfire. Buzz. At this moment, there was a strange energy fluctuation behind him, and he heard Mo Shang excitedly say, The seal has been opened! Jun Chang Shao swept with his spiritual sense and saw that the space above the pattern suddenly cracked open a thin crack and then gradually expanded, finally forming an arc-shaped energy circle. The red flowing light barrier that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, and the crazy zombie beasts gradually calmed down and no longer rushed to the ruins. Plop! Little Long Long collapsed on the ground and said, It's finally over! Jun Chang Shao retracted the AK-47, and his spiritual power spread out, putting all the scattered black crystal cores into the spatial ring, and said, let's go in. Mo Shang said warily, Master, this independent space was opened by the Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley. There may be danger inside. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire inside, we have to go in. Jun Chang Shao picked up Little Long Long and dragged him to the energy circle. Chapter 567. Ding! Side mission completed. Obtained 3,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 130,002,0000. Ding! Contribution points overflow. When Mo Shang broke the seal and the zombie beast stopped attacking, the side mission was successfully completed. With the continuous improvement of the Sect's construction, the rewards of the side missions, especially elite missions like this, had obviously increased significantly. Jun Chang Shao did not think about spending the extra contribution points for the time being. He held Little Long Long in one hand and Mo Shang in the other as they jumped toward the energy mass. The two of them and the beast immediately merged into it. Phew! A cold wind blew. The ruins were filled with zombie beasts that had been killed. The scene was extremely disgusting. In just over 20 minutes, Jun Chang Shao and Little Long Long had killed close to 10,000 zombies. There was no lack of high-ranked ones among them. It was really a bit valiant. It was a pity that there was no audience. Otherwise, it would be shocking. Whoosh! Jun Chang Shao came in from the entrance. His feet landed on the ground, creating faint ripples as if he was stepping on water. This was an independent space. There was no wind and no sound. The environment was dark and the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Mo Shang was a little scared and subconsciously hid behind Jun Chang Shao. Whoosh! In the seemingly endless space ahead, a few strange blue flames appeared, emitting an extremely gloomy aura. Gradually, the blue flames dispelled the darkness and the space became slightly brighter. A building similar to an altar appeared in their field of vision. There were various decorations hanging on the shelves around. They were either skulls or hand bones. It looked very frightening. Jun Patriarch, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, could not help but feel a little scared. He thought to himself, there won't be ghosts here, right? Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the blue flames burned even more fiercely. a line of words appeared above the altar. Heaven and earth shall not be destroyed. Diabolism shall exist forever. The words were very large, enough to occupy half of the space. The words were strong and powerful, like iron and silver hooks, throwing away the gloomy aura. Jun Changshao concluded that the person who left this line of words must be a heroic person who could shake the mountains and rivers. Master, little Long Long said, there's a coffin on the platform. Jun Changshao saw it too. It was made of stone and engraved with words that he could not understand. This is the demon sect's language. Mo Shang said. Jun Changshao asked, can you translate it? Mo Shang said, it's a little far. I need to go in and take a look. Let's go. Jun Changshao dragged him towards the altar. Speaking of which, it was strange. It looked like it was close at hand, but in the end, it took him a few hundred steps to stop in front of the stairs. The altar wasn't very tall. There were only a dozen or so steps. Jun Changshao walked up and could clearly feel that the gloomy aura was getting thicker. Mo Shang began to look at the demon gates, words at a close distance. He exclaimed, Master, this is the coffin of the last Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley from 10,000 years ago. Really? Jun Changshao was rather surprised. Mo Shang continued to look at the words on the coffin and said excitedly, the demonic sect's cultivation technique and treasure vault are all hidden here. Jun Changshao looked around and said, why is there nothing here? Mo Shang did not say anything and continued to decipher the words. Suddenly his expression changed and he said, it says that if one wants to inherit everything in the Demon Ridge Valley, he must go through 3 tests. 3 tests? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said with a smile, it seems a little interesting. The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. The first test is to endure the burning of the endless demonic fire. He who had studied the demonic sects had heard of the endless demonic fire. It was an extremely terrifying flame in the demonic Tao. Just a little bit of it would devour one's soul, causing one to be in so much pain that one would wish they were dead. Swoosh! Not far below the altar, an even more intense blue fire appeared out of thin air. Master, Mo Shang said, this is the endless demonic fire. One must endure it for an hour to pass the test. Go on, Jun Changshao said. Ah. Mo Shang said with a bitter face, Master, with my bit of cultivation, I'll definitely be burned to ashes if I go in. I'll do it. Little dragon crawled out of his embrace and merged into the blue fire. Jun Changshao said, Little dragon is fire type. It should be able to withstand this so-called endless demonic fire. The corner of Mo Shang's mouth twitched. Master, although the endless demonic fire is also a branch of fire type, its function is to burn the soul. A ferocious beast definitely won't be able to withstand it. Whoosh! At that moment, scorching red flames spewed out as if they had turned into a fire net, completely enveloping the endless demonic fire. Oh my God! Mo Shang's eyes widened. The red flames were still suppressing the demonic fire. An hour later, it self-destructed. Little dragon swaggered out and said in disappointment, I thought it was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be so weak. It was not that the demonic fire was too weak, but that its flames were too strong and could not penetrate the soul at all. What's the second test? Jun Changshao asked. Mo Shang read the words carefully and said, Defeat 100 Demon Ridge Valley Outer Sect disciples. What? Jun Changshao said in shock. Hasn't this Demon Ridge Valley been destroyed? Where can I find the Demon Ridge Valley disciples? Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, the space suddenly rippled. Immediately, martial artists in black appeared, with the words Demon Ridge engraved on their chests. There were exactly 100 of them. Although they were lined up neatly, their hair was messy, and their bodies were covered in wounds, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle of life and death. Master, Demon Ridge said in horror. Are they the Demon Ridge Valley disciples? If Jun Changshao did not care about his identity as the patriarch, he would definitely have screamed on the spot, "Oh my God, I've seen ghosts!" The Demon Ridge Valley had been destroyed for 10,000 years. Now, there were so many disciples in the independent space, which was really creepy. The system said they should be shadows formed by the illusion realm, not real entities. At that moment, the 100 Demon Ridge Valley disciples raised their heads together, revealing their red eyes, which were very similar to the zombie beasts outside. Whoosh! The leading disciple moved first. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other Demon Ridge Valley disciples also walked over quickly. For a moment, the dark chi burst out in the space, which was even more eerie and terrifying. The system analyzed. These shadows are all Wuzong at the peak. What? Jun Changshao opened his eyes wide. The outer sect disciples had the strength of Wuzong at the peak. How powerful was the Demon Ridge Valley 10,000 years ago? Bang! Jun Changshao jumped down from the altar and punched the chests of the two disciples who rushed over with spiritual energy. They were instantly sent flying. It was very powerful. It was hard to imagine that they were shadows formed by the illusion realm. Flop! Flop! The two disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley fell to the ground, but their bodies were intact. Jun Changshao was shocked. Their physical strength is so high. Whoosh! While speaking, his right fist swept to the side like a hammer. It directly hit the attacking shadow and blasted it into a cloud of black gas. Jun Changshao's lips twitched slightly. He had used 5 million kilograms of strength to smash the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley. No wonder the big forces who considered themselves as decent sects joined hands to issue the demon-slaying order. If such a horrible existence was not restrained and allowed to grow, the falling star continent would have been controlled by the demon sect. Boom! Boom! While thinking, Jun Changshao rushed into the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley with cloud-crossing steps, waving his fierce and violent fists constantly. In an instant, more than 10 shadows were killed on the spot. Whoosh! Jun Changshao completely let go of his hands. His spiritual energy burst out in the crowd. Wherever it passed, the outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley were all killed. They were no match for him at all. What a joke! Third-class king of sword and warrior. His reputation was not undeserved. Too fierce. Mo Shang said in shock. Boom! The 102nd punch was thrown. The outer sect disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley in the space were all blasted into black gas by Jun Changshao. P.S. I owe you 1 chapter from yesterday. I'll make up for it after I recover from my cold. Chapter 568. After killing 100 Devil Ridge Valley disciples, Jun Changshao asked, "Is the third test for me to fight an inner disciple?" No, Mo Shang said. "Fight the 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley," Mo Shang said. Jun Changshao was stunned. Wasn't it the standard routine to fight the inner disciples after fighting the outer disciples? Why did it suddenly change to the guardians? The outer disciples of the Demon Ridge Valley were already so powerful. The guardians must be even more powerful. Master, Mo Shang said, the guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley are equivalent to the elders of the sect. Jun Changshao was speechless. Fighting the outer disciples directly and fighting the elders was completely out of the ordinary. Buzz, buzz. The space rippled again. For elders in black robes appeared, exuding an even stronger dark aura. Although the system hadn't analyzed their strength, Jun Changshao could tell that they were not ordinary martial kings according to their aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley raised their heads and showed their expressionless faces. Their eyes were still shining with red light. The system said they are Wu Huang. Damn it! Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. The third trial. does it need to be so difficult? Although he was the powerful Sword King and Martial King, he would definitely have a weak kidney when facing four martial emperors. Whoosh! Whoosh! The four guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over with strange footwork. They were so fast that they couldn't be seen clearly. Oh no! Boom! 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 For explosions were heard. Jun Changshao flew out like a cannonball. From the slow-motion replay, we could see that the four guardians of the Demon Ridge Valley gathered dark energy and attacked directly. 2 hit his chest and back, and 2 hit his left and right face. Under the pincer attack of the four forces, Sect Master Jun spun 360 degrees in the air before he was sent flying in a magnificent explosion. He was defeated. Everyone stood up and applauded. Damn it! Jun Changshao stood up from the ground and waved his hand, summoning the green dragon crescent blade. He said angrily, "Don't hit people in the face. Don't you know this rule?" Although he had been punched 4 times, his body was very resistant. He only felt some pain, but it was not a big deal. His hair was not messed up, as if it was drawn with a brush. Shwa! Shwa! The 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley rushed over again. They were as fast as ever. Jun Patriarch, who was experienced, released his spiritual thoughts and captured their movements. He raised his saber with both hands and shouted, "Let's have a good fight!" Bang! Bang! Boom! Plop! Jun Changshao once again threw his saber to the ground far away. He said frantically, "I can't defeat him at all." He could still consider Wu Huang. With 4 Wu Huangs attacking at the same time, they would definitely be crushed. Do not panic, do not panic. With the trump card in hand, the world is mine. Jun Changshao stood up and said with a cold gaze, "Little Long Long, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and transform." All right then. This guy's trump card turned out to be his contract beast. "Yes, master." Shwa! Little Long Long jumped over and stood in front of Jun Changshao. Whoosh! Flames that were dozens of feet high spewed out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise instantly. With the accompaniment of hot-blooded background music, Little Long Long's childlike head appeared from the flames. Mo Shang, who was on the altar, opened his mouth in shock. Damn it! Why did a child's head appear? Where is that lizard? Shwa! Little Long Long stepped out, and its muscular body appeared in his field of vision. Mo Shang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said in shock, "Demon! Demon!" Shwa! Little Long Long raised its sharp claws and pointed at the 4 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley. It said in a cold voice, "Bullying Master is bullying me." Shwa! As soon as it finished speaking, the flames flickered. It instantly approached one of the protectors and punched with its right fist. Boom! Flames erupted and heat waves swept across. The protector who was attacked was directly sent flying like a cannonball. The other 3 protectors locked their eyes on Little Long Long and immediately launched the coldest attacks. Bang! 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 For a moment, fist shadows intertwined and black air waves spread. Little Long Long dragged Huoguang and the 3 Demon Ridge Valley Guardians. Sometimes they would move around, and sometimes they would move around. It was an exciting battle. Phew! Jun Changshao heaved a long sigh of relief, judging from the current situation. Although these protectors were strong, they could not do anything to Little Long Long. Fortunately, he brought it here. Otherwise, it would be a dead end today. Boom! Boom! Little Long Long dragged the flames and bombarded them wildly, directly sending all 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley flying. Whoosh! It raised its palm, and the scorching flames quickly condensed. It said coldly, "Go to hell!" Bang! Flames spewed out, carrying a terrifying explosive force, directly blasting one of the protectors into black gas. Boom! 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 3 more balls of flames spewed out, and the other 3 protectors of the Demon Ridge Valley were directly obliterated. It had to be said, Little Long Long, who had activated its second combat form, was really powerful. Jun Chang Shao put his hands on his waist and said, "Who else is not convinced?" The system was speechless. The contract beast is so strong. Is the host hurt? Hurt my ass. Jun Chang Shao said, I hatched and raised Little Long Long. Its strength is equivalent to my strength. This made the system speechless. Jun Chang Shao looked at Mo Shang and said, I've passed all 3 tests. Where's the treasure? Buzz! Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire space suddenly trembled, as if there was a possibility of collapse. Crack! Suddenly there was a tearing sound. Jun Chang Shao looked back and saw that the space seemed to be directly torn apart by some force, and a tightly shut door appeared. Master! Mo Shang said excitedly, This may be the entrance to the treasure. Is that so? Jun Chang Shao walked over. Creak! Just as he stopped in front of him, the door opened by itself. Jun Chang Shao opened his mouth and said, Oh my God! Mo Shang, who was on the altar, was also dumbfounded. From the opening of the door, the 2 of them saw mountains of gold. Treasure. It was really a treasure. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely faint from happiness. But Jun Chang Shao was someone who treated money like dirt. After a short shock, he returned to normal. Whoosh! He stepped in. The space inside the door was not bad. In addition to the mountain of gold and silver treasures, there were many ancient bookshelves with many strange, secret manuals on them. Mo Shang followed in, glanced at the bookshelves casually, and said excitedly, Master, these are all demon sect martial arts. Jun Chang Shao ignored him and locked his gaze at the back. There was a big chair there, and a person in black armor sat on it. No, to be precise, it was a skeleton. Jun Chang Shao walked over and carefully looked at the skeleton in armor, murmuring, It should have been dead for a long time. I am the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley. Today, you have entered this place, and you are fated to obtain the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. Show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley and kill all those who deceive the world. A deep voice suddenly sounded in the space, revealing a majestic aura. Mo Shang seemed to be infected, and his expression was extremely solemn. I will follow the senior's words and show the might of the Demon Ridge Valley. Kill all those who deceive the world. Crack! The skeleton sitting on the chair suddenly shattered and turned into dust, but the armor remained the same as before, as if someone was still wearing it and supporting it. Swoosh! The gold, silver, jewelry, secret manuals, and the armor stored here suddenly disappeared into thin air. After putting away the things, Jun Chang Shao looked at Mo Shang and said lightly, Wash up and sleep. Mo Shang's mouth twitched. He was half a demon cultivator. If he inherited the inheritance of the Demon Ridge Valley, it was not impossible for him to rise against the trend in the future. But Jun Chang Shao followed in. So this great opportunity that allowed the protagonist to reach the peak of life was destined to not belong to him. Chapter 569. He had accidentally obtained the iron block and obtained the ancient secret that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. He had spent a lot of effort to study the demon sect's language and finally found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley. In the end, he got nothing. At that moment, Mo Shang wanted to cry out loud. This was too much of a bully, too much of a bully. What could he do? Now, not only did he not get anything, but his body was also controlled, and he could only bow to that guy. Oh my God, why am I so unlucky? Jun Chang Shao said, There's nothing good here. Let's go out. The 2 men and 1 beast left the treasury. The blue flames on the altar had been extinguished, and the 2 lines of words in the air had disappeared. The entire space became extremely dark again. Master, Xiao Longlong said, Do you want to take this coffin away? Mo Shang's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Master, the 30th Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley is buried inside. The dead are more important. It's better not to disturb them. Jun Chang Shao said, This should be an empty coffin. The Valley Master should be the skeleton in the armor. Huh. Emo Shang was stunned. Xiao Longlong jumped and landed on the altar. He placed his palms on the coffin and said, "Let me open it." Jie, the stone slab was lifted. Xiao Longlong was really bold. Wasn't he afraid that there would be traps hidden in the coffin? "Master," he shouted, "there's no corpse inside, only a pile of memorial tablets." Memorial tablets? Jun Changshao walked over. 30 memorial tablets were neatly placed inside the coffin. At the front was the memorial tablet of the first Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, Shintu-I, and at the back was the memorial tablet of the 30th Valley Master, Chiu Qianqi. Obviously, these were the memorial tablets of the Valley Masters of the Demon Ridge Valley. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "The memorial tablets are all placed in the ancestral hall. It seems that when the Demon Ridge Valley was about to be destroyed, the last Valley Master moved them to an independent space. He didn't want them to be destroyed by the enemy." Emo Shang walked up and said with a deep bow, "Seniors, please forgive us for disturbing you." Huh. Jun Changshao found that there was a palm-sized token in the coffin. He waved it gently and took it out. The words Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley were engraved on it. Could this be the token that represented the greatest authority of the sect? Brat. Jun Changshao threw the token to Emo Shang and said, "Since you are a demonic cultivator and can come here from today on, you are the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley." Ah. Emo Shang hurriedly caught it, the expression on his face becoming interesting. Although he knew that the token represented the identity of the Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, his master was not from the Demon Ridge Valley. How could he directly appoint him as the Valley Master? "You're not happy?" Jun Changshao said, "Bring it over then." "Gladly, gladly." Emo Shang hurriedly kept the token properly. Then he knelt down in front of the stone coffin and said with a solemn expression, "I, Emo Shang, will succeed to be the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley from today onwards. I will definitely revive the demon sect in the future." An ancient demonic sect that had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years welcomed a new Valley Master today, although it was very informal, and no sect members witnessed it. Shua. Jun Changshao kept the coffin in his space ring. He knew that the 30th Valley Master had stored the memorial tablets of his ancestors and himself in an independent space. He must have hoped that a fated person would inherit it so that the Demon Ridge Valley could continue to exist. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and the demon sect was almost extinct, he had taken all of them. When he had the ability in the future, he would naturally make the Demon Ridge Valley reappear in the underworld. "Let's go." Shua. Shua. 2 people and 1 beast walked out of the independent space. As soon as they stabilized their bodies, the pattern under their feet gradually dimmed. The energy cluster in midair also disappeared. The secret that had existed for tens of thousands of years had completed its historical mission with the arrival of outsiders. It was strange. The gloomy aura in the ruins began to fade. The eyes of the beast in the distance became clear. Its rotten body gradually healed. Although it was still wild, it seemed to have regained its consciousness. Even the black water in the distant stream had become so clear that the bottom could be seen. "Let's go," Jun Changshao said. Emo Shang said, "Master, where are we going?" "Sect of all times," Jun Changshao said. "Sect of all times." Emo Shang was stunned and said in surprise, "That sect with the potential to be in the top 3? Although this guy had been concentrating on studying the demon path, he still had some understanding of the most popular topics outside. Wait, he had referred to himself as this Lord earlier. Emo Shang's expression changed. He said in surprise, "Master, are you the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Emo Shang's eyes widened. He finally understood why someone of his age had the strength of a martial king. Jun Changshao said, "Boy, I have to say that you're very lucky. The sect of all times lacks nothing but demon cultivators. I plan to take you in. Do you want to join?" He took away the opportunity that belonged to him and still had the cheek to say that he was lucky. B*TCH, B*TCH. Mo Shang hurriedly said, "As long as Master doesn't mind, I'm willing to join the sect of all times." Who in the southwest Yangzhou didn't know that the sect of all times had great potential? If he could join such a sect, his future would definitely be limitless. It's just that Mo Shang suddenly became extremely depressed. He said, "I'm a jinx. If I join the sect of all times, I'll bring disaster to Master." Jun Changshao said, "If you can say that, it means that you're not a bad person. Not to mention a jinx, even if you're a calamity god, I'll definitely take you in." Mo Shang was touched. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master, for taking me in." Just like that, he, who had just succeeded as the 31st Valley Master of the Demon Ridge Valley, became a disciple of the sect of all times. In fact, Jun Changshao took Mo Shang in because of Yao Menjing. The little girl had awakened the connate demon body and was the most orthodox demon cultivator. Finding a kindred spirit might be helpful for her cultivation. More importantly, Jun Changshao didn't care about the so-called righteous and demonic at all. In his opinion, demons weren't necessarily bad and righteous weren't necessarily good because there were too many deceiving people in this world. Roar! Suddenly there was a deafening roar. Jun Changshao's spiritual senses instantly captured that in the deepest part of the Demon Ridge Valley, a huge ferocious beast gradually stood up and exuded a strong aura. From the looks of it, this wasn't a land beast, but a flying beast covered in black feathers. Whoosh! The behemoth that had just stood up spread its arms. No, its wings. Then it suddenly waved, stirring up a gust of wind, and its body that weighed dozens of tons flew up. Mo Shang saw it clearly and exclaimed, "This is the Demon Ridge Black Eagle." The system said, "Middle grade spirit beast." Jun Changshao's eyes burned. Middle grade spirit beast. That was comparable to Wu Huang. Little Long Long. Jun Changshao pointed at the Demon Ridge Black Eagle that was about to fly up and ordered, "Don't let it escape. Catch it quickly." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he said that, Little Long Long, who was still in its second combat form, suddenly rushed over like a fireball, raising its fist and punching the void. Bang! The explosive, scorching fire fist whistled and blasted directly on the head of the Demon Ridge Black Eagle that had just flown up. Then the eagle flapped its wings and crashed into the mountain, splashing dust all over the sky. Chapter 570. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle that had just flown up was directly smashed into the mountain by a flaming fist. The vibration and momentum caused by the fall were very powerful. Mo Shang was dumbfounded. This spirit beast that could turn into a monster was too fierce. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Wasn't it afraid that it would kill the other party with one punch? Gradually, the dust dissipated and everything was visible. The huge Demon Ridge Black Eagle was paralyzed in the gravel. Its entire head was swollen and its sharp eyes had turned turbid. It was obvious that it had been beaten unconscious. It had finally recovered from the loss of rationality. It thought that it could spread its wings and soar between heaven and earth, but it was suddenly attacked. It was too pitiful. Shush! Jun Changshao flew over and saw that the Demon Ridge Black Eagle was dizzy. He said, "You hit it too hard. What if its head is damaged?" Little Long Long said aggrievedly, "I saw that it was quite big and thought that it was very powerful. Who knew that it was so weak?" The Demon Ridge Black Eagle almost vomited blood. "Brother, with your explosive punch just now, it is already very strong that I didn't pass out directly." Shush! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the middle grade sect leader ball. "Go, sect leader ball." Dong! It hit the Demon Ridge Black Eagle's head. In the end, there was no reaction. The system said, "This is a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang. It is impossible for the middle grade sect leader ball to subdue it." "Okay, Jun Changxiao took out the high-grade sect leader ball and said, "I was thinking too much." Swoosh, ding-dong. The high-grade sect leader ball hit the Demon Ridge Black Eagle's head and directly turned into a stream of light and merged into the Tai Chi pattern. Mo Shang was shocked. Why did it disappear? Jun Changxiao took back all the middle-grade and high-grade sect leader balls and clapped his hands. This trip is not in vain. He found the treasure of the Demon Ridge Valley and caught a middle-grade spirit beast. It was absolutely wonderful. However, come to think of it, how could there be a spirit beast comparable to Wu Huang in the valley? The light that was formed just now attracted so many zombie beasts. Why didn't it appear until the demonic aura disappeared? It seemed to wake up and fly up? The system said, maybe there's some kind of restriction here. Not only can it make the beasts lose their rationality, it can also restrain powerful spirit beasts. The host has found the treasure. The restriction has been lifted. The ferocious beast has regained its rationality. The spirit beast has also regained its freedom. Jun Changxiao, who was originally planning to leave, heard what it said and became interested. He said, "Why don't we look for more crystal nuclei here?" The zombie beast recovered. The crystal core must be normal too. No one dared to set foot in this place all year round. It was definitely a huge breeding ground for vicious beasts. Boom! Boom! In the Demon Ridge Valley, the explosions continued. The ferocious beast that had just regained its consciousness was met with a calamity. Especially those special ones, such as the ferocious beasts related to the 5 elements, could not escape from Jun Changxiao's demonic clutches. One after another, they contributed their crystal cores. Fortunately, there was only one spiritual beast comparable to Wu Huang in the Demon Ridge Valley. Even if the little dragon was weak, he could easily kill it. 3 days passed. Jun Changxiao walked through the entire valley. He killed a lot of high-level ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts comparable to martial kings. The number of spirit nuclei accumulated was also increasing. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was also released after recuperating in the sect leader's ball. Good heavens, it was about 200 to 300 feet tall, and the hair on its body was like black iron. Its eyes were especially sharp, and it looked extraordinarily mighty. However, thinking of the scene of being beaten up by the little dragon, it suddenly felt a little inferior. It's about time. Jun Changxiao grabbed Mo Shang and jumped onto the head of the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. He said, "Let's go back." Swish! 2 pairs of black wings spread out and suddenly flapped. Whoosh! The wind whistled and dust flew. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle was like a moving hill, slowly flying out of the Demon Ridge Valley. Mo Shang lay on it, holding the hard feathers tightly with both hands for fear of being blown out. His eyes were filled with excitement. Fly! This was the dream of many martial artists in the Falling Star continent. Today, although he could not fly with his own ability, being carried by a flying spirit beast and experiencing the feeling of soaring in the sky was still exciting. Screech! Suddenly, a cold eagle cry came from the sky, breaking the silence and alarming the martial artists who were hurrying and resting. They looked up and gradually widened their eyes. In their field of vision, a giant black eagle was flying. With a flap of its wings, it had already passed several mountains. "Oh my God!" a martial artist exclaimed. "How can there be such a big eagle?" On this day, the giant black eagle flew over Dingyang County. Millions of people witnessed it, and many martial king experts were alarmed. It was a pity. By the time they rushed over, the behemoth had already flown over thousands of mountains and disappeared. In a dark secret room, dozens of black-robed martial artists were lying on the cold floor as if they were dying. If Yao Menjing was present, she would definitely recognize one of them as Grandpa Lu, who was closest to her. Guardian Lu, a martial artist, said weakly, "I'm afraid I can't hold on any more. I can't hold on any longer. I can't go out and kill those deceiving people. I'm really unwilling." Another martial artist said, "Buzz." At this moment, the compass-like object in Guardian Lu's hand suddenly lit up. He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in ecstasy, "The Demon Ridge Valley has a successor! The Demon Ridge Black Eagle has reappeared." What? The dying martial artist seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and became extremely excited. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Sect's forces were spread all over the Falling Star continent. The strongest was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor's sect, created by the Demon Emperor. Below them were forces like the Demon Ridge Valley. Ha ha ha! Guardian Lu laughed loudly and said, "The Demon Ridge Valley that has been sealed for 10,000 years has finally welcomed a successor. He will definitely assist the young master and shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Demon Sect." Boom! Boom! At this moment, the door of the secret room, sealed by a formation, was bombarded by some kind of force. "Oh no," a martial artist said, "they're attacking." Guardian Lu frowned and stood up with difficulty. He said resolutely, "We swear to protect the Demon Sect's sacred ground with our lives. We swear to protect with our lives." Dozens of injured warriors stood up and leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder. Boom! After dozens of bombardments, the formation collapsed and the stone door was broken open. Hundreds of powerful martial kings rushed in and shouted coldly, "Today is the day you Demon Sect's remnants die. As long as the heavens and earth are not destroyed, the Demon Sect will exist forever." Guardian Lu shouted, and dozens of Demon Sect's cultivators echoed in unison. Immediately, black streams of light lingered around their bodies and flashed with the most dazzling light. Oh no, boom! On this day, a shocking explosion came from the secret room of the Demon Mountain. Half of the mountain was blown up, and experts sent by the top 10 righteous sects suffered heavy casualties. The underworld also sent in the latest news. The remnants of the Demon Sect's defenders were completely wiped out. All the martial artists clapped their hands and expressed their deepest condolences to the deceased righteous sect's experts. Sect of all times. The moment the Demon Mountain exploded, Yao Menjing, who was in the middle of cultivation, felt her mind shake. Her originally clear eyes suddenly turned deep red. Sooner or later, this emperor will make all of you deceiving righteous sects pay with your lives and souls for the blood feud of 10,000 years. Junior sister, Lu Wanshi turned her head and said, "What are you talking about? Ah, why are your eyes red?" Yao Menjing blinked, and her red eyes returned to normal. She said with a blank face, "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Lu Wanshi was speechless. "I should be asking you what's going on." "Nothing." Yao Menjing said, "Aren't I cultivating?" "That's not right. I think I heard you say something about a blood feud and something about paying with your lives and souls. Did I say that?" "Didn't you say that?" "I really didn't say that." Okay, you didn't say that. I heard wrong. Go to sleep. Don't just cultivate all day. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. Otherwise, you will become a martial arts nerd like second senior brother and the others. Chapter 571. Pucci. Pucci. The Demon Ridge Black Eagle flapped its 2 pairs of big wings and flew to the Ironbone Mountain in only 10 minutes. The bird-type beasts had an absolute advantage in speed. It was comparable to Wu Huang's bird-type spirit beasts, so it would definitely be faster. However, it was not in its fastest state. Because the Demon Ridge Black Eagle was punched by Little Long Long, it had not recovered to its best state. The disciples of the sect of all times who were cultivating suddenly felt the sky darkening and looked up together. "Oh my God!" Su Xiaomo exclaimed. "What is this?" "Eagle," Li Qingyang said in a deep voice. "Eagle?" Su Xiaomo's mouth twitched. "It's too big." Li Luocho walked out, worried that the eagle beast would hurt the sect, so she had the idea of activating the sect protection array. "The patriarch is up there." At this moment, Jiang Ya opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch?" Li Luochio was stunned. She focused her eyes and tried to look up. She found that on the eagle beast's head, Jun Changshao in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were flying, his hair was still neat. It's the patriarch. Oh my God, the patriarch is standing on such a big eagle beast. He's so handsome. The disciples of the sect of all times had strong admiration in their eyes. Whoosh whoosh. The demon ridge black eagle gradually retracted its wings, and its sharp claws landed lightly in the outer courtyard. Although it was very careful, its body was too heavy. The moment it touched the ground, there was a violent vibration. The building built by Li Qingyang was by no means a tofu dregs project. It was restored to its original state after a slight tremor, especially the main hall. It did not move in the vibration. Swish! Jun Changshao jumped down from the Demon Ridge Black Eagle. Because of his flying experience, he did not vomit. And Mo Shang could not take it anymore. As soon as his feet landed on the thick ground, he vomited. Patriarch, what is this? Looking at the mountain-like eagle, Su Xiaoma's eyes were still filled with shock. My contracted beast, the Devil Ridge Black Eagle, Jun Changshao said. Oh my God! Su Xiaoma and the other disciples all widened their eyes. Previously, when he went to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range in Huayang County, the patriarch brought back a pack of hurricane wolves. Now that he had gone out again and brought back such a huge contract beast, this was simply too awesome. Patriarch. Jiang Yi looked at Mo Shang and asked, Who is this person? Jun Changshao said, A newly recruited disciple. Oh, Jiang Yi responded. However, his intuition told him that the strange aura around this young man could be an evil cultivator. When Jun Changshao returned to the sect, the Devil Ridge Black Eagle that he rode shocked all the disciples. Of course, it was impossible for such a colossus to be placed in a sect, so it was placed in the Iron Bone Mountain. Tisk, Yi Xingqin's eyes were filled with disdain. Although the Devil Ridge Black Eagle's physique was very big, compared to his former mount, the clear sky jade carving, there was still a big gap. Hall masterly, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said, Is there any news recently? Yes. Li Luochio told him the information she had just obtained. The remnants of the demon sect were destroyed in the Demon Mountain. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, I have heard a little about this matter. It seems that many sects are involved. That's right, Li Luochio said. There are at least 10 sects, and the lowest is third-rate. TSK. Jun Changshao sighed. Do you hate demon cultivators so much? Li Luochio said, Patriarch, the righteous sects have zero tolerance for demon cultivators. Once the news that Menjing has the innate demon body spreads out, I'm afraid it will cause big trouble. So, Jun Changshao tapped his fingers on the table and said, No matter what, this matter can't be spread out. That's right. He looked at Jiang Yi and said, How is Menjing's cultivation recently? She has already entered the peak of martial disciple, Jiang Yi said. Jun Changshao said in surprise, So fast? Patriarch, it's actually not fast. Jiang Yi said, If there is a professional demon cultivation martial technique, the little girl's aptitude can be fully displayed. It's a pity that the demon sect has been destroyed for thousands of years, and many of their cultivation techniques have long been burned to ashes. There are very few left in the world. Jun Changshao said with a smile, There are none outside, but there are in the sect of all times. Huh. Jiang Yi and Li Luochio looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of the patriarch's words for a moment. Yao Menjing was a disciple of the sect of all times, so Jun Changshao didn't care if she was a demon cultivator or an evil cultivator. So he brought Mo Shang to the room where the little girl lived. Menjing, I've brought you someone of the same path. Someone of the same path? Mo Shang was startled. He carefully sized up the 6 or 7-year-old girl in front of him. His heart suddenly trembled, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, An invisible force forced him to bend his knees and kneel down. No, how could he kneel down to a little girl? Emo Shang fought against the rising power and finally stabilized his body and legs. What's wrong with you? Seeing that his expression was abnormally ugly, Jun Changshao was puzzled. No, nothing. Emo Shang squeezed out a smile with difficulty, then cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, little senior sister." Boom! The moment he called out little senior sister, his originally suppressed power erupted like a flood. In the end, he couldn't resist and knelt in front of Yao Menjing. Jun Changshao was stunned. They were all from the same sect, and their seniority was the same. Why was there a need for such a big bow? Yao Menjing also said in surprise, "Patriarch, why is he kneeling?" Emo Shang was about to cry, "I don't have asterisk, king. No, why I'm kneeling. You, get up quickly." Yao Menjing was a little flustered. Strangely enough, that invisible force disappeared into thin air, allowing him to get up and say, "Little senior sister." Plop! He knelt on the ground again. Jun Chang laughed and said, "You're giving me such a big bow without saying a word. Are you sick?" Emo Shang wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Patriarch, I can't control my body at all." Yao Menjing said, "Get up quickly." The force controlling Emo Shang disappeared again. He tried to get up, and the expression on his face was quite interesting. Jun Changshao said, "Call me little senior sister again." Emo Shang said, "Little senior sister." Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, he lost control and knelt on the ground again. Jun Changshao came to a realization and thought to himself, "This kid can't call me little senior sister. Otherwise he won't be able to control his body and kneel down. Is it because this girl has the demon emperor's innate devil body and her status is extremely noble, so other devil cultivators have to be careful with their words and actions?" Emo Shang. Jun Changshao said, "Don't call me little senior sister in the future." Huh. Emo Shang said, "Then what should I call you?" Jun Changshao was silent for a moment and said, "Just call me little boss." Little boss? The corner of Emo Shang's mouth twitched and said, "Patriarch, aren't you also the boss? How can I call a fellow disciple boss? Wouldn't the seniority be messed up?" "It's fine if you don't call me that. Then just keep kneeling." Jun Changshao said. Emo Shang compromised and cupped his hands at Yao Menjing. "Little boss!" Needless to say, when he called out this name, that irresistible force did not appear, and he could not help but feel happy. Emo Shang. Jun Changshao said, "From today onwards, you will temporarily teach Menjing demonic path knowledge." Yao Menjing said in surprise, "Patriarch, he is also a devil cultivator." "Little boss," Emo Shang said weakly, "I can only be considered half a devil cultivator." Chapter 572. Jiang had been in the demon fiend sect before and was considered half an evil cultivator. However, he had nothing to do with a real evil cultivator, so he was powerless to teach Yao Menjing cultivation. Although Emo Shang was not an orthodox one, he was still considered half an evil cultivator. It was undoubtedly a very good choice to teach the little girl. Of course, this teaching was not on martial arts, but on demonic knowledge, so that Yao Menjing could have a more comprehensive understanding. As for the demonic cultivation techniques, Jun Changshao did not take out the ones he obtained from the Demon Ridge Valley for the time being. Instead, he returned to the study and opened the technique pavilion. There were demonic cultivation techniques inside. If it could be exchanged, it should be more profound than the Demon Ridge Valley martial arts, right? Whoosh! He tapped on the demon flame. Holy slash! The content was 1000399 exchangeable. As expected, Jun Changshao was not surprised. This martial arts technique with the word demonic is a demonic cultivation technique. He kept the interface and continued to look at the secret manuals in the technique pavilion. hoping to find a demonic cultivation technique for Yao Menjing to cultivate. Got it. Blood Cloud Sky Scripture. According to the introduction of the secret manual, this was a domineering cultivation technique that did not take the ordinary path. Proper martial arts cultivators could not cultivate it casually. Otherwise, their meridians would be injured and they would explode and die. The exchange requirement was 100-0599 exchangeable. In that case, this was also a demonic cultivation technique because there were a large number of secret manuals in the Demon Ridge Valley that could be exchanged directly. The little girl should focus on cultivation now. Exchanging for a cultivation technique is undoubtedly more valuable than a martial arts technique. However, Jun Changshao was a little hesitant. For now, he did not know if the martial arts techniques in the Technique Pavilion were as powerful as the introduction said. If it was just an exaggeration, he would say it. Exchanging for 599 Demon Ridge Valley secret manuals from 10,000 years ago would definitely be a loss. The system said the martial arts techniques in the Technique Pavilion are equivalent to the martial arts techniques in the store. If the host still has doubts, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Hearing this, Jun Changshao directly tapped on exchangeable. Ding! Consumed 599 secret manuals and successfully exchanged for Blood Cloud Sky Scripture X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. At the same time, the 599 secret manuals of the Demon Ridge Valley that were stored in the spatial ring disappeared into thin air, and a secret manual with a red cover appeared. This secret manual looked very old and gave off a sinister aura. It was easy to tell that it was not a proper martial technique. Jun Changshao threw the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture on the table and said, "Lass, this seat found a suitable cultivation method for you. You take it and cultivate first." He was never stingy when it came to his disciples. As long as he had something, he would provide it. Furthermore, he would provide the best. Yao Menjing hurriedly walked over and took the secret manual in her hand, feeling the special aura emanating from it. Her mood immediately became incomparably good. She happily said, "Thank you, Patriarch." "Patriarch," Mo Shang said excitedly, "can I learn it?" That blood, cloud, heaven, incomplete scripture. He only glanced at it from far away and felt a surge of fiendish energy pulling him. He immediately concluded that it was definitely a profound fiend, Sect martial art. Here, Jun Changshao took out another book from the spatial ring and threw it over. The martial techniques purchased from the Cultivation Method Pavilion could be duplicated. After he exchanged, he directly duplicated 1,000 books. "Many thanks, Patriarch." Mo Shang held the bloody cloud heaven incomplete scripture lovingly, his eyes flickering with excitement. Following this, not only did he act as Yao Menjing's mentor for entering the fiend path, but he also had to study this fiend path mental cultivation method. "Little boss." 2 days later, Mo Shang frowned and said, "This mental cultivation method is a little profound. Looks like we need a period of time to comprehend it." "It's also not difficult," Yao Menjing said. "I've already learned it." "Learned it?" Mo Shang immediately opened his eyes wide. He comprehended for 2 days and did not gain anything. How could a 6 or 7-year-old girl be so fast? The little girl said, "I've been cultivating these 2 days and can absorb the special energy between heaven and earth for my own use. My strength has clearly increased quite a bit." These 2 days, the corners of Mo Shang's mouth twitched, and he said, "Could it be that little boss learned the mental cultivation method right after obtaining it from the Patriarch?" Yao Menjing said, "Plop." Mo Shang fell to the ground and held in his heart, "Patriarch, I feel that it's more appropriate for little boss to teach me." Yao Menjing, who possessed the innate devil body, could be said to be cultivating the blood cloud sky scripture at a rather fast speed. With this mental cultivation method, she was destined to step into the demonic path and would never be able to turn back. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one knew. Mo Shang was very hurt. Originally, he had been teaching Yao Menjing in the name of the patriarch. In the end, he had become a student in terms of cultivation and was asking her for advice every day. Needless to say, after a few days, he had benefited a lot and finally started to circulate the blood cloud sky scripture. After successfully cultivating this demonic path mental cultivation method, Mo Shang seemed to have opened a brand new martial arts door and was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The reason why he called himself half a demonic cultivator was because he had some understanding of the demonic path, but he had never truly cultivated any demonic path martial arts. Now that he had comprehended the blood cloud sky scripture and began to gather the special attributes that only demonic cultivators had, it meant that he was a true demonic martial cultivator. Mo Shang. One day, Yao Menjing said happily, "I've broken through to the martial master realm." Mo Shang. I've broken through to the first grade martial master realm. Mo Shang. I've broken through to the second grade martial master realm. Mo Shang. In just half a month, Yao Menjing's realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into the sixth grade martial master realm. Although she was not the strongest in the sect of all times, she was definitely not at the bottom. More importantly, Yao Menjing was only 6 or 7 years old. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age was definitely very shocking. Not bad, not bad. After learning about the girl's cultivation speed, Jun Changshao grinned. "TSK, tisk." Jiang said with emotion, as expected of a demonic cultivator. "The speed of improvement is really unimaginable." "Patriarch." Ning Duxing frowned and said, "It's a good thing for the girl to improve quickly, but we must keep it a secret. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster." "Yes," Jun Changshao said, "I will pay attention." The only thing he could do now was to not let Yao Menjing go out and cultivate in the sect in peace. Of course, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Jun Changshao began to plan for the worst. If others knew, how would the sect face it? After thinking about it, he could only let himself and his disciples improve their cultivation in a short period of time, so that they would have the strength to face all the dangers. Cultivate, cultivate. Jun Changshao temporarily handed the sect over to Li Luoqiu and a few elders to manage, and began to concentrate on cultivating. In the following month, he relied on various resources and sat cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array to cultivate crazily, and the energy of the dual spirit cores continued to increase. However, if he wanted to enter the 4th grade, he would need at least 2 to 3 months. That's too slow. Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. In the past month, he had absorbed countless natural spirit stones and spirit-gathering pills. If he was a normal martial king, he would definitely be able to advance by 1 grade. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a heavy aura suddenly erupted from the inner court and instantly filled the entire sect. Jun Changshiao's spiritual senses spread out and locked onto Yi Xingqian's room. He grinned and said, "This guy is finally going to break through to the martial king realm." Yes, after nearly 2 months of comprehension, Night Emperor finally found an opportunity and showed signs of advancing. "Junior brother, Yi is going to break through." Ha ha ha. Our sect of all times is going to have another martial king. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to break through, a majestic and cold aura emerged from the room in the distance. Jun Changshao was overjoyed and said, "Zhou Hong is also going to become a sword king." On this day, in the sky above the sect of all times, the aura of the martial king and sword king was on par with each other, and their momentum was great. Chapter 573. It was normal for Yi Xingqian, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra, to break through to martial king. However, it was unbelievable that Zhou Hong broke through to sword king right after him. One had to know. He had just become a grade 7 sword great master after taking the sword path aptitude liquid. Now he was going to become a sword king in less than 2 months. That was too fast. It all started with the way he cultivated. Sword path was different from martial path. It was all about comprehension. If one had a sudden epiphany, it would not be a problem for him to break through quickly. Zhou Hong's sword path aptitude had been improved by the liquid, and he had comprehended the Ling Jian divine technique. In just 2 months, his understanding of sword path had improved by leaps and bounds. That was how he found the opportunity to break through to Sword King. Jun Changshao was very happy. Yi Xingqian breaking through to Martial King and Zhou Hong breaking through to Sword King would definitely increase the strength of the sect. Whoosh, whoosh! The 2 kings' auras intertwined in the sky above the sect of all times. The momentum was so great that it shocked all the disciples. Li Qingyang and the others who were stuck at Wuzong Peak were inspired by Yi Xingqian's aura. They all sat down cross-legged and meditated, hoping to learn from it. An hour later, the Martial King's aura was gradually withdrawn. Yi Xingqian, who was in the room, opened his eyes and smiled. He thought to himself, "Today I return to Martial King." Whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, a majestic king's aura was released. Jun Changshao smiled. "I broke through." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others benefited from Yi Xingqian's martial Dao aura. It would definitely help them break through to Martial King. At this moment, Zhou Hong's sharp sword aura was also withdrawn. He successfully became a sword king from sword great master. At this moment, the sect of all times had a martial king and a sword king. On the same day, at the same time, 2 martial kings appeared. If this spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. "We can't relax either," Li Qingyang said. "Let's break through to Martial King as soon as possible." Yes, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others were not discouraged by junior brother Ye's breakthrough. Instead, they wanted to become even stronger. Yi Xingqian's and Zhou Hong's breakthroughs had brought the sect of all times of strength to a whole new level. At the same time, it had also spurred the disciples to work even harder in their martial arts training. That was it. Another half a month passed. Yao Menjing's advancement from a 6th grade martial master to a 9th grade martial master was extremely fast. Of course, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Hiwudi. This guy had always kept a low profile, as if he didn't exist. However, his cultivation level kept rising. In the past 2 months, he had also stepped into the peak of Wuzong. His aptitude was heaven-defying, and he had all sorts of resources from the sect to support him. If he did not soar, he would be letting down his transcendent grade spirit root. Of course, the cultivation levels of the sect of all times disciples had also increased as a whole, especially those who had just entered the academy. Their aptitudes were not bad, and their speed of improvement was especially obvious. For example, Jing Wugo. He had just stepped into Wuzong before entering the sect, and now he had reached the 5th grade. Xu Xunan Hualing and the others were not as monstrous as their senior, but they also relied on the spirit tempering pill and the 3rd floor of the training tower to successfully step into Wuzong. With the overall strength of the sect of all times, if the Xinjiang County sent another army to invade, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Zhua Chaochuan, who had been beaten up by Little Long Long, did not have the courage to find trouble with the Azure Sun County. Instead, he obediently operated his own territory. Too slow. After finishing cultivating the spirit gathering formation, Jun Changshao sat in his study with his hands on his head. His eyes were filled with despair. During this period of time, the disciples had been cultivating like a raging fire, and their cultivation levels had also increased. However, he was still at the 3rd grade and had not made any substantial progress. Jun Patriarch was not worried that his cultivation level would be surpassed by his disciples. However, as the master of a sect, if his strength did not increase, How would he face the dangers that would appear at any time in the future? Hurry up and give me a mission. Hurry up and give me a reward. Jun Changshao wished that a mission would appear. After completing it, he would be rewarded with N experience talismans, so that he could quickly break through the peak of the Sword and Martial King realm. Then he would trigger an epic mission and successfully become the Sword and Martial Emperor realm. In your dreams, said the system. Jun Changshao said, if there's no other way, I can only whoosh. He opened the system interface and tapped on his name. He gritted his teeth and said, use contribution points to exchange for experience points. When he was still at the channel opening stage, he had used this function before. 47 contribution points were directly cleared, and his cultivation level broke through from stage 7 to stage 10. At that time, no matter how many contribution points he had, they would all be cleared. Now that the system had been continuously upgraded and improved, he could enter a certain number of points to exchange for experience points. There were no missions, no experience talismans. Cultivating step by step was simply too slow. Jun Changshao had to consider using this method to quickly improve. The system said, it's not worth it to exchange contribution points for experience points. Host, please think twice before you act. Jun Changshao said, anyway, I don't lack anything now. I'll just exchange the small change first. As he said that, he increased the amount of experience points to 2,991 points and tapped on the exchange button. Ding! Contribution points 100,002,0000. When 2,991 points of contribution points disappeared, the 2 spirit cores in Jun Changshao's Dantian suddenly surged with boundless spiritual energy. It felt as if he had crushed an experience talisman. Come on, break through, become stronger. Just as Jun Changshao was about to break through, the spiritual energy in his Dantian suddenly calmed down. His realm was still stuck at stage 3. F***CK. He hugged his head and said frantically, I have so many contribution points, but I still haven't broken through. The system said, I just said that it's not worth it to use this method to exchange contribution points, but the host didn't listen. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. However, as he continued to cultivate, he happily realized that the breakthrough that would have taken him nearly 2 months seemed to have only taken him slightly more than 10 days. In other words, although the nearly 3,000 points of contribution points did not increase his realm by 1 level, it had greatly reduced his cultivation time. It's not a loss, not a loss. Jun Changshao comforted himself. The system muttered, using nearly 3,000 points of contribution points to refresh. Who knows, you might be able to get something good. Jun Changshao continued to focus on his cultivation. Sure enough, after more than 10 days, the 2 spirit cores in his Dantian were completely saturated. His realm had also successfully advanced from stage 3 to stage 4. Calculating the time, he had already cultivated for more than 2 months. During this period, not only did he consume a lot of martial arts resources, but he also spent so many contribution points. It was really not easy to break through 1 level. Although Jun Patriarch's improvement was slow, as long as he advanced by 1 level, the improvement in his strength was very significant. Boom! In the training room, a punch landed on the testing machine. The strength value that appeared was 7 million Jin. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled in satisfaction. When he had just broken through stage 1, his strength was 3 million, and stage 2 was only 4 million. Now that he had advanced by 2 levels and reached 7 million, it meant that his strength had increased by more than 1 million. The system said this is because the host has taken the spirit tempering pill. Jun Changshao said proudly, martial artists at the king stage who can compete with me? No, the system said, unless it's Wu Huang of a higher level. Jun Changshao jumped and landed on the main hall. He raised his head and sang, How lonely it is to be invincible, whoosh. the happy football shot toward him. Bang! Jun Changshao threw a punch. The football flew directly in the opposite direction and hit Li Fei's face with great precision. Then he flew out of the outer courtyard and landed at the foot of the mountain with an ah sound. Ha ha ha! Su Xiaomao laughed gloatingly, especially Chu Xiaonan, Hualing, and the others who had been ravaged by Li Fei. They were laughing so hard that tears came out. Patriarch Li Luoqiu walked out of the drizzle hall. She raised her head and said, "I just received news that we are in trouble." Trouble? Chapter 574. In the main hall, Jianya and the Ning brothers sat at the head of the table, frowning. The atmosphere was solemn. Jun Changshao sat at the head of the table with one hand holding his face and the other tapping rhythmically on the table. Humph! After a while he sneered and said, "I just changed the name of the sect, and so many forces are unhappy with me." Li Luoqiu said, "Patriarch, our name is too ostentatious. It's inevitable that we will be targeted." Just now, there was news that 5 fourth-rate sects from the neighboring West Cloud State were heading to Qingyang County with the purpose of meeting the Sect of all times. In southwest Yangzhou, many forces were unhappy with the new name. However, Jun Changshao had the support of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so no one dared to say anything. The forces outside did not agree. What right did a newly promoted sect have to be named all times? Who gave him the courage to do so? No, they had to meet them. The sects of West Cloud State were not brainless villains. They knew that the Sect of all times was rated as one of the top 3 sects, so they must have something extraordinary. So they joined forces to head to Qingyang County to discuss martial arts. Jianya said, "Patriarch, West Cloud State has always been righteous. They have long despised the remote southwest Yangzhou. I'm afraid that the 5 fourth-rate sects are not just here to cause trouble for the Sect of all times." The west of the Starfall continent was vast. Among them, the west was the main one, with the northwest above and the southwest below. There were a total of 3 large states. West Cloud State had the best geographical location and was also abnormally rich in natural attributes and resources. It was undoubtedly the strongest. So, the forces and families here had a natural sense of superiority. They did not care about the southwest and northwest states at all. Jun Changshao said, "You mean that they came to the Sect of all times to cause trouble for the southwest Yangzhou?" "That's right," Jianya said. Jun Changshao said, "If you're looking for trouble, go to the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City. Come to the Sect of all times. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The Patriarch changed the name of the sect to the Sect of all times and gave them this opportunity, Jianya said. "All right." Jun Changshao said, "I will let these fourth-rate sects know that in southwest Yangzhou you can mess with anyone but the Sect of all times. Every city in the southwest Yangzhou province received the news that the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud province had sent experts to the Azure Sun County. Like I said, as long as the name Sect of all times gets out, it will definitely attract trouble. See if it's accurate or not. The West Cloud State has long been displeased with our southwest Yangzhou State. This time, they are just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Fortunately, it's only a 4th-rate sect. If it alarmed a 2nd-rate or 3rd-rate sect, I'm afraid it would be even more troublesome. The Sect of all times has been quite arrogant recently. It's not bad to be taught a lesson by others. According to the West Cloud Province's travel route, they will arrive at the Azure Sun County in about 5 days. We can rush there in advance to watch the show. For a time, cultivators from all over southwest Yangzhou flooded into the Azure Sun County. The certification headquarters also received the news. Tianxing shook his head and said, "What will come will come." When he decided to announce the name of the Sect of all times, he expected that one day forces from other provinces would come looking for trouble. Headmaster, Elder Zhou said, In my opinion, I'm afraid that the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province is deliberately testing our Southwest Yangzhou, a rising sect with the potential to become one of the top 3 sections. Elder Zhen was more impatient and said, "Humph, this is a typical example of not being able to see others doing well." Yi Tianxing asked, "How many people did the West Cloud Province send?" 2 Wu Huang, 10 martial kings, and thousands of disciples. Their strength is at the level of Wuzong, Elder Zhou said. This lineup is not small. Yi Tianxing frowned and said, "The West Cloud Province wants to use the sect of all times to humiliate Southwest Yangzhou." "Headmaster," Elder Zhou said, "the young city lord of Lingting Royal City is also here." "Oh." Yi Tianxing held his chin and said, "This matter may not be controlled by the certification headquarters of the West Cloud Province, but by the Royal City." Red Lotus. In the Academy building, Situ Haoyun said the West Cloud Province sent 5 fourth-rate sects to challenge the sect of all times this time. "I'm afraid it's a show of force." Princess Red Lotus said, "Father once told me that the Lingting Royal City will not be quiet for long. The young city lord is also here. As the princess of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, you should go and meet the sect of all times to avoid being caught by others." Situ Haoyun said, "Yes." Princess Red Lotus said, "I will go now." After she left, Situ Haoyun looked up at the sky and whispered, "Little guy, you changed the name of your sect, so you must be prepared to face all kinds of trouble." Jun Chang Shao was already prepared. At this moment, not only did he learn about the strength of the sects, but he also triggered a side mission. The content was to defeat the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud Province. Jun Patriarch, who was a little unhappy at first, was now overjoyed. After all, he was worried about not having a mission to do, and now someone was coming to deliver it. 2 Wu Huangs? Sorry, my 2 contracts are enough to destroy them. 10 martial kings? All of you come together. I can fight 10 alone. As for those Wuzong, the disciples of the sect of all times can stand in a row and choose at will. If I don't beat you up, I won't know why the flowers are so red." "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "Elder Ma of the Tsangshan sect is here to see you." "Let him in." Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting hurried into the main hall and said, "Jun Patriarch, the West Cloud Province sent 2 Wu Huangs and 10 martial kings. This is a little troublesome." The Tsangshan sect had also received the news and sent him here with the intention of helping. Jun Changshao said proudly, "As long as it's not a third-rate sect, even if 10 fourth-rate sects come together, my sect of all times will not be afraid." The corner of Ma Yunting's mouth twitched. Every time he saw Jun Changshao, he felt that he was getting stronger. But that arrogance and haughtiness of his was also getting stronger. Jun Patriarch was arrogant because he was getting more and more confident. If he became stronger and still acted like a grandson, that would be 2F asterisk ket up. For the next few days, the martial cultivators and forces of the Southwest Yangzhou Province gathered at the foot of Ironbone Mountain. They were unable to enter the mountain gate because they were restricted. Xia Guangquin, Ai Shangyao, and the others could enter and leave freely. After all, their relationship with the sect of all times was very close. Qin Haoren and the people from the 100 Sect Alliance also came. However, compared to the forces of the Southwest Yangzhou Province, they were as inconspicuous as ants. At this moment, Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance were already very low-key. Their hatred for Jun Changshao was long gone. When a person was very rich, others would look down on them and gossip behind their backs. When a person was sitting on billions of assets, they would obediently shut their mouths because it was already beyond their level of discussion. The current sect of all times, in the eyes of Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance, was an unreachable giant. Naturally, they did not have the courage to face it. Of course, Jun Changshao had long forgotten about this enemy force because they were no longer a threat. In the future, they would have to face greater challenges. The life and death arena at the foot of the mountain was not dismantled. The 5th day, Jun Changshao sat on top with his legs crossed, quietly waiting for the guests who came from thousands of miles away. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood below the arena with their chests puffed out. This scene seemed familiar. Previously, when the evil forces of Huayang province were instigated by the deicide shrine branch to fight, Jun Patriarch had set up the arena like this and had a fair fight with them. Until today, Huayang province had been swallowed by Xinjiang province, and the former Iron Bone had become the sect of all times. Jun Patriarch, Princess Red Lotus, who had arrived yesterday, sat to the side and asked. This time, the West Cloud province came prepared. Do you have a chance of winning? Yes. How much? 100%. Jun Changshao said firmly, which made Princess Red Lotus fall silent. She thought to herself, I hope so. They're here. They're here. Someone shouted. Jun Changshao's spiritual senses spread out. On a small path in the distance, 2 Wu Huang with strong auras led thousands of martial artists over. Their martial arts cultivation erupted, shocking the martial artists of southwest Yangzhou province. They had not arrived, but their aura was. This was a show of strength. Jun Changshao flicked his hard black hair and said loudly, All disciples, release your aura and warmly welcome our friends from afar. P.S. 4th update, to make up for the previous 2 days. Chapter 5, 75. The people from the 5 fourth-rate sects of West Cloud State had yet to arrive, but their aura had already arrived. It was obvious that they wanted to intimidate the martial cultivators present. They were so arrogant in other people's territory. It could be seen how much they looked down on southwest Yangzhou. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Jun Changshao immediately ordered the disciples to release their cultivation and return the favor in the same way. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the disciples of the sect of all times no longer used the hidden cultivation technique to suppress their cultivation and release their realms in an instant. The aura that was difficult to detect with the naked eye rushed toward the 5 major sects of West Cloud State. Tens of thousands of disciples released their cultivation, forming a wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The surrounding branches trembled and leaves fell wildly. The martial cultivators of southwest Yangzhou were stunned. Oh my God! The aura of these disciples was so strong that it felt like they were not mediocre at all. Humph! The 2 Wu Huang at the front had a trace of disdain in their eyes. They immediately released a little of their cultivation, as if it had turned into a big hand and pressed down on the incoming aura. Whoosh whoosh! The aura of the 2 Wu Huang collided violently with the aura of the sect of all times disciples. Although the martial cultivators present could not see it with their eyes, they could feel the cold wind whistling, and their expressions changed again and again. This new sect with the potential to be in the top 3 was really valiant. They dared to compete with the aura of the 2 Wu Huang. Whoosh whoosh! The realm aura was still fiercely fighting in the void. Because the opponent was too strong, the sect of all times disciples could not resist and soon fell into a disadvantageous position and were pushed back. You overestimate yourselves. One of the Wu Huang from West Cloud State said lightly. It was undeniable that the aura of the sect of all times disciples was strong, but it was no doubt a fool's dream to shake a powerhouse of his level. Whoosh! Jun Changshao stood up and put his hands behind his back. The thick and sharp aura of the 2 kings of sword and martial arts erupted. Whoosh whoosh! The aura of the sect of all times disciples who were retreating stabilized the situation with the support of the patriarch's sword and martial arts and began to counterattack. Wu Huang frowned slightly. The young man in the ring had such a strong dual aura. He should be the patriarch of the sect of all times. Today, this old man wants to see what's so special about the sword and martial kings. Wu Huang stood where he was with his hands clasped behind his back. His majestic aura whizzed out and clashed madly with the power of the sword. It was a pity. Wanting to suppress the momentum of Jun Changshao and the other disciples with his strength alone was undoubtedly a bit wishful thinking. It's not. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Zhang Xian's face was about to turn green, but he was still unable to gain the upper hand. With Jun Patriarch's current strength, when he unleashed the aura of the sword and martial kings, an ordinary Wu Huang might not be able to take advantage of him. Elder Qi, this old man will lend you a hand. Wu Huang from the West Cloud State immediately released his emperor's aura. However, he had just released his aura. Yi Xingqian, Zhou Hong, Jiangya, and the Ning brothers also released their auras. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. Crack, crack. Many trees could not withstand the force of the wind and were snapped in half. Oh my God! The martial cultivators from southwest Yangzhou all widened their eyes. The two forces had not met yet and had not said a word, but they were already competing with each other in such a thrilling aura. This was too explosive. 10 minutes later, although the two Wu Huang from the West Cloud State were still releasing their aura, their faces were extremely ugly, because even with the two of them working together, they still could not gain the upper hand. You could say that the sect of all times was relying on their numbers. But don't forget that they were facing two genuine Wu Huang. If it were other fifth-rate sects, with all their strength, not to mention fighting against two, they couldn't even withstand one. Among the martial cultivators who came to watch the battle, there was no lack of powerful ones. They were all amazed in their hearts. This new sect was indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 potential sections. They were not even afraid of facing Wu Huang. Little Long Long, who was lying on the arena, yawned and sent a sound transmission. Master, do you need my help? No need. Jun Changshao said, go back to sleep. Okay. Little Long Long continued to lie on the arena, and his eyelids gradually closed. Both of you. Princess Red Lotus could no longer sit still. She stood up and said, it's meaningless to continue like this. Why don't we each take a step back and have a friendly martial arts exchange? Humph! The two Wu Huang snorted and immediately retracted their auras of Wu Huang. They also realized that it would be difficult to suppress them if they continued fighting like this. Since someone was giving them a way out, they had to accept it. Moreover, they did not come to Jinyang County to compete with their auras. The two Wu Huang retracted their auras first. Jun Changshao and the other disciples also did so. The area immediately became quiet. Princess Red Lotus. At this moment, a feminine voice sounded. We haven't met in a long time, right? The person who spoke was a slender young man. He stood behind the two Wu Huang with a smile on his face, giving off a gentle and refined feeling. Ling Yu's room. The young city lord of Lingting Royal City. The 10 martial kings and many disciples behind him obviously had enough respect for him. Princess Red Lotus said, it's been 10 years. Yes. Ling Yufeng smiled. 10 years ago, your father brought experts from southwest Yangzhou to West Yinzhou and was beaten to a pulp. Although I was young at that time, I remember it clearly. Princess Red Lotus frowned even more. The martial cultivators of southwest Yangzhou lowered their heads in shame. 10 years ago, the two prefectures had a friendly spar. The 10 experts sent over fought 10 rounds and lost 10 rounds. They became the laughingstock of the falling star continent. To southwest Yangzhou, it was a shame that could not be washed away. Now, the young city lord of Lingting Royal City mentioned this matter. It was undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Jun Changshao sat on the chair and looked at the smiling young man. He muttered, this guy looks like he needs a beating. Ling Yufeng smiled. However, in the past 10 years, southwest Yangzhou has developed quite well. A sect with the potential to be in the top 3 has appeared. As he spoke, he looked at Jun Changshao and said, You should be the patriarch of Zhuogu Sect, right? Zhuogu Sect? Jun Changxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. It was rare to see such a person, provoking him the moment he appeared. Did he think that because of his identity as the young city lord of West Yunzhou's royal city, he dared to be fearless in his territory? Sorry. Ling Yufeng shrugged and smiled. A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. It should be the sect of all times. Everyone was speechless. Everyone could see that it was not a slip of the tongue. It was intentional. Jun Patriarch. Ling Yufeng smiled. You won't be angry, right? Looking at this guy's smiling face, Jun Changxiao almost could not help but rush over and kick him to the ground. One does not hit a smiling person. Jun Patriarch smiled faintly. Children speak without fear. I won't be angry. Ling Yufeng's smile stiffened and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Jun Changxiao said, Young Masterling, why did you bring so many experts to my sect of all times from afar? I heard that your sect is strong and has been evaluated as having the potential to be in the top 3. Ling Yufeng glanced at the disciples of the sect of all times standing below the stage. His eyes were full of contempt. That's why I'm here to learn martial arts. Chapter 576. After Ling Yufeng appeared, he rubbed salt on the wound and mocked the sect of all times as an ancient sect. He was definitely someone who deserved a beating. To be honest, this was the first time he met such a character since he transmigrated. If he didn't crush his dignity, how could he face the audience? The sect of all times welcomes everyone to discuss martial arts, but Jun Changxiao paused and said, Will young Masterling come personally or send someone else? Ling Yufeng smiled and said, To show my respect, of course the experts of the West Cloud State will come and challenge your sect. Although this guy was arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He had more or less heard about the sect of all times. He definitely wouldn't go up this time. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, Young Masterling, the people you brought won't do. Won't do? The 2 Wu Huang and 10 martial kings frowned. Ling Yufeng smiled and said, Whether they can or not, we'll only know after we ask. Jun Patriarch, don't jump to conclusions. No means no. Jun Changxiao said. The experts of the West Cloud State had ugly expressions. They couldn't stand being looked down upon by a young man. Ling Yufeng smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, you're very confident. If you insist, I'll accompany you to the end. Jun Changxiao said, This life and death arena is my sect's challenge arena. Young Masterling can send someone up to fight. In that case, Ling Yufeng didn't want to waste any more time and said, Then I'll accept. He waved his hand. Swoosh! A tall young man jumped onto the arena and cupped his hands. Xingyun Sect's inner disciple, Wu Kuei, requests to fight. This person was tall and sturdy with thick arms. It was obvious that his external martial arts were very strong. Yuhua. Jun Changxiao said calmly, Go. Yes. Yang Yuhua stepped onto the arena with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that the patriarch would let him be the first to fight in such an occasion. Jun Changxiao and Princess Red Lotus walked down and handed the arena to Yang Yuhua and Wu Kuei. The martial cultivators who were watching the show couldn't take their eyes off him. The Xingyun sect was a rather prestigious, fourth-rate sect in the West Cloud State. The strength of their inner sect disciples was certainly not bad. This battle was bound to be very exciting. Of course, as someone from southwest Yangzhou, he hoped that the disciples of the sect of all times would win. However, the other party had traveled such a long distance to cause trouble for him. How could the disciple who was sent out be ordinary? The chances of him winning were probably not high. Boom. A loud boom came from the arena, indicating that the battle had begun. The martial artists watching the battle widened their eyes in unison because the Xingyun sect disciple named Wu Kuei was forced to retreat continuously. He barely managed to stabilize himself at the edge of the battle zone. his face abnormally ferocious. Shua! Yang Yuhua strode over and punched out with her right fist, which was imbued with spiritual energy. Boom! Thump! Thump! Wu Kuei stepped back once again, then staggered off the stage and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The martial artists who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. 2 punches sent the inner sect disciple of the Xingyun sect flying and causing him to vomit blood. The inner sect disciple of the sect of all times was too terrifying. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Yuhua cupped her fists and said. Ling Yufang flicked the black hair in front of his forehead and said to himself, the sect of all times is indeed quite capable. It's no wonder that Father sent so many experts. Yang Yuhua won the first battle. The martial artists who were watching the show could not come to their senses at all. This was because the battle had started and ended too quickly. There was something even faster. Ling Yufang sent out the second fighter. Both parties had just reported their names when the disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a kick from Li Tiantian. At the back, Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and the other outer sect disciples were sent out one by one. Most of their cultivation levels were 2nd or 3rd grade Wuzong. Even if their opponents were 5th or 6th grade Wuzong, they could defeat them directly. Boom! Another disciple of the West Cloud State was sent flying with a punch from Huo Ling Princess Red Lotus was astonished. This junior brother Huo was not very strong. He had just joined the sect of all times not long ago. Why did he seem like a different person? Jun Changshao said, Young Masterling, you've brought so many people. If you have to fight them one by one, it will take a long time. So, don't waste everyone's time. Just send a martial king. Ling Yufang's expression was very ugly. In his plan, he had first used the disciples of the sect of all times to defeat the disciples of the Xingyun sect before sending a martial king. He did not expect that the first round would be defeated one by one. Elder Sunday Ling Yufang waved his hand and said, Go! Yes, elder son of the Xingyun sect jumped onto the stage and released his aura of a 5th grade martial king. The martial artists of the southwest Yangzhou were immediately worried. 5 fourth-rate sects had sent a total of 10 martial kings. Could the sect of all times handle them? Patriarch Ning Duzue, who had always been a man of few words, said, I'll fight. Go, Jun Changshao said. Whoosh! Ning Duzue landed on the stage and cupped his hands. Elder of the sect of all times, Ning Duzue! Ning Duzue, elder's son, sneered. One of the Ning duo of the southeast Yangzhou? How can such a lowly person become an elder of a sect? This is the biggest joke in the world. Ning Duzue's gaze turned cold. Ling Yufang said, Jun Patriarch, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the people of Jianghu for letting such a person become an elder? The martial artists of the southwest Yangzhou discussed in low voices. They had heard of the Ning duo of the southeast Yangzhou, but they did not expect them to be an elder of the sect of all times. Letting such a person hold an important position in the sect would definitely be gossiped about. Young Masterling, Jun Changshao said, You don't have to worry about the people of my sect. Humph, elder son said indifferently. In this old man's opinion, since Jun Patriarch recruited such a person, there must be a lot of criminals in the sect. Ning Duzue said, If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense. Elder son said with disdain, If not for the arena, this old man really doesn't want to fight with thieves like you to avoid dirtying my hands. Shua. Ning Duzue could not stand it anymore and stepped forward. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly formed a dense number of fist shadows. Before joining the sect, he was a 5th grade martial artist, and he was still a 5th grade martial artist. Although he did not break through, he took the body-shaping pill, spirit tempering pill, and various kinds of tempering. His strength increased significantly. Boom! Boom! On the arena, there was a burst of crazy explosions. Thump, thump, thump. Elder Sun, who was also a fifth-grade martial artist, could not withstand the power of the explosion. The air wall collapsed, and he staggered back. It could be said that he was in a sorry state. Bang! Just as he stabilized his body, Ning Duzue's fist with violent spiritual energy directly hit his face. Wah! This group of people was very energetic. Not only did Elder Sun's blood spurt out, but 2 rows of teeth also flew out. Plop! Elder Sun fell at the edge of the arena. He was dizzy from the bombardment. Ning Duzue walked over and directly rode on his body, like an ordinary person fighting. He raised his fist and said, "I don't mind dirtying my hands." Boom! Boom! Spiritual energy spread, and the floor shook. After a torrential storm of violence, Elder Sun was beaten into a pig's head by Ning Duzue and fainted on the spot. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was a fight between martial king level martial artists. In the end, not only was there no exciting battle, it was more like an adult bullying a child. Chapter 577. Plop! Elder Sun, who had fainted, was thrown out of the stage. Just now he was complaining about dirtying his hands, but now his head was stuck on the ground. So, everyone was already an adult, so there was no need to act cool. Patriarch Ning Duzue stood on the stage. His hands were stained with blood, but he had no intention of coming down. He said, "I can still fight." Jun Changshao touched his nose and said with a smile, "Young Masterling, continue to send people to fight." Damn it! Ling Yufeng's eyes flickered with anger. It was acceptable for the martial king to be defeated, but it was not acceptable for him to be so easily trampled. "I'll do it," Xingyun Sect's elder, who volunteered. His strength was 2 levels higher than Elder Sun's. He was already a 7th-grade martial king. "Go," Ling Yufeng said. Whoosh! Elder, who flew up and landed on the stage. He said coldly, Xingyun Sect's elder Hu Shao, "Don't talk nonsense." Ning Duzue said, "Let's start." Hu Shao spread out his hands, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out like a big net. Seeing Elder Sun being oppressed without any power to fight back, he realized that the opponent was very strong. So he had to take the initiative first. "Spirit Explosion Seal!" Hu Shao shouted. The spiritual energy that spread out crisscrossed and turned into a big hand that pressed down on Ning Duzue. His psionic powers gathered explosive power and created a matcha with the air. Instantly, a terrifying kacha-kacha sound could be heard. Ning Duzue sneered, took 2 steps back, and stretched out his hands. Hu! The red power hidden between heaven and earth quickly gathered in his palms, forming a dazzling light. This was 7 Profound Sunglow Break. After the Ning brothers joined the sect of all times, except for special martial skills like body metamorpho scripture, they had basically learned all martial skills. So strong! As expected of our elder, the eyes of the disciples of the sect of all times suddenly burned. They also practiced this kind of profound martial skill, but its power could not be compared with Ning Duzue's. Sensing the 2 crimson energies, Hu Shao frowned slightly. His hands once again formed a seal. An explosive energy that rushed over suddenly increased in speed. Ning Duzue's face was expressionless. He stretched out his 10 fingers, and 2 beams of red energy shot out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 crimson beams of light instantly rushed into the explosive force, penetrating through it at an extremely fast speed, and blasted onto Hu Zhao's shoulders with incomparable precision. This process was too fast. It was so fast that Hu Zhao had no time to dodge. It wasn't until his shoulders were pierced through and the intense pain spread through his body that his face gradually became ferocious. The martial skill he released also came to an abrupt halt due to the collapse of his mind. Shua! Ning Duzue arrived in front of Hu Shao and coldly said, "Get lost." Bang! A punch landed on his face, and his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string before landing heavily on the ground. The spectating martial artists were all dumbfounded. The second elder from the Xingyin sect was beaten down so quickly. Young Masterling, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Since you have come to challenge the sect of all times, you should show your sincerity instead of letting these shrimp soldiers and crab generals go on stage and embarrass yourselves." Everyone's mouth twitched violently. A high-grade martial king was described as a shrimp soldier and crab general. Jun Patriarch, you are really shameless. Kacha! Ling Yufang clenched his fists tightly, burning with anger. This time he was ordered by his father to test this newly risen sect of all times. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Everyone. He suppressed his anger and said, "Who will fight with this thief?" Young city lord, Wu Huang, who was sent by the Xingyin sect, said in a deep voice, "This old man will go and meet him." Shua. As he spoke, he had already landed on the stage. Of course, he didn't want to fight with Ning Duzue, but with Jun Changshao, and said, "I heard that Jun Patriarch is a rare martial king and sword king. This old man would like to experience it." Jun Changshao smiled and said, "You want to challenge this seat?" "That's right," Wu Huang said. This time he didn't come here to fight one battle at a time and then decide the winner by winning. As long as he could teach this patriarch a lesson, it would be equivalent to completing his mission. Little Long Long, who was lying under the stage, became energetic and began to warm up. "Okay." Jun Chang smiled and said, "I have come to exchange pointers with the martial emperor." Little Long Long was stunned. "Master wants to fight with Wu Huang. Personally?" "Yes." After breaking through to the 4th grade martial king and sword king, Jun Changshao wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Wu Huang. Jun Patriarch, Princess Hong, Lian reminded. "This person is called Gutu Hong, one of the 2 remaining grand elders of the Xingyin sect. His strength can't be underestimated. It's best to send Wu Huang. This woman thinks I can't beat him?" Not only Mu Hong Lian, but when Jun Changshao took the initiative to fight, the martial cultivators present didn't think they could win. After all, this was a martial cultivator at Wu Huang's level. This kind of trash doesn't need Wu Huang of the sect of all times to fight. Jun Patriarch flew up and landed on the stage. He held in his heart, "Although Elder Wei is Wu Huang, he has no combat ability at all." The disciples of the sect of all times had unlimited potential. However, in terms of peak strength, it was very awkward if they didn't count as contracted beasts. At the foot of the mountain, there was an open space. Jun Changshao and Gutu Hong were separated by dozens of feet. One was the sword and martial king, while the other was a martial cultivator, Wu Huang. Therefore, they didn't fight in the arena. Instead, they chose to fight in a more spacious area so that they could fight freely. The patriarch of the sect of all times facing Wu Huang was undoubtedly very attractive. Many martial cultivators stood in the distance and stared intently. The number of times they blinked decreased, afraid that they would miss it if they weren't careful. "Jun Patriarch," Gutu Hong said with his hands behind his back, "how shall we fight?" "Let's use our fists first," Jun Changshao said. "All right." Gutu Hong clenched his fists. Thick spiritual energy gathered and gradually solidified, as if he was wearing a pair of iron gloves. The system said martial cultivators at Wu Huang's level have a strength of more than 5 million kilograms. The host should be careful. Okay. Jun Changshao didn't dare to be careless. He released his spirit armor and instantly materialized a silver-white battle armor around his body. Under the sunlight, it could be said to be dazzling. This guy was definitely not trying to act cool. He hoped to rely on the armor and the dazzling light produced by the sun to dazzle the opponent's titanium alloy dog eyes and help in the battle. "Can we start?" "Come on." Jun Changshao said. "Buzz." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him shook. A huge fist appeared out of thin air and came crashing down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Boom! The earth shook and a violent wave of air whizzed out. It was like a ripple that spread hundreds of feet in an instant. The martial cultivators who were far enough away felt the momentum and were so shocked that they all retreated. Their faces were filled with horror. Just now, what happened? When the remaining power dissipated, everyone looked hard and saw that Jun Changshao had already retreated dozens of steps. His legs sank several inches into the ground, and his hands were in a defensive position. In the battle zone, the space was still distorted and couldn't heal in a short period of time. Jun Changshao looked up and grinned. As expected of a martial cultivator from Wu Huang, this punch is powerful. Gu Tuhong's eyes were filled with surprise. He had punched out across space, and Wu Huang was able to withstand it. This was really unexpected. P.S. After waking up from a nap, I found out that I have a leader. Thanks to Lone Percent Drunk for the generous reward. There will be more tonight. Chapter 578. Boom! Boom! There were continuous explosions on the open grassland as psionic energy whizzed out. The spectating martial artists all widened their eyes. There was only one emotion in their eyes, and that was fear. In their field of vision, Gu Tuhong had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. In the void in front of him, giant fists were constantly condensing and bombarding. Oh my God! He can fight like this? A martial king exclaimed. A martial emperor's control of psionic energy is terrifying. Without even moving his hands, he could gather psionic energy and condense fists in the void to launch a crazy attack on the patriarch of the sect of all times. This gave many people a new understanding of battle. A moment later, Tu Hong stopped and a smile appeared on his face. Even if that kid could withstand his attacks, his body wouldn't be able to. He was probably seriously injured at this moment. The next second, the smile on his face froze. After the air waves and dust dissipated, Jun Changshao, who was wearing a silver armor, was still standing. He grinned and said, "If this is Wu Huang, then I'm very disappointed. Oh my God, Jun Patriarch is actually fine. Even if he has copper muscles and iron bones, he won't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. What a joke. Jun Patriarch was protected by his spirit armor. How could Wu Huang hurt him with the purest psionic energy?" Gu Tuhong said, "Jun Patriarch, this old man is going to get serious now." Huff, huff! He opened his hands, and a thick stream of energy gathered in his palms. Although it wasn't much, it was extremely pure. He's getting serious. Just now, he was just using psionic energy to gather strength. I'm afraid he's going to use martial arts this time. A powerhouse at Wu Huang's level has a far better understanding of martial arts than others. The increase in power is unimaginable. A few martial kings who were watching the battle discussed in low voices. Ta! Jun Changshao stepped forward, his eyes shining with passion. During this period, he had always faced all kinds of opponents with an invincible posture. Now that he met Wu Huang, he finally experienced the hot-bloodedness that young people should have. "You rotten old man, let's fight." Under the support of its owner's strong fighting spirit, the armor once again became dazzling. Gu Tuhong raised his palms, and two streams of spiritual energy converged. Then he waved the two fingers of his right hand, and the energy lingered like fairies. He said, "Finger of long eyebrows." Whoosh! The slender beam of light pierced through space and arrived at an extremely fast speed. Just as Gu Tuhong made his move, scorching flames erupted from Jun Changshao's body and rapidly converged together. Scarlet heaven raging flame, slash. He roared angrily, and the flame chop seal condensed in midair directly met the attack. The scorching power tore through the space, and crackling sounds could be heard. Boom! The heat wave slash collided with a tiny ray of light. In an instant, two colors, scarlet red and bright white, rose from the ground. My eyes. Many cultivators covered their eyes from the blinding light and retreated backwards. They felt a burning pain in their eyes, as if they were being burned by flames. The pain didn't last long. After everyone gradually recovered, they tried their best to open their eyes and look, only to see that the space in the battle zone had been distorted to the extreme. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Wait a minute. Where was June Patriarch? Many cultivators saw the situation clearly and only saw the stunned Gutuhong. They didn't see Jun Changshao. He's in the sky, someone exclaimed. Whoosh! Everyone looked up at the same time and saw Jun Changshao, clad in armor, leaping into the air with a green broadsword in his hand. He shouted, "Water drowns the 7 armies." Whoosh! Whoosh! The green dragon crescent blade waved wildly, and several scorching blade chi whizzed out. The power of each attack was quite explosive. Humph! Gutuhong sneered. In the void, the fist seal condensed again and directly destroyed the incoming flaming blade chi. Ta! Jun Changshao landed on the ground, holding the green dragon crescent blade in one hand. Huff, huff! Suddenly, colorful attributes surged out of the saber, and a martial saint with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers appeared. Weapon spirit! Everyone exclaimed. Gutuhong's eyes suddenly became serious. It turned out that the rumors were true. This guy really had a weapon spirit. No wonder the sacred spring, Sect Patriarch, was defeated. Whoosh! Jun Changshao quickly rushed over. In the process, the blade surface of the green dragon crescent blade changed from green to red, blue, earth, and gold. Following closely behind, Wu Sheng's soul was also changing. The two could be said to be colorful. Gu Tuhong frowned. At that moment, he felt that the world was filled with 5 attributes, so he exclaimed, 5 elements, weapon spirit! Whoosh! Jun Changshao soared into the sky, holding his saber horizontally as he shouted, I stand alone, colluding with you, walking alone, enlightening you with wisdom. Whoosh! 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 The blade chi slashed down fiercely. Ka ka ka! The space was ruthlessly cut apart, activating the martial spirit, activating the 5 elements. These few slashes were definitely the strongest outburst under the cooperation of Jun Changshao and the green dragon crescent blade. It could be seen from his ferocious face. However, reality was cruel. Gutuhong's robe fluttered without wind, and incomparably dense psionic energy instantly spread out, as if sealing the entire space. Not only was the falling blade chi forcibly slowed down, but its power was also greatly weakened. Break! Bang! 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 The blade chi that contained the power of the 5 elements directly collapsed under the compression of space. Jun Changshao, who had not yet landed, was suddenly sent flying and then staggered backward. Crack! The green dragon crescent blade stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of retreat. No, Wu Huang was too strong. Even if the green dragon crescent blade had the 5 elements attribute, even if Wu Sheng's soul was activated, there was still a gap. The system said the difference between the martial king and Wu Huang is not only in strength, but also in the understanding of heaven and earth. The host wants to defeat someone of a higher level with a 4th grade cultivation. It's really wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Jun Changshao laughed. Whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, an incomparably cold sword aura spread out from his body and instantly rushed in all directions. Gutuhong said indifferently, Do you want to use the power of the sword, king? Old man. Jun Changshao, who was in the middle of the sword aura, said proudly, I have a sword move that can cut the stars above and break the rivers below. Do you dare to take it? Why wouldn't I dare? Gutuhong sneered. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the cold and fierce wind, and the sword aura that spread out became stronger. At that moment, Many martial artists felt that this guy seemed to be getting sharper and sharper, as if he had become a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the sword aura, the swords of many martial artists trembled. When they wanted to use their hands to stop it, they heard clang, and their swords directly flew out. Clang, clang. The sound of sword aura being unsheathed rang out one after another. Gutuhong was stunned and subconsciously looked back. He saw a dense number of sharp swords, forming a sword rain, flying over his head. He widened his eyes. Clang, clang. The swords of the disciples of the sect of all times flew over from another direction. For a moment, in the sky behind Jun Changshao, thousands of sharp swords were suspended, revealing an incomparably sharp aura. Why did my sword fly out? I can't control it at all. Jun Patriarch once used this sword move in the Imperial City. The cultivator from the Imperial City of Heavenly Mandate recalled the scene of Jun Changshao and Yangli fighting. Looking at the thousands of swords suspended in the air, a dignified look appeared in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, Jun Patriarch, what sword move is this? 10,000 swords in one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of swords flashed and instantly gathered together, forming a giant sword like a mountain peak, slashing down at Gutuhong. Whoosh! The giant sword fell, and the sword aura exploded. Gutuhong's expression changed greatly because there was a sword aura that was like Wu Huang's domain that instantly bound him. At this moment, all he could do was brace himself and take the blow. P.S. Maybe it was because he had not recovered from his cold. But at the point where Jun Patriarch was showing off, he felt that he could not get into the mood to write. Well, our strongest sect of all times also has a leader. Chapter 579. Thousands of sharp swords converged, like a tall and straight mountain peak piercing the clouds, revealing the supreme sword power. Everyone present held their breath, and their eyes were filled with horror. At that moment, that scene, it would be imprinted in their hearts forever, and they would never forget it. Whoosh! The giant sword slashed down, and the sword power erupted. Wu Huang, level Gutuhong, was bound by the sword momentum, and it was difficult for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Ah! He roared angrily and stimulated all his cultivation. The void in front of him instantly rippled, and lines of solid enchantments condensed and formed. Full defense, just to meet the 10,000 swords in one. To be able to force Wu Huang to this point, even if Jun Changshao could not defeat his opponent, it was enough to prove himself. Whoosh! The sword momentum rippled, and the world lost its color. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the giant sword slammed down and collided with the first enchantment condensed by Gutuhong. Bang! Broken! Bang! The second enchantment was broken. Bang! 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 In an instant, the following 3 defensive enchantments were also broken. The power of the giant sword was irresistible. Puff! Gutuhong spat out blood. At this moment, there was only one enchantment left in front of him, but under the sword momentum, it was like a candle in the wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. Not allowed! Not allowed! Gutuhong's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his palms. Whoosh! The last psionic energy in his dantian was stimulated to strengthen the enchantment, just to defend the dignity of Wu Huang. Boom! The giant sword slammed down like a mountain. Whoosh! The violent sword intent madly wreaked havoc around, as if it had turned into an invisible sickle, sweeping through the empty grassland. The weeds within a radius of 10,000 feet were harvested close to the ground, and the stones were flattened. The big trees showed sword marks and then were cut in half. The martial artists watching the battle were far enough away. Otherwise, they would have been directly strangled by the sword intent. My God! This is too terrible. Everyone was terrified and subconsciously stepped back a lot. Another Wu Huang from the West Cloud State had a solemn expression. He could not imagine that the patriarch of the sect of all times would have such a powerful sword move. If he were to take it head-on, he would definitely be in a very difficult situation. Crack! The sound of something collapsing suddenly rang out in the quiet environment. Although everyone did not see it immediately, they could also guess that the last enchantment that Gutahong condensed must have been broken. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, streaks of sharp swords flew up and hovered above Jun Changshao again, flashing with dazzling light. Opposite, Gutahong stood in place. Although he was still standing, his hands were hanging by his sides. His face was abnormally pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Taking the 10,000 swords returned to one head-on only caused him to suffer minor injuries, but the energy in his body had been depleted by 80 to 99%. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth rose as he smiled. "You've lost." "Who?" Gutahong exhaled and clasped his hands together with difficulty. "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for showing mercy." After the last defensive enchantment that he condensed was broken, the power of the sword was still very strong, and it could have gone with the flow. However, the moment it fell, it suddenly disintegrated, then turned into a stream of light and flew back. How could Gutahong not know that this was done deliberately by the other party? Otherwise, if he took that sword head-on in his exhausted state, he would definitely have died or been injured. Jun Changshao said, "It's just a spar, not a battle of life and death." System. After this guy used the 10,000 swords returned to one, the spiritual energy in the two spirit cores was almost depleted. He did not make the final cut, but deliberately made it look like he was pulling back. Unexpectedly, that guy really believed it. "Young Masterling," Jun Changshao said, "you can let the other Wu Huang continue to fight. I will accompany you to the end." He wanted to fight Wu Huang again? Awesome. The warriors of southwest Yangzhou all looked at him with admiration and respect. In his own territory, he had beaten Wu Huang of West Yunzhou until he was convinced. How proud he was! "Elder Lu," Ling Yufang said, "let's fight." The Wu Huang called Lu Shangqing's mouth twitched slightly. The patriarch of the sect of all times looked as if nothing had happened. Those thousands of swords were still hanging in the air. If he made another move, he would definitely not be able to take it. "Young city lord," Lu Shangqing said, "Jun Patriarch is still a king level. If this old man fights with him again, I will be ridiculed by the people of Jianghu." The power of the 10,000 swords returned to one shocked this Wu Huang, and he did not have the courage to fight. Of course, Lu Shangqing was not thinking about the two Wu Huangs fighting a king level and being ridiculed by others. He was thinking about the two Wu Huangs not being able to defeat a king level and being ridiculed by others. People who had reached a certain level and age would definitely care about their reputation. And this, it also gave Jun Changshao a way out. He said, "If that's the case, then continue to challenge the disciples of the sect of all times." Xiu! Xiu! The sword aura that filled the air dissipated, and the thousands of swords in the air all flew back to their respective owners. Damn it! Ling Yufang was extremely angry. He originally thought that coming to southwest Yangzhou under his father's orders would be a very simple matter. He did not expect the sect of all times to be so troublesome that even Wu Huang could not do anything about it. "Patriarch!" Su Xiaoma volunteered. This disciple would like to fight with young Masterling from the Imperial City. He did not like Ling Yufang for a long time. Jun Changshao said, "You'll have to ask if young Masterling is interested." "Young Masterling," Su Xiaoma smiled. "Can you come up to the stage and fight with me?" Before Ling Yufang could say anything, he said again, "If you're not willing, I won't force you. After all, the people I sent have already lost so many battles. You won't make a difference." These words were a bit mischievous. The arrogant Ling Yufang's eyes were instantly filled with anger. "Senior Brother Su," Li Fei smiled. You can't underestimate young Masterling. If he didn't have the ability, how could he become the young master of the imperial city? That's hard to say. Su Xiaoma said, some people are born into a good family and have a good father. Even if they don't have the ability, they can still do well. Gotcha! Ling Yufeng clenched his fists tightly, his anger erupting. What he could not stand the most was others thinking that he relied on his father. The truth? It really was the truth. Jun Changshao clasped his hands. These two disciples of mine are talking nonsense. Young Masterling, please don't lower yourself to their level. Besides, what's wrong with relying on your father? Other people can't even rely on you. Everyone's mouth twitched. Jun Patriarch, you're purposely provoking young Masterling. Hurry up and apologize to young Masterling, Jun Changshao said in a low voice. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei clasped their hands. Young Masterling, we were wrong. You have a good father. You're amazing. The two of them echoed each other, making Ling Yufeng's nose crooked. In the end, he could not control his emotions and shouted, Fine, I'll fight the disciples of the sect of all times. He could not take it anymore. He had to fight. He had to let others know that he relied on himself, not his father. Young master. Lu Shangqing wanted to persuade him, but Ling Yufeng said in a low voice, I've made up my mind. Chapter 580. I have made up my mind. These 4 words were said very decisively, indicating that Ling Yufeng was really angry. He had to use his strength to prove that he didn't rely on his father. Lu Shang was on the verge of collapse. The other party was obviously provoking him on purpose. Yet, he was still foolishly looking for trouble. The city lord was so wise and powerful. How did he give birth to such a bastard? Of course, he only dared to think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. All right. Jun Chang smiled and said, Little Mu, why don't you fight with young Masterling? Yes. Su Xiaoma jumped into the ring. Before he even started warming up, the disciples of the sect of all times started to send messages to him. Senior brother Su, you have to beat this guy up. That arrogance of Gang Chong really pisses me off. I have to torture him until he's half dead. It's best to beat him until he pisses all over. The reason why everyone hated him so much was because Ling Yufeng deliberately called the sect of all times an ancient sect. It had to be said. In terms of attracting hatred, this guy was comparable to Jun Changshao. Shua. Ling Yufeng landed on the ring, his eyes flashing with anger. If his eyes could kill, Su Xiaoma would have been cut into pieces. The one on the ring is an inner disciple of the sect of all times. His strength is definitely not bad. Can young Master Ling win? I heard that this young city, Lord Ling's talent isn't too high. His father used a lot of natural treasures to help him shape his meridians. Sai, this is a good life. This is a good reincarnation. Ling Yufeng heard the whispers of the Southwest Yangzhou martial artists. The anger in his body was even stronger. Why did they only care about his father? No one cared about his hard work all these years. Could it be because of his birth? All his hard work and effort were erased and blamed on having a good father. This is unfair to me. Hoo-hoo! Under the burning anger, Ling Yufeng released Wu Zong's cultivation and said in a low voice, I want to let you know that I can become the young city lord, to have my current cultivation. It's all because of myself. How? Su Xiaoma smiled. Ling Yufeng, who had unleashed his full cultivation, said proudly, Let's compete with weapons. Shua. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand, and a sword with a dragon beast engraved on it appeared. Although it hadn't been unsheathed, it exuded a sharp aura. 3-foot swimming dragon sword. Oh my God! This is one of City Lord Ling's personal swords. Its quality has already reached the high level of the highest level. I never thought that he would give it to his son. Everyone looked at him enviously. Lu Shangqing and Gu Tuhong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As Wu Huang, they didn't have such a weapon that was close to the saint level. True enough. It was awesome to have a good father. It was quite ironic that Ling Yufang, who wanted to prove himself, took out the sword that his father had given him. Come, Su Xiaoma said, let's begin. Where's your weapon? To deal with a rookie like you, my bare hands are enough. Arrogant, Ling Yufang's eyes turned cold. He immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a clang, the 3-foot swimming dragon sword was unsheathed. This sword was 3 feet long, and the blade was white. When it was unsheathed, there seemed to be a dragon's roar. It was indeed a very good weapon. Even the strong ones might not be able to buy it, even if they had the money. Shua! Ling Yufang poured his psionic energy into the sword and suddenly slashed it in the void. Instantly, it dragged a cold and sharp sword aura. Su Xiaoma tiptoed and used a mysterious footwork to bypass it. Then he appeared behind Ling Yufang and directly threw a kick. Bang! Ling Yufang didn't have time to dodge at all. He was directly kicked on the shoulder and quickly retreated with the sword in his hand. Shua! Su Xiaoma strode forward and poured his psionic energy into his right foot. Suddenly, he launched a dazzling bombardment. Bang! 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 In an instant, Ling Yufang suffered a heavy blow to his chest and staggered back to the edge of the arena. He was only a 4th-grade Wuzong. Even if he had a high-grade sword in front of Su Xiaoma, who was at the peak of Wuzong, he would be completely destroyed. Damn it! Ling Yufang endured the pain and angrily displayed his sword art. Suddenly, a dense sword shadow appeared in front of him. This was also a profound sword art that the city lord prepared for his son. Unfortunately, Ling Yufang's talent wasn't outstanding. Even if he learned the sword art, even if he had a high-grade sword, it would still be difficult for him to display its true power. Shua! Shua! Su Xiaoma used his full speed to dodge left and right on the arena, avoiding the cold sword aura. Then he went in front of Ling Yufang and kicked his wrist. Xiu! The 3-foot swimming dragon sword flew out of his hand and was inserted into the ground. Lu Shangqing shook his head. This result he wasn't surprised at all. To put it bluntly, because young city Lord Ling had a powerful father, everyone respected him. Without this layer of relationship, he wouldn't have any sense of presence in the crowd. Damn it! Ling Yufang was furious. He had such a powerful sword and sword art. Why couldn't he defeat a disciple of the sect of all times? This question was very simple. He had a good father. Su Xiaoma and the rest had a good patriarch. You have countless resources and rich martial arts? Sorry, these sect of all times disciples had all of that. If they wanted to find an advantage, Ling Yufang's identity as the young city lord could be used to show off. Of course, if they had to choose between being a young city lord and being a sect of all times disciple, Su Xiaoma and the rest would definitely choose the latter, because in their hearts, a sect of all times disciple was a priceless treasure. Was it over? No. After Su Xiaoma kicked away Ling Yufang's weapon, he didn't give him a chance to surrender or jump off the stage. He gave him a heavy punch that made him dizzy. Then he started to destroy him. Bang! 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 The spectators' mouths twitched. In the end, they couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. June Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus whispered. After all, he is the young city lord of soaring royal city. Just teach him a lesson. Don't go overboard. June Changshao said, It is because he is the young city lord that we have to be ruthless. This way, the world will know that the sect of all times is not to be trifled with. Princess Red Lotus was silent. Boom! Another heavy punch landed. Ling Yufang, who had been beaten up, tilted his head and fainted. His entire face was swollen. Even his parents might not be able to recognize him. Pa! Su Xiaoma clapped his hands and said, Thank you for letting me win. Lu Shangqing and Gu Tuhong's expressions were ugly. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this was an arena battle. Since they had gone up, they could only blame themselves for being beaten up. Both of you, June Changshao said, If you still want to learn martial arts, you can continue to go up the stage. The sect of all times will not reject anyone. The experts of the 5 fourth-rate sects were silent. Even Wu Huang was defeated. The sect of all times was too strong. If they continued to go up the stage, they would only embarrass themselves. June Patriarch. Lu Shangqing cupped his hands and said, as expected of the top 3 sections, today we have learned a lot. We will not disturb you any further. We will take our leave first. After losing so many battles, Wu Huang didn't even win. What face did he have left? Therefore it was best to leave. Forgive me for not sending you off. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Lu Shangqing ordered his disciples to carry the unconscious Ling Yufang. Under the gaze of the martial practitioners of southwest Yangzhou, they left dejectedly. When they came, they were very arrogant. When they left, they were very embarrassed. Today, the 5 fourth-rate sects of the West Cloud State returned in defeat at the sect of all times. Today, a martial practitioner of southwest Yangzhou shouted from the bottom of his heart, June Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. June Patriarch is mighty. The sect of all times is mighty. Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices echoed in the sky. The words unyielding iron bones were written on the plaque hanging above the main hall. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light. June Patriarch. Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, if my father knew about this, he would be very happy. Jun Changshao didn't hear what she said. He also didn't hear the shouts of the crowd. This was because his ears were covered by the sound of the mission completion notification. Chapter 581. Ding! Side quest completed. Obtained 5,000 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 150,002,0000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. Obtained experience talisman X3. Obtained holy rank aptitude transformation liquid X1. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. This side quest actually gave him 3 experience talisman. However, at this moment, another notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden goods. Obtaining the sword path aptitude liquid, array formation aptitude liquid, and the right to purchase the Martial King pill formula. Jun Changshao was stunned. In the next second, he was so excited that he almost flew away. The right to purchase the sword path formation aptitude liquid. This was definitely not going to be great. Also, the Martial King pill formula. He couldn't take it anymore. June Patriarch was so excited that his little heart almost stopped beating. Schwa! He hurriedly opened the shopping list, and sure enough, he saw 2 types of aptitude liquid and Martial King pill formula appear out of thin air. Ha ha! Ah ha ha ha! Jun Changshao squatted on the ground, covering his face as he laughed wantonly. He had the style of Tang Bohu's Star Master in Autumn Fragrance. Princess Red Lotus said, June Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Princess. Li Qingyang said seriously, Patriarch sometimes can't help but laugh. Jun Changshao suddenly laughed out loud for no reason. As a disciple, he had seen many times and was already used to it. Oh, Princess Red Lotus replied and thought to herself, is this an illness? If it was an illness, Jun Changshao would rather be terminally ill and incurable. 10 years ago, City Lord Mu brought experts to the West Cloud State, but in the end he was shaved bald. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot, and it took him a long time to recover. That was a shameful battle. For a long time, City Lord Mu and the Southwest Yangzhou martial cultivators could not raise their heads. Every time they thought about it, they would feel extremely pained. Until today, at the foot of Ironbone Mountain, Jun Changshao and his disciples had shaved the heads of the 5 great sects of the West Cloud Province. They had even defeated a martial emperor and brutally abused the Ling Tung royal city's young city lord. For a moment, many martial artists rushed to spread the news, as if the whole world was celebrating. All right, in the Long family of Longyang City, Long Patian slammed the table and stood up after hearing about this matter. He laughed loudly and said, "June Patriarch has avenged our Southwest Yangzhou. Teacher June is too amazing. I really want to graduate quickly and join the sect of all times." The students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were also in a heated discussion. Their admiration for Jun Changshao grew even stronger. "Ha ha ha." Yi Tianxing laughed and said, "Awesome, awesome." Although he was a certified dojo master and had to remain neutral, he had always lived in southwest Yangzhou. Now that the sects of the inner prefecture had beaten up the sects of the outer prefecture, they would definitely be delighted. Furthermore, in the past, it was always the sects from their own province that were bullied by others. This time, it was the other way around. They were bullied by outsiders right in front of their own home. This was definitely refreshing. "I've decided," Yi Tianxing said. "For the next Dragon Tiger battle, the sect of all times will represent Southwest Yangzhou." This, Elder Zhou, Elder Zhen, and the others were stunned. They did not expect that the dojo master, who had been hesitating all this time, would suddenly make a decision. "Elder Zhou," Yi Tianxing said, "make a trip to the sect of all times and inform them personally. Let June Patriarch prepare actively for this in the next 2 years." "Yes." Elder Zhou hurriedly left. Yi Tianxing put one hand on the table and murmured, "June Patriarch, I hope that you can represent the certification dojo and Southwest Yangzhou and achieve good results in the Dragon Tiger battle 2 years later." The discussion about the sect of all times in the outside world was getting more and more intense. As the person involved, Jun Changshao locked himself in his room and took out 3 experience talismans. Smack! Whoosh, whoosh! The psionic power in the 2 spiritual nuclei instantly boiled. A moment later, the aura emanating from Jun Changshao's body was even more intense. His realm had also advanced from level 4 to level 5. It took a lot of time and contribution points to break through to level 4. Now that he had advanced with just 1 experience talisman, it was simply too awesome. Smack! Smack! Jun Changshao crushed the other 2 experience talismans. His realm had advanced from level 5 to level 7. "I'm Jun Changshao." Walking out of the room, he exhaled and said, "I didn't cheat." The system said, "A decent person." Bang! Arriving at the training room, Jun Changshao punched the testing machine. The strength displayed was 11. 5 million gene. It had broken through 10 million. Smack! Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed again. He had only been at level 2 meridian opening when he transmigrated. Now he had advanced to level 7 king of sword and martial arts with an explosive strength of 11. 5 million gene. This was his growth. This was his change. He asked loudly, "Who else?" June Patriarch was floating. He was floating so much that his feet left the ground. The floating virus had been turned off. However, although the contribution points given for a side mission were not much, the rewards were too generous. The system said this is because of the 2.0 version of the system. Some elite side missions are not inferior to the previous epic missions. Jun Changshao said, "In that case, after entering the peak of the Sword Martial King and triggering the epic mission, the rewards will be even more generous." That's right. The system paused for a moment and added, "Similarly, the difficulty will also increase." "Oh," Jun Changshao replied and opened the shopping list. He clicked on the beginner grade Sword Path Aptitude Liquid. He glanced through the description and directly placed it under Price. 5,000 contribution points. Damn, a beginner grade is so expensive. He hurriedly clicked on the beginner grade Formation Aptitude Liquid. In the end, the price was also 5,000 contribution points. June Patriarch was speechless. Now that he had 15,000 contribution points, he felt that he was filthy rich. If he were to buy this kind of aptitude liquid, he could only buy 3 bottles at most. This is too much. Jun Changshao clicked on the Martial King pill formula. It introduced that after refining this pill and consuming it, a martial artist could directly break through to Martial King from the peak of Wuzhong. Awesome. Were there any side effects? Of course. The side effects were clearly written. Martial King was already an extremely high level in the mortal continent. In order to maintain the balance of the heavens and earth, a martial artist would lose 100 years of their lifespan after consuming it. Jun Changshao said, "This is using one's lifespan to break through." The price of the Martial King pill formula was quite reasonable, only 2,000 contribution points. However, considering that it would cost 100 years of his lifespan, Jun Patriarch did not immediately decide whether to buy it or not. Instead, he began to investigate. "Qinyang, if you were given a chance to break through to Martial King, would you be willing to give up 100 years of your lifespan?" "I'm willing." "Zueji, what about you?" "Patriarch, of course I'm willing." "Why?" "After breaking through to the next level, one's lifespan will increase by a lot. Losing 100 years of lifespan is nothing." "That's right." Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said in realization, when a martial artist breaks through to the next level, their lifespan will increase as well. What's there to worry about losing 100 years of lifespan? Living beings in the falling star continent had a long lifespan to begin with. Sacrificing 100 years in exchange for becoming a martial king was not excessive at all. The system broke down. So what's the use of the Martial King pill's side effects? Chapter 582. After consuming 100 years and breaking through to the Martial King realm, his lifespan would increase again. There was no change at all with this reduction and replenishment. Buy. Jun Changshao spent 2,000 contribution points to buy the Wu King pill formula, which was automatically matched to the pill pavilion. Just as he was about to check what medicinal herbs he needed, Su Xiaomao reported, "Patriarch, Elder Zhou from the certification headquarters is here to see you." Jun Changshao said, "Please." Elder Zhou entered the main hall and first said some pleasantries, then told him the purpose of his visit. Dragon Tiger Hegemony? Jun Changshao had never heard of it before. The system said, "This is the highest standard sect competition in the Falling Star continent." "Oh." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Elder Zhou, I only want to peacefully develop the sect. I have no interest in this kind of competition." He was not interested. If there was a mission, he would be more active than anyone else. Jun Patriarch, Elder Zhou said, "The sect of all times can represent the Southwest Yangzhou to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition that is held once every 5 years. That is definitely a supreme honor. Does Elder Zhou think that my sect is lacking in glory right now?" No, it was very sufficient. At this time, the sect of all times in the Southwest Yangzhou was definitely, who didn't know you? Not to mention, when the news of defeating the 5 sects of the West Cloud State spread out, it would definitely cause a heated discussion in the other provinces. Sigh. Elder Zhou sighed and said, "Since that's the case, I can only bring the 50,000 spirit stones back to the head." Wait. Jun Changshao leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. 50,000 spirit stones? Elder Zhou said, "The head will use his own money to give the sect of all times 50,000 spirit stones for the development of the sect, so that we can deal with the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition in 2 years. Since Jun Patriarch is not participating, I can only bring it back." Pa. Jun Changshao slammed the table and said, "It is an honor for my sect of all times to represent the Southwest Yangzhou. Elder Zhou, please go back and tell the head that Jun is willing to lead the disciples to participate in the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition." Elder Zhou was stunned. At that moment, he felt as though there was a light flickering behind Jun Patriarch's head. as though he was a sage who was delivering salvation to all living beings. Bah! The system's disdainful voice echoed in his ears for a long time. Jun Changshao had no reason to reject the Sect of all times' participation in the Dragon Arc Hegemony Tournament, since the certification center valued it so much. It had nothing to do with spirit stones. It was related to the fact that he was from the southwestern Yangzhou. After sending Elder Zhou off, Jun Changshao inspected the space ring that contained the spirit stones and felt very pleased. Patriarch, Jiangye asked, "Are you really going to participate in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony?" "Okay," Jun Changshao replied. Jiangye said solemnly, "This is the Grand Sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. Countless sects will participate. It is said that there will even be disciples from first-rate sects participating." Really? Jun Changshao's interest was immediately piqued. If not for the spirit stones, he really did not plan to participate. However, since first-rate sects were participating, it would definitely be a grand event. If that was the case, how could the Sect of all times be absent? The Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony was the Grand Sect tournament of the highest scale in the Starfall continent. It was held once every 5 years, and there were still 2 years before the next one. Southwestern Yangzhou would send a sect to participate every year. However, because their strength could not compare to the other states, they only had one spot. They would be eliminated in the first round in all the previous years. So, Jun Changshao asked. Jiangye said, "Actually, the sects that Southwestern Yangzhou sent out every year are quite strong. Just last year, they sent the only third-rate sect. In the end, they were defeated in the first round by a fourth-rate sect." "It can't be?" Jun Changshao said in surprise. "A third-rate sect can't beat a fourth-rate sect." Jiangye said, "In theory, a third-rate sect is stronger than a fourth-rate sect. However, the sect that represented southwestern Yangzhou was unlucky and encountered a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. In the end, they were defeated miserably." Jun Changshao was silent. So it was a fourth-rate sect from the Zhongzuan state. That was understandable. Although the forces in the Starfall continent were divided into levels, what really determined how strong they were was still geographical factors. The heaven and earth attributes were extremely strong, and there were outstanding talents in the big states. The sects born in the big states would definitely be stronger than the sects in the remote areas. As the center of the continent, the Zhongzuan state was definitely full of experts and rich in resources. Not to mention a fourth-rate sect defeating a third-rate sect from another state. Even a sixth-rate sect could defeat a fifth-rate sect. So, the sect's level was only a standard. Whether it was strong or not depended on where it came from. For example, the 5 fourth-rate sects from the West Cloud state that came to challenge the sect of all times would definitely be stronger than the fourth-rate sect from southwestern Yangzhou. That was exactly the case. When Jun Changshao and his disciples defeated them and shaved their heads, the martial artists in the state would be extremely excited. The value of this was very high. It seems like Jun Changshao touched his nose and said, "It's a little difficult to win the championship of the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony." "It's more than difficult," Jiangye said seriously. "With the current strength of the sect of all times, it's definitely as difficult as ascending to the heavens." It's okay, Jun Changshao said. "There are still 2 years to make the sect stronger. When the time comes to participate in this kind of grand sect competition, we must get first place." Jiangye was dumbfounded. The Ning brothers were also dumbfounded. Getting first place in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. This goal was not ordinary. On the martial arts practice field, 10,000 disciples stood in an orderly manner, their aura like a rainbow. Jun Changshao stood at the entrance of the main hall and said, 2 years later, "Do you have the confidence to win the championship of the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony?" "Yes," all the disciples shouted in unison. "Okay," Jun Changshao said, dismissed, cultivate. Swoosh! Sitting in the study, he pulled out the panel of the elixir pavilion and clicked on the martial emperor pill. The required herbs immediately appeared. Good heavens! There were more than 50 of them, and from the names of the herbs, they were all very expensive. Jun Changshao said, "As expected, it's not easy to let a disciple break through to martial king." He wrote down the herbs on a piece of paper and handed it to the procurement hall to purchase. Patriarch Su Xiaomo walked in. Pa, Jun Changshao placed the reward of the mission on the table and said, "Take this and improve your spiritual root." Su Xiaomo was happy and said, "Thank you, Patriarch." As he spoke, he opened the bottle and swallowed it. His spiritual root advanced from supreme to sacred. In this way, there were already 4 disciples of the eternal sect who had upgraded their spiritual roots to the level of divine grade. A few days later, the people from the procurement hall returned one after another, but they did not manage to buy any of the herbs needed to refine the martial emperor pill. However, he bought a batch of seeds from the AI family. Elder Wei, Jun Changshao said, "How long will it take to grow them?" Elder Wei pondered for a moment and said, "The seeds provided by the patriarch are all very rare. I'm afraid it will take at least half a year for them to mature." Half a year? Although it was a bit long, Jun Changshao said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Wei." Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu came in to report, "Our spies have spread to the Lu prefecture in the northeast, and we have some bad news." "Speak." Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu hesitated for a moment and said, "Lu Qianqian is wanted by the extreme coldness palace in the Lu prefecture in the northeast. She even fought with the other party's experts in the boundless ice sea." Whoosh! Within the main hall, a violent sword martial aura surged out and instantly filled the entire sect. Many disciples were shocked. "What's going on?" Su Xiaoma and the others were confused. Li Qingyang frowned and said, "The patriarch is angry." Shui Ringui. Jun Changshao's angry voice sounded in the sect. "Gather 1,000 soldiers and follow me to the Lu prefecture in the northeast." "Yes." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the cultivating members of the Wolf Rider Hall were fully armed. P.S. Today is the 4th update. I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll update the 2nd update. Also, I have to come back at night to update. Chapter 583. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were still cultivating, instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Perhaps they were affected by the patriarch's aura, riding on the hurricane wolf. Their faces were filled with a strong murderous aura. Long, Ziang, Yang Yuhua, and the others used the cloud traversing steps to rush over and landed neatly on the martial arts practice field, including Yi Xingchen. The 20 inner disciples of the sect of all times were all in position. "Senior brother," Su Xiaomo whispered, "what's going on?" Li Qingyang said, "Senior sister is being bullied in Luzhou in the northeast." "What?" Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were instantly furious. "How dare they bully our senior sister? They must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." Screech! The cry of an eagle came from Mount Ironbone. The demon ridge black eagle, which was as big as a mountain, spread its wings and rose. It was defined as the sect of all times' guardian spirit beast. It would not appear unless the sect was in danger. Puchi! Puchi! The demon ridge black eagle hovered above the martial arts practice field. Whoosh! Jun Changshao walked out of the hall angrily, then flew up and landed on the head of the contract beast. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go." "Awoo! Awoo!" The disciples rode on the hurricane wolf and turned into streams of light, galloping along the mountain path. Screech! The demon ridge black eagle flew into the endless sky. This time, Jun Patriarch not only brought 1,000 wolf riders, but also the Ning brothers and all the inner disciples to Luzhou in the northeast. The formation could be said to be quite large. Jiang Yi did not go. He was in charge of managing the sect. Hall Master Li and some of the members of the Drizzle Hall also followed. Their goal was to gather information faster and find out Lu Qianqian's location. On this day, the elites of the sect of all times were all out. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Every disciple of the sect of all times was Jun Changxiao's reverse scale. Therefore, whoever dared to bully them would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, and it was Lu Qianqian, her eldest disciple. It could be imagined that when Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to Lu province in the northeast, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. Dean, in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the vice headmaster hurriedly came to see him and said, "I've just received news that Jun Changxiao has left Qingyang County with a large group of disciples." "Oh," Situ Haoyun asked, "where did he go?" The vice president said, "Judging from the route, it seems to be heading to Luzhou in the northeast." "Luzhou in the northeast?" Situ Haoyun frowned and asked, "Why are we going there?" "Dean." Princess Red Lotus hurried over and said with a frown, "I just received news that the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, Lu Qianqian, is wanted by the extreme cold palace in the northeastern Lu prefecture." The vice principal said, "Could it be that the kid brought people to Lu province in the northeast because of this?" Situ Haoyun frowned and said, "I'm afraid that's not good." "What?" In the certification headquarters, Yi Tianqing, who had received the news, stood up and said in shock, "Jun Patriarch brought people to Lu province in the northeast with a murderous aura." "Yes," Elder Jin said, "it seems that the disciples of the sect have been bullied." Yi Tianqing frowned. He knew that Jun Changxiao was very protective of his disciples. Back when the evil sects of Huaiyang County bullied his disciples, he directly killed 4 of them. This time, it was normal for him to bring people over when his disciples were being bullied in Lu province in the northeast. "That's Lu province in the northeast." Yi Tianqing broke down and said, "If he rashly brought his disciples over, it might affect the forces of the entire province." No, he hurriedly ordered. "The 4 of you go quickly. Don't let anything happen to Jun Patriarch." Yes, on this day, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the certification headquarters left the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City and headed to Lu province in the northeast. Did you hear? Yesterday, someone saw a large group of disciples of the sect of all times galloping on wolf beasts in the wilderness. It looked like they were going to war. The warriors of Yangzhou in the southwest were discussing. The sect of all times had become famous recently. Their every move would be infinitely exaggerated. The demon clan and the branch of the murdering shrine had also received the news. They knew that the sect of all times was going to Lu province in the northeast to seek justice for their disciples. Humph. The branch leader sneered and said, "That guy thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the Falling Star continent with the protection of the 2 major organizations." Although Lu province in the northeast is a land of ice and snow, the ice element is extremely strong. The extreme cold palace was built entirely by ice element martial arts cultivators. Although it is only a 4th-rate sect, it might not be weaker than a 3rd-rate sect. One of his subordinates said, "If the sect of all times were to go there unscrupulously, they would definitely be beaten black and blue." That's why. The branch leader smiled and said he is still too young. He gets carried away every time he encounters something. In the end, he will be the one who gets hurt. However, being taught a lesson by a sect from another province can also extinguish the guy's arrogance and let him understand that there is always someone better than him. The sect of all times was related to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Certification Academy. The 2 branches of the evil sects could not afford to offend them. They had always been invisible, but they would definitely hide in the dark and enjoy watching the other party embarrass themselves. Their happy times were running out. In Jun Patriarch's little notebook, there were still debts owed by the 2 evil sections. When he had time, He would definitely settle the debts with interest. Whoosh, whoosh! The north wind whistled, and it was freezing cold. In an ice field, there was only one in a radius of 100 miles. At this moment, warriors were drinking hot wine and discussing recent events. Creak! The door was pushed open, and a white-clothed man walked in amidst the fluttering snow. Then he sat by the window. "Sir, do you want a meal or a room?" "A meal." "What would you like to eat?" "Anything." The waiter did not ask any more questions. Soon, a few dishes and a pot of wine were served. The warriors in the inn only glanced at him and continued their discussion. Their conversation never left the mysterious woman in white. "Brother How?" Someone was puzzled and said, "The recent events have been widely spread in Luzhou. What is going on?" The middle-aged man called Brother How said, "If this matter is investigated further, the place where the conflict occurred is here." "Here?" Many warriors were confused. Brother How took a sip of wine and said, "The woman in white first appeared at the inn, and then she sat right where this young friend is sitting. She chopped off the palm of a martial cultivator and incurred the wrath of the Snow Track Valley. Then she was hunted down by them, and in the end the extreme cold palace was involved." Snow Track Valley. The man in white sitting by the window asked, "Where is it?" Brother How smiled and said, "Young friend, you look a little unfamiliar. You don't seem to be from the ice field." The man in white turned his head and said, "Snow Track Valley, where is it?" His voice and eyes were very cold. Everyone felt their scalp go numb and their feet shivered when they saw it. The smile on Brother How's face froze. His voice trembled as he said, Go east along the ice field. It's about 500 miles. The man in white retracted his cold gaze and took a sip of hot wine. He threw down a tael of silver and got up to leave. "Brother How," a warrior whispered, "this guy is a little strange. He can make me feel fear just by looking at him. He must be an expert." Brother How said with a serious face, "Awoo, awoo." Suddenly there were wolf howls outside. Brother How and the others hurried to the window and saw a group of warriors riding wolf beasts galloping toward the east. P.S. I just got home. I'll post the next update when it's ready.